Hello there, YouTube. I'm going to do some game dev today. Specifically, it's not going to seem like game dev, but it is game dev. I'm making a tool for doing game dev. I'm using Godot, and I am going to make a plugin in Godot that lets you make branching dialogue. Because, you know, there are games like Baldur's Gate, Skyrim, whatever, games that have dialogue that branches. You can say, RPG games, you can say something nice, something mean, something neutral. And actually trying to write like a big script for that is kind of complicated. And I want my script to be writing code. That is to say, when I'm typing out my script, I want it to turn that script into code immediately. So that way I don't have to write something to make my script work. It just does. And that's really the impetus for me for this plugin. I didn't quite see one that existed like this, a tool out there that took your data that you typed into your dialogue editor and serialized it into code. GDScript, in fact. Let me show you a little bit about how that works. So I'm gonna make the plugin active. I want you to do me a favor, keep an eye right down here. This is the file system. In Godot, you have like a default file system, right? Res, resource, your resources. This is the add-ons folder. Don't worry about that. Outside of the add-ons folder, you're gonna see the beginning of the serialization as soon as I activate the plugin. It's called Branchy. I don't know, I thought it was cute. Okay, bam. Did you see? Did you miss it? Look, right there, Branchy data. So it creates this folder. It's a little mind-blowing. Welcome, Pond. And if we go into that folder, we'll see there's all these things ready to fill out. I'm not gonna act like they're filling out yet, because I got a long way to go. But that's what I'm sharing with you here today. I'm sharing with you AI-free, just vibe. We're real vibes. We're real vibe coding, okay? We're not gonna let them take the vibes away from us. We're gonna real code some plugin stuff. Hey, what's up, Dark Cookie? Thank you for the bit. Appreciate it. It means a lot. We're gonna code this for real, and I've got a little bit done, and I'll show you what that looks like. So over here we have our conversation editor, and you type in a conversation name. So we'll say Dark Cookie has the bits. Okay, I'm gonna add this new conversation, and you may not have noticed, but in this folder, whoa, Dark Cookie is a file. You're already a GDScript file because we serialized that conversation that was created. Now, there's no dialogue data, but that is unequivocally, absolutely what I'm going to get done today. By the end of this stream, we'll be typing in dialogue, and it will, thank you for the bit. Oh, let's go. YouTube bits are like a Twitch thing where they can like, it's like, think about super chats. You know, if you want to have the same kind of thing, just do some super chats. But yes, you are now encodified in the project. I mean, I'm gonna delete it, but you get the idea. So what I want today, by the end of the stream, unequivocally, I want us to have dialogue that we type to go into this script. Now I can add a little bit more in here. So let's say I create a node. Take a close look at this right here. See this nodes enum? All right, keep a close eye on that. It says null. All it says is null. All right, thank you for the lyric, Pawn. Now, if I press this node creation button, this is how you write your dialogue. If I press that, okay, so dialogue would go here. We open this back up. We got node number 1. Node 1 exists. Let's go. And we can keep creating it. 2, 3, 4. See, it says node 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come back here. Now there's 8. And we can now do multiple conversations as well. This is what we did yesterday. So, Zayden is famous. We're gonna make a new conversation right there. And we got 2 conversations. Look, did you notice it appear? Did you notice? Create it. See them getting created? And then if we open that up, I did just create an error in there. You know what? Don't worry about the error that I just created, because I did just double click it. That's, you know what? We're not going to worry about that error. That error is an oops on my part. Basically, what I have to do is not allow you to put in double So we're just gonna pretend like that isn't there. But if I create nodes here, I just did 3. We go to Zayden is famous. Ooh, it doesn't go in there. Yeah, I broke it. Okay, I straight broke it. Well, welcome to the stream, everybody. We break things and then we fix them. But what I want us to be able to do is type in that dialog. Okay, let me show you how I reset this. This is actually good because now you'll see sort of how this workflow goes, because when you're making a plugin, it's like active, right, in Godot. It's like actually loaded and running. So any little thing that goes wrong, congratulations, you've broken everything. So I kind of have to have a workflow for making sure I can reset. Let me show you how I do that. So obviously we have to get rid of that data folder. So the first thing I do is I turn off the plugin. I go into the list of scripts that are open, the ones that were created because we don't want those open, and I close them. We don't save them because we don't care about them. Close them. Now we come down to that branchy data that was created, and we're just going to get it out of there. Right click, delete, remove, bam. All is well. Let's clear the errors because we fixed them. We did. Now, if I bring the plugin back, we're all good. We are all good. Okay, so I do want to show you what we did achieve yesterday. So again, I just created this new conversation. We are all good. As you see, it has no nodes. Let me create a new node. Bam, that's node number 1, node 2, 3, 4. It's a little hard to see. 5, 6, 7, 8. See that number going up there? Okay. Open this up, look at that. We got 11 nodes, which is correct. As you can see, that's node 11. Conversation 2, create that. Open up conversation 2, it has no nodes. We are all good, still has 11. Go back to branchy, create 1, 2, 3, and open it up, and there's 3. So this may not seem like a big deal to you, but this is like the incremental progress of serialization that I'm endeavoring to do right now. So we can have one conversation that fills out with the nodes that we put into that one, and then the other conversation that fills out with the other nodes. So now what I want to be able to do is type in dialogue into, let's say, one conversation, right? And then we go into the other conversation, we type in dialogue, and then if I open these up, I want to see that dialogue written out in here. I'm going to come to this one, and I want to see its dialogue written out in here. That's what I'm going to do today. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And if you're watching on YouTube, hyper smash that thumbs up button. Hitting that like button helps. It makes me feel good about myself, which is the main reason you should do it. That's not true. It does help the stream get some visibility. Honestly, even if you downvote it, it helps it get visibility. It just makes me feel sad. So whenever you do, just press buttons. And thank you. I appreciate you for that. All right. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to do 1 hour or actually an hour 20 minutes of straight code. This is going to be a co-working experience. We're just going to lock in and do code. And then I'll spend like 30 minutes hanging out, taking a break, and then we'll go back and we'll do another hour or so of coding. And then we'll go back and take a break, and then we'll go back, and we just keep doing that. And that's going to be the structure of this stream. So the reason why Zayden is talking about fame is because I put a little poll up on YouTube. A poll on YouTube that asks, is fame good or bad? And the reason why I did that is because the next Game Like Jam, did you know I host a game jam? It's called the Game Like Jam. Every other month we do a game where we make a game jam where we make games like other games. And I know what the next one's gonna be. You think it's bad? I know what the next one's gonna be, y'all. The next one is going to be the most famous Game Like Jam game we've done yet. That's your first clue. The clue number 1 is that it will be the most famous Game Like Jam game that we featured yet. We featured quite a few of them. The first one we did was Frogger. Then we did Bloons. We did Puyo Puyo after that. This was in 2025. Ski Free, Granny, Tamagotchi. This year, we did Rogue, Wolfenstein, and Pac-Man. And the July Jam will be more famous. I sure did. Well, for Rogue, the clue was that it's going to be the most iconic Game Like Jam game. And the reason why I say that, because what could be more iconic for Game Like than Roguelike? So it's a little different. I'm very particular. Thank you for the band start. I'm very particular with my words, with the clues. So I want to make sure you're like noticing the difference. There's nuance there. okay? This was the most iconic and would still be. I don't think this will be more iconic than Rogue, but it will be more famous than Rogue. But more clues will come. I'll drop clues leading up to the jam on July 1st. Tetris or Super Mario? I'm not going to confirm or deny Sapi on whether it is or not, but you have been heard. Y'all are welcome to guess. Y'all are welcome to ask questions, but, you know, I'm going to be sneaky. I'm going to be very sneaky. Okay, so regarding fame, Zayden said, fame is what you make of it, like a Jenga tower. And to keep fame, you have to do something, you have to do something, so you have to take a piece from the tower. It's easy to ruin it. Oh. Because it's like fragile. And so what happens if the tower falls? What does it look like when a tower falls? Like you get like into controversy, or like you get forgotten about. Thank you for joining the jam. Yeah, it helps a lot. And by the way, if you do press join on the jam, you are actually going to be notified before anybody else, other than the other people who join the jam, what the theme is going to be. A couple to a few hours before the jam starts, I'll send out an email to everybody who's joined what the theme is going to be. So I'm just saying, like, you get a little heads up, hit that join button. That's very ominous, Zayden, and I do think fame is ominous. Elegant Mechanic says, I hope the documentation for this will specify saying BAM when adding a node makes it work better. Yes. I think a little levity in documentation is a good thing. I'm right with you, Elegant. Welcome. Elegant Mechanic knows how to make the mechanics elegant, so we definitely have to listen. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Cheers. Hyperhydrate while hyper smashing the sub button. Oh, the sub button. Look at how many people joined the game jam. You're about to join. Thank you. Mario would be almost impossible to do without Nintendo Ninja getting us. You know, Zayden, you're right. I guess I can at least say that much. I'm afraid to do a Nintendo-owned property. Now, we did do Puyo Puyo, which is owned by Sega. So there's... Hey, Sapion! Let's go! Thank you for the Prime sub! That means you're going to get access to the Monday member stream. And if you're on YouTube, you just use the join button below the video to become a member. If you're wanting to support more directly, you can go to Patreon and you can become a patron. Whether you're a Twitch sub, a YouTube member, or a paid patron, having that little badge is going to get you access to the Monday member stream. It's like this, but I don't put up the focus mode. So we're kind of just like actually hanging out more. It's cool. It's a chill time. We did balloons. Yeah. I agree. I was thinking that. I was like, what would have been the most famous before? I think it was balloons. And it was wild. Like when we were doing some dev streams and the playthrough stream, there was like hundreds of people here in the stream. It was wild, which I think I just assume it was a bunch of people looking for balloons content. And so they just found this. Yeah, I'm going to say this, it's more famous than balloons. This game, it's not even a question. It's more famous than balloons. You would be like, oh yeah, that's more famous than balloons. Oh my gosh, obviously. You write the documentation? Thank you. You've edited Wikipedia articles? Which one? All right, I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna do some work. We gotta do co-working. That's what this is about. So it's gonna be an hour and 20 minutes. I think my timer is a little short of that. So I'm gonna set that up. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna familiarize myself with the current state of things. So that way I'm getting started and getting involved in a way that is, you know, mindful. Oh, we got a cat. Be mindful, mind the cat. The cat is also going to be jamming along with us. Okay, so take note, this timer is going to have a very tiny little 1 hour thing by it. It's very tiny. See, it says 1 hour. It's tiny, so when that 20 minutes gets up, it's not actually over. It's still an hour. About a musician's concert. Nice. And Peak Games article. You made one for some games and set us some scores for FIFA World Cup. That's so cool. That's like awesome that y'all just like participate in that. I want a hyper game dev wiki someday. Y'all always have like such cool little tips and stuff, and I just want to like give you that opportunity. Did you get the cat? Oh, that's from the other day. Yo, okay, that cat you gotta be careful around. She's serious business. All right, y'all. I'm gonna lock in, but if you have anything you want to say, I will circle back to the chat. I will say hi to y'all, and if you want to say bye, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can use the bye later, see ya command, and either way, it will pop up a message. So just feel free to do that. I'll see it, and I'll be like, oh, goodbye. Once an hour, you can use that. All right, so first thing I need to do is clean up my mess, because I just added all of that, like, stuff that we don't want right now. So I'm gonna turn this off. I'm gonna delete, well, let's close these. Because if I don't close them, so let's say I delete this and I keep this generated script open, it's fine, but you get this kind of weird thing, and sometimes Godot gets a little upset because I do that. It might even crash. So it's not a good thing. It's not great, but luckily we survived. Okay, so now that I've got a fresh, clean start, I would, my Wikipedia article, I would like to, I guess, go over what I understand the task to be. I believe I know what I want to do. So in that template, this is the template. Actually, I should have kept it up, so that way, hold on, just kidding. Let's actually make it. Insane Alpha Beta says hi. Okay, so if I make that, I want to show you a side-by-side. Okay. So that way you just clearly understand what we're up to here. So you see this? See how this looks the same? This double quote underscore convo underscore data blah blah blah. This is a placeholder. This is a placeholder. And that placeholder is sought after by the code. The serializing code. It says, okay, where's the placeholder? And then I've told it, when you find that, replace it with certain things. Namely, whenever the user types into this box, and whatever node numbers there are, soon after today, whatever dialogue is in there, replace that with that. Although, what we're actually going to replace for the dialogue is this one. Now, all of the template scripts, so hopefully that, just real quick, hopefully that makes sense. So you see how this is all this stuff, and then it uses, if you're interested, it also uses these delimiters here. See the convo/key? It uses those to find where it should put new data. So if the user renames it, it'll know in between those 2 points, that's where I should update the new info. So this is how we do our meta programming, as it were. And here's the thing though, all of these templates were designed to have one placeholder replaced. Only one. But for this dialogue data, I have determined that I need a second placeholder. And that would be this one right here. So I actually haven't made this placeholder be recognized or noticed or replaceable. And I'm going to have to retool the code a little bit to actually recognize it and replace it. So that's my first task, is to find a way to do that. And I think I know how I want to do it. Okay, so let's turn off the plugin, delete the things we created, don't save it, and then delete the data it generated. Now, a user wouldn't delete their data every time, but we're doing that because we want to see what it's like when it initializes it. All right, so here's my idea. My idea is that we use an ampersand. So a lot of this data comes from here, from this script. Okay, so when it replaces that convo data placeholder, it's actually looking here. And it removes, see these internal marker things? It actually removes those. And the reason why it removes those is because this class, this branchy class, doesn't exist yet. It's not real until, that's why we get an error. Well, that's one reason. Until I actually create that branchy class. That's the API that the user is going to ask for code from. Like if they want the dialogue to put in their game, they'll go to this class and be like, hey, give me the information. But it doesn't exist yet. So we have to kind of block it out temporarily. So that's where all that data lives. And this is going to be where the dialogue stuff is. So again, it's kind of hard to see this way. But if I get rid of these, it becomes a little more obvious. So dialogue is going to go right in here. Now, I guess I gotta think about... Okay, I gotta think about this, because this doesn't really make sense, does it? Because if you think about it, we can't just have, like, a bunch of dialogue in there. It has to be, like, key value. But I kind of gotta rethink that a little bit. In fact, this shouldn't... Ooh. Oh, I might have to rethink this a little bit. What's up, Yaha? Welcome. And then she branched all over the place. Where's hi? Hi is right there whenever you first say your message for the first time. It's automated. Automated? Okay. Yeah, I might have to rethink that, because I don't want just a bunch of dialogue getting dumped in here. We need to know which node does it correspond to. So I kind of, unfortunately, want a dictionary in a dictionary. Okay? So I think I want it to be like branchy.node. Well, it's not even. Wow. Because it would be the convo. Wow, this is actually a little complicated. Ooh. Well, I mean, we are in the same... It's actually not that bad, because remember... Oh, convos isn't in there. Okay, I gotta rethink this a little bit. I have to rethink this a little bit. Crazy idea. What if I don't make a separate dictionary? I might have to do dictionary within dictionary time. But what if I don't? Because think about it. This is back-end stuff. It's not stuff the user is going to be messing with unless they want to destroy everything. So, what if we don't do that? And instead, this convo data just becomes exploded with every node. I don't know if I like that. Because if you think about it, we can put whatever keys we want in this dictionary. We're not typing this dictionary. I don't have to have the keys be something specific. I can make them whatever I want. For example, I could make them... So if we're imagining what this would be, okay? Let me just type this out. It'll help me. So I'm going to say branchy template. This is what that API that gets created that I was commenting out. This is like the version of it that it duplicates, okay? So we're going to say branchy template, whatever it's going to be, convo content name, okay? And then whatever the name is, dark cookies likes bits, okay? I don't know about that. And then the next key could be, so let's say we have a node 1, right? We could say simply nodes node 1, and then that could be a dictionary. That could be a dictionary right there. So yeah, we are doing dictionary in a dictionary, actually. Because there's going to be multiple types of node data, right? We want to know if it has a sound effect attached to it. If there's additive dialogue, that is to say, if you have discovered a chest in a secret island grotto, and you approach the pirate king, he's gonna be like, so you're the one who stole my treasure. Well, come over here and I'll show you how to pirate my ship. But if you didn't take the treasure, they'll just say, come over here and I'll show you how to pirate my ship. So that first part, so you're the one who stole, that would be an additive, right? And it would depend on what the player had done. So there's multiple data points that need to go inside of each node. So it's not as simple as dialogue, right? So I would actually want that to be our node data dictionary. So we would kind of do it like this. So that would have another dictionary in there, and we would say things like, whatever, node content, right? Which I haven't created yet. I think I think that might be on the API. Actually, that does make sense. Yeah, that should probably be on the API. That makes a lot of sense because we want the user to be able to ask for node content if they want. So we say dot, and here's that list: sound effects, additives, branches. So if the player can say something nice, mean, or neutral, we want to present those different branches and store that in the, node. So then whenever that is, who's the speaker? And then, however we reference that pirate king, something like that. And then that would just be, anyway, there'd be more and more stuff in there. So I kind of think that makes the most sense, actually. Because, sure, it's going to be like a massive dictionary, but it doesn't matter because it's back-end stuff. It's not like we're writing code that a person is going to read. We're writing code that a machine is going to read, so I don't care. It's going to be fine. So this is nice. That means I don't have to try to set up a detection system for multiple placeholders. However, we kind of do need sub-placeholder detection, right? Because it's going to need to know how and what to fill in to this node stuff. So I kind of need like a separate template, and I need to know how to add it in there. Okay, this is going to be a lot of planning. I'm going to need to do a lot of thinking. So bear with me while I do that. Before we're like deep writing code. Okay, so we actually leave this the way it is. We don't add in any of that fancy other stuff. Template data, let me resume the way that was. And I started that node. So I guess that this node data template would be what goes inside of that inside dictionary. Is there a reason to use dictionaries over arrays? Yeah, because of multiple types of values. Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, you could use arrays. It's just gonna, in my mind, be easier to access. Does it look pretty? No, but in my mind, it's easier to access. Because, it's like, it could be, that way I can say, look for this key. Look for the key node content sound effects. And then return the audio stream player. Right? I can say, look for the node content dialog and return that text. And that way I don't have to make them be separate arrays. Because if you think about it, it kind of is like an array. It's just an array that's easier to pinpoint what you want to get. That's why I think about it. Okay. So this would be that data. So we already have node content dialog. So you can really just put them all in here. I say fill them all out. This is always really painful to fill out. I'm gonna make it a little easier on myself. By starting with template, and then I'm going to replace it with something more machine readable. So that's dialogue. What else do we have in here? We have value, like which node number it is. Yeah, that's important. We'll want that. And the value will be like a number. How are we handling the integers usually? Well, that's incorrect. That's not supposed to be false. Normally we handle the integers with null. Okay, sure, why not? Let me fix this. That goes to null. We did some unholy things here. Type. To me, that would be like that, probably. Going to be extra cursed an array of dictionaries of arrays. True. You could. You could. Yes. Accurate. Accurate option. Absolute total option. Yeah. I mean, you could do it that way. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. You would be kind of, and it's like, why do it? Oh, see you later, Cookies. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. And I'll see you when you get back. Goodbye for now. One more bit on your way out. Appreciate it. I'm gonna try to put these in the order that they appear in the enum, because this would be like how the user would access stuff. Except it wouldn't say branchy template, it would just say branchy.api.node content, and then you would get this list of things. This is a way just to make it a little easier for the programmer to find things. Again, this is another reason, Sapion, why I would use dictionaries, because this synergizes really well with dictionaries to have these enum lookups. It's just much simpler to look up data by enum. And then I love using the enums because if you are the programmer who's using branchy, you now get this built-in Godot autocomplete list, so you can see what all the options are. So I think also all those synergies make it something so valuable too. Whereas if you just do the array thing, I think it's going to be a lot harder to easily present what's available to the user. Because you can only, unless you create your own engine extension, which like, I don't want to do that. Overkill. Okay, so next we'll do type. So that would probably be node content. I don't even know. I'm not even sure like what that would be, because where would the node types live? I'm not entirely sure. I would think we would want that on the. Oh, I did make that. Great. Let me make a null one. No. I kind of don't love doing the null. Yeah, actually I don't like doing the null for the reason of it just, I don't know. I don't want users to be like confused and like, what is that for? Why would I want to use that? It's just like kind of cruft. So maybe we just make it null and hope that's okay. In the absence of knowing what to put, we'll say null. Okay, type. What else we got? Speaker. Create another one. What else you got? Note. Oh, well, let's do dialogue first. So you can put little notes in there if you just want. It's not like a. I mean, you could fetch it. You could fetch it, but it's more for the front end to be able to see things like that. That would also be a string. Speaker, I don't know what that's going to be. We'll make it null for now. Okay, what's next? Might as well just get this out of the way now. You know, even though this isn't me like figuring out everything I need to do, I'm going to have to fill this out at some point. I'm here. This is when I'm working with it. We might as well do it now. Branches. How will the branches will probably be an array, would be my guess. So we don't not use arrays. I think that might be a dictionary actually. Did I write down what I think it would be? Yeah, an array of branch dictionary. Yeah, so it's actually an array of dictionaries. Okay. That works too. We love dictionaries. Don't be scared of the dictionary. Not that you are. Additives. I would think that's also an array. It'd probably be a dictionary. And we're just guessing. It's really not important at the moment. Just placeholder. Save me like 10 seconds in the future. Okay, so now that I've done that, we don't want to leave it this way. So I need to reinstitute this marker comment out, number 1. So I'm going to hold Alt and click along each of these branchy template prefix class name situations. And actually we don't just want it there. I want it before all of this stuff. The placeholder, data, the comma. We want this to be, as far as it knows, an empty dictionary. It's inert. is not going to make Godot be like, hey, that's not right, GD script. That's incorrect. All right, then we paste the marker. Then I just want to go through and remove this template, because by the time it gets created, it's not going to be referencing the template anymore, which is important. All right, so that should be ready to go now. All right, so now that I have the data, and I kind of know where I want that data to go. Well, you want it to be like a new entry. So what happens when you add something new in general? So this was my original idea, was that there was going to be a delimiter. So it was going to say that the placeholder would be looking for convo data and node data. And it would say, oh, there's two different places I need to drop information. And it would put it in those two separate places. But instead, I'm not going to handle it that way. Instead, it's going to add into the dictionary it normally would. So this is kind of what happens whenever I create a conversation and, I name it something, and it inserts information into the, or we could even say the, add a new node. You know what I haven't added? You know what would probably be a good idea to start with? Renaming. I still haven't implemented renaming. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna load up the plugin for a second. The reason why I say that is because when I create this new convo, let me check this out. Okay, so it filled out the template, right? It started out like this. That's the template. That data we were just typing out, the node data, same thing got input in here, except this is for convo. And you see it removed those internal markers that were there. It removed those, it removed the template underscore, and it left this behind. And then it inserts into here the new stuff. What I want to just check is, have I actually set up looks like I have. Yes, okay, so I don't need to create renaming because we already do it. So here's an example. Whenever we first create that new conversation, it inserts the UID. The UID, by the way, is like the script file identifier. So that way, internally, it knows exactly where it is. So if I hover over this, you'll even see it says UID / DTQEFE L6BI5RG. That's the internal hard-coded thing that it can always refer to no matter what. And you can also get that here from the plugin. You can kind of see. So that actually already works. We already update it. And this is going to be how I want to add in the node data, is we want to run update script. And that's going to add a new entry to this very dictionary. So instead of having that separate dictionary, that means that we'll see inside of here a whole new thing. It'll say like branchy. Actually, no, it'll say nodes dot, not null, but we'll say null for now. It would say node 1. Nodes null, blah, blah, blah. Key 0 was already used in this dictionary. Oh, it's a number. Oops. Okay. Oops. I'm just gonna say it. Oops. Here's the problem. Enums are, the keys of an enum are numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So that means this is counted as 0. This is already a 0, believe it or not. So if I try to put this in here, it's saying, no, 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 that's another 0. Y'all. I think I might have to do a dictionary in a dictionary in a dictionary. Look, the reason why I don't want to create the separate dictionary is just because it's more infrastructure. This would still be working within the same infrastructure, which, believe it or not, I prefer. I don't know. You know, I'm just gonna try it, and if it's bad, I'll find out. Okay? But I think I still believe in this. So what I'm gonna have to do. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I guess we would do I need like a special thing. Is it nested dictionary is the only thing you can nest? I'm not sure I understand what that means. Oh, yeah, like you can't nest arrays in an array. And you can. No, you can nest things. Because it has to have some name. Well, it could be branchy convo content. Say branchy convo content, and then create a new one for node data. This is the way. And then inside of that would be the dictionary. And inside of that dictionary, now we can say nodes dot whatever. And then inside of that is gonna be another dictionary. So it is a dictionary inside of a dictionary inside of a dictionary. We're doing triple dictionary. But the reason why I feel okay about this right now is because the infrastructure is already there to parse this. So we'll see. If I hate it, we'll change it. But I think this is going to be potentially effective. What this means, I need to have a way. I don't know that I have a way to meta access these yet, but it shouldn't be too hard, right? So let me ask myself this. Whenever we replace the content, let's say new convo. So if I go back to the convo creator, this is update script. Update script takes a file path. So it needs to know where am I updating something? So that, in this case, would be this file right here, where that convo data exists. The UID would point directly to this. So that's what that is. Then we have which type of template is it? So it knows what to look for. I assume that that's for convo content type stuff. But let me see. Where do we use template type? We pass that into update script string. Yeah. So we find whatever that template type that goes in, if it's convo. Yeah. So see this? See how it has these like arrows, little hashtag, the arrows, the slash. That is looking for this. So by passing in what type it is, it knows how to figure out exactly what that part needs to be and what that part needs to be. It figures out I should be convo / value, and it finds the beginning and the end and where it needs to put in the data. So that's what that's doing. That's why we pass in the type. So it knows where to insert it. Okay, got it. The next thing it wants is the content key. So this is where we would do node content or convo content or whatever. Let me see where that gets used. I gotta remind myself, this stuff gets complicated. Content key. Yeah, that just goes, that's just like value. I see. So if we have sound effects, additive, dialogue. So it'd be node, it would end up, we would want to see node / dialogue. Node / dialogue is what we'd want to make sure it gets in there. Not true. No, not for the first one. For the first one, it would be convo content node. And somehow we need to get inside of there. That's going to be the interesting thing. I have a feeling we might be able, anyway, we'll see. I think it should be fine because if we're just using, where I might need to get particular is I just need to change what this is. So going back to this example here, we have no data, but where do we insert this first dictionary layer? This first dictionary layer, we would want something just like this. So let's actually imagine the whole thing for fun. This would say yes convo, and then node data. So same thing here, just imagining it. Convo node data. All right. And that goes outside of here. Now inside of those delimiters, we would want, I guess this is where we would put nodes.null, right? And that would be fine, totally acceptable. I kind of want to, you know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to use template. Well, actually, this doesn't exist yet. No, actually, we can't even do that, really. Wait, why is that? Why are you yelling at me exactly? Can we put something that exists just for, like, testing purposes? Well, the problem with that... Why don't you make it? Make it exist. Here, go to API. Just make it. You need it. Friggin' do it. Node data. Right, so in theory, that means the user could ask for this. I don't think the user should ask for it. Okay, because it's going to be a mess that they don't deserve. But returns a dictionary. The reason why I put it in these brackets and stuff, and I do this member convo, is because it makes the documentation look a lot prettier. So this will be like a link, and it'll take you to the dictionary documentation if I type it that way. Returns a dictionary containing no data. I'll fill this out more later. So now I can actually type this. Well, that's not true because I didn't put it on. This is the generated API. I don't actually care to put the documentation in here because I'm going to delete this. But it's there for now just so I can keep typing this out and it not get mad at me. Would be optimal. So if I make this null, it's happy. If I say nodes.null and then we put something in there, you want a closing. Do we need one more? Wait. Why is that? What am I missing? What's the obvious thing I'm missing here? Well, because you don't have a key. Wait, you do have a key. Wait, that's the key. Well, Lise, I think it would be a dictionary inside of, so it's, yeah, there you go. Okay. I don't know, it's confusing. It's confusing. This is why dictionaries are not great, because it's confusing. Nodes.null is actually going to be in a dictionary. So that's one, again, just for example's sake. Let's make another one, node1. It's the only way. I got to sketch this stuff out. You know, I can't see it in my head. I got to put it down. So let's actually make it look a little nicer here. Nodes, node 1. Hey, what's up, Lark? Welcome. Yeah, it isn't like a focus time. So if it seems like I'm ignoring you, I am. But only for the next 45 minutes, 46 minutes, and then we'll take a break for 30 minutes. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you being here. Nodes node 1. So I'm figuring out how I'm going to serialize dialogue in my branching dialogue tool. That goes into my branching dialogue editor for my game I'm trying to make. It's okay. You can distract as much as you want. It's my job to focus. I'll come back and I'll come back and I'll look at stuff. But thank you. So node 1 would have its own so this would all have its own data in it, right? We go back to the API, node content. This is where we would type in value, dialogue, whatever, sound effects, additives, whatever things go in there, that would go here. add it. I mean, they can just make it null for now. Bam. This is the structure. This is what we want. So when I use the updater, we'll be totally fine. We'll be totally fine to tell it, go to the node data section, look for these delimiters, and in between those two delimiters, right there, in between those two spots, insert the node data dictionary, which is that stuff that I was typing up earlier right in here. That would be this. So it would take this template, right? We were just typing that, right? The node content dialog, node content additives. Oh no, it's Godot is making it a note color. It's fine, it doesn't actually matter. And that would fill that out automatically. Now, here's the difference, right? We don't actually just want one of those. We don't, because that would be for every, this is for every single one. I actually am misspeaking a little bit here, because this is many nested dictionaries. So it would actually be like this. Because they each would have their own dialogue in it, potentially. Like that. See? That's what it would be like. So we're actually not even at that point where that data that I had before gets inserted, because that needs to go in between delimiters that don't exist yet in here. So that's what we have to do. Yay, I'm glad, Lark. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm working on like a bigger game project, but it's very early stages, and I just find that chat appreciates when I'm not working on something that's ugly. I don't know. So I'm gonna try to make it a little prettier before I bring it to y'all. And so for now, I do need to make this for that. And this is pretty. It's all gonna be built into Godot. So I'm using, basically the way this tool is gonna work is it's going to serialize conversations. Like you would come in here and you would write dialogue for your game. And then this gets connected to another node, and you've got this whole, you know, branching dialogue system. So these are actually half things that I made using Godot's UI. It is cool, right? I'm really excited about it. Using Godot's UI and Godot's built-in features. So for example, Godot has, like, you see this mini map that lets me look around? That's a built-in Godot feature that you can put in any of your projects. But I redesigned this a little bit. Is it like React? Let's go. You know, you'll be able to add code to your dialogue if you want like a sparkle to happen when that dialogue gets spoken, right? And all that would go in. And that's actually that data that I'm filling out right now. That's where this stuff goes to. So yeah, so whenever the user is filling this out, it's going to directly write GDScript. It's going to generate GDScript code. So actually those two nodes that I just created, it just added that in there. That says node 1, node 2. If I add a third one right now, and we go back to that script, now it says node 3. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. So we're writing GDScript code by writing the branching dialogue, which is the whole concept and why I wanted to make this tool, because there isn't a tool quite like that yet. And then what it does is it gives you an API at the end of it. So you have this API that you can ask for. I typed up some examples, but it's probably going to change. But, you know, it'll let you, I made a fake, it's not going to be branch-ish. I just made a fake one so it wouldn't have errors. But you would say branchy.api, and then you would request stuff. And that would be the same stuff that just got serialized. So that way it's just a nice workflow of, if you have a writer on your team, the writer can just work on the dialogue, be here. And then if you're the programmer or you have a programmer, you can come to the back end, ask the API for that stuff the writer did, and put it into your game. So that's the whole concept. So I think I need another delimiter. I know, of course I need another delimiter. I deeply, absolutely need another delimiter. So let's back this up a little bit. Did it overwrite it? You see how it overwrote it as well? I feel like it... Oh, you know why? Because I didn't press save yet. And like, this is why the user must not tamper with these. The user must not tamper with these, but that's at your own risk, basically. Okay, so what I need are delimiters right here. So whenever this gets inserted, again, just to like, hopefully make it more clear. So this will be here, node data. This is the way it's gonna look. It is, it's delimiters within delimiters. Actually within delimiters. If you think about it, it's kind of like for every layer of dictionary, there needs to be delimiters, I guess, maybe. And that's how, it's really for the values of the dictionary. You know what I mean? No, I'm not. I'm not close. I'm very not close. I would say 10%. If that, I did write up, do I still, am I still, I don't think I'm, let me see. I was logged in earlier. Let me see if it kept it up. Let me see. I'm still logged in. I am. So I did write up a checklist, and I'll show you where I am in that checklist. And it might frighten you. Frightens me. Okay, here's the development checklist. It is that long. It is very long. I would say I'm doing like things all over the place here. Let me go dark mode, sorry, everybody. Branchy standard, this exists. This technically exists, but it's always changing. So I wouldn't say that it's done. So it's like half done. Global conditions, data structure, half done. Gate state, snapshot, not done. Concrete example, GDScript file. Half done. Again, it's just like in progress. Graph editor, you can create this. It doesn't serialize yet. This is nice to do. This is in progress. This is in progress. All these things that I've checked are in progress. Gate system not done. Condition editor not started. Panels, actually this has been started. That has not been started. User facing conditional set, this is not, it's not fully implemented, it's a little bit. It's getting there. I'm trying to do the API documentation along the way. Yeah, that's stretch goal stuff. So yeah, so I would say whatever the percentage of this number is divided by half. These number of checks to offs goes. So it's a bit of a work in progress, I would say. But I'm hoping that it'll sort of like snowball, you know, like as I get more features, as I lay more foundation and I have more of the like infrastructure in place, it'll be easier to create new features. Because I'm working on the conversation editor first, the conditional editor. So if you say, has the player collected all the coins in level 7, right? If that's true, then, you know, you would set a condition so that when you talk to the banker, they're like, wow, you're really rich because you collected all the coins in level 7, right? So that editor is actually going to look kind of similar to this list and kind of similar to this graph editor. So in that sense, I'm also, when I'm working on this conversation editor, I'm kind of working on this editor too. There'll be little differences, but anyway. All right, so inside of that dictionary, we're gonna want a delimiter. So what do I want that delimiter to look like? Well, it's already gonna put, well, think about what's gonna look like that at first. Like this. That's what it's going to start out as. So if I were to put node, we need to know which node number it is, though. It depends. Well, really, it's just going to add multiple. I don't even think I need a delimiter there. I don't think I actually need a delimiter here, because we already have this keyval creator. This is also what I mean, is by having this infrastructure, we're kind of good to go. So what this does is this allows the insertion of stuff in a dictionary. So for example, when I create those new nodes and it knows to add node 1, 2, 3, 4 in that list, it knows to do that because of that key val creator, which creates keys and values. And there's already a way for it to do that with dictionaries specifically. So all I have to do is I have to say, okay, take this node data dictionary and insert it into that place. The only thing is, how do we tell it where it goes again? Probably a placeholder, which you might need a delimiter for. Line type, script path, declaration, string to add. Okay, let me remind myself how it checks. Replace text in file, script path, old line, new line. If it contains the declaration. Oh yeah, so that's actually a little simpler because what that looks for is enum nodes. So I literally tell it, here, if I go searching for enum nodes, we tell this, hey, that is what you're going to go find. Look for that, and then find the dictionary that is attached to that. How am I going to say, find this dictionary? I mean, why not? Why not? Why not just put this? Why not just do that? It's going to be the same no matter what. In every conversation, that's going to be the same. So you just do that. Actually, this isn't that bad. Nice, so I can still use that key val creator. Hell yeah. And then it will be able to find these, because we already have the dictionary finding set up. It'll find each of those, and it will make sure it puts new things in there. So we can use the key val creator for that. I feel like I should be writing this down. I don't know, it's just getting complicated. Use key val creator to find this. Okay, we'll just do that much for now. Just for now. Okay. And then inside of there, it will put at first, right? We're only going to be inserting one bit of data at first. Wait, so that's got that, comma, that's got that. This is inside of there. You don't like that? You don't like what I typed? You don't think what I... Oh, because there's two. It's confusing. Okay. So the first thing that it will insert, the key val creator, would be this. This. That's what it'll put in there, right there. But it will be like a template. So this template that we already have. So I'm going to type that as well. Use key val creator to find that. It will insert the node data template. As a key value pair, this being the key, that being the val. So then what it comes down to is when we need to fill out the data in here. That's where we need the delimiters. But guess what? That's already baked in here. Because remember, whenever this actually gets translated correct, it's going to look like this. So this is what that will actually be. Node/dialog, node/dialog. Now here's one problem with that, right? The problem is, if there's 100 nodes in a conversation, then that means there's going to be hundreds more of node/dialog. So that delimiter becomes meaningless because it's in multiple places. So this delimiter is going to have to get expanded itself. So for each node, let's say it's node 1, it's going to need its own unique delimiter. Damn. All right. I can do that. I can do that. Oh, thanks, Lark. Honestly, Lark, if I wasn't streaming, I would still be doing it because I got the ADHD. I got it for real. Like, I'm not saying people don't have it for, I mean, some people don't have it for real, but I mean, like, the reason why I said for real, let me just, because I was gonna say I have it real bad, but I don't like to think of it as bad, but I have it real bad. And so for me, if I try to keep it in my head and think what I'm doing, it's just a mess. But if I vocalize it, it like creates like a track for me to follow and I can concentrate better. So it just kind of like works out. Hello, Ray. I fixed it. We got skin tone emojis. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing good. Told you it was on my to-do list. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's the best idea I had. I don't know. It's a little wacky, but here we are. So yeah, so I'm gonna need to find a way to tell it where it replaces it. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna create. So this would have to happen before it goes into the template. So we're like gonna say, okay, take the template data, hold it out here, you know, in wherever this is, in this universe over here, okay? Hold it there. And then find whatever we're gonna put here, number, I don't know. Find that number placeholder and replace that with the node number. And then once you've done that, now you can put it into the template. So it has to grab the template data, hold on to it in a variable, modify it, and then put it in there in that order. Oh, the heart one doesn't come through. Now that's not even, I don't even think that's my fault. That's like streamer bot. Maybe it's my computer. Maybe I need like a better emoji set. I see you did the hearts. I don't know why that didn't show up. All right, we still got some more debugging. Hey, thank you for testing it. I don't know what that's about. You vocalized yourself too when coding? It's adding another memory node to use. Ooh, I like that. A memory node. We got some nerds in here. I like y'all. I like y'all. Node number. I don't know if I like number. It's okay. I mean, I doubt I'll reuse it. Node. I mean, it could be a symbol. It could be a caret. It could be whatever I want. I don't know. I kind of want something simple. Yeah, but what if it's like clearer? Like, what does this mean? I don't know. I want it to mean something. And I'd like you to be able to look at it. So maybe we'll say number. It's always going to be a number. You know, that's what it's going to be. And I could even save myself a little trouble, and we could do underscore. So that way we literally just pass in the number. The underscore is already there waiting for it. That's how the node encodification works. So I say we lean into it. We don't name the nodes. That would be horrific. And that's something to think about, right? It's like, if I set this up this way, we're never going to have the feature where you can name the nodes. Because there's no way I'm going back and changing that. And I think it's fine. Because the dialogue, that's how you can identify it. All right, so let's make sure those are in the template. This node underscore number placeholder that we're going to go search for. I think that would be good. So we got to add that into all of these. So, yeah, it's just a little bit of typing. It's okay. Actually, we'll see if we can. If we just get node slash, we should be able to replace it in every spot easily. Then I'll just say node slash. Oops. Node underscore number slash. Bam. Okay. Okay, let me write this down. Use keyvalue creator to find branchie convo content node data. It will insert the node data template. Okay, that's actually not quite yet. The first thing we need to do, capture current state of, I guess we do have to find that. Hey, Lark! Let's go! Thank you for the sub! Hey! That means you're gonna get access to the Monday member streams, whether you're on YouTube or you're supporting on Patreon or Twitch with subs, YouTube membership, paid patronage, respectively. You get access to that Monday stream. It's just like this. It's long, bunch of coding, game dev. Not just coding. Sometimes we do other stuff, but it's always game dev. The difference is there's no focus mode. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And the Kirby, obviously. Kirby's the real star. Capture current state of... Well, you still have to find this. So you still want to find that. We capture the current state of its contents. Replace... Hey, Rufio! Yeah, they're chill. They're a totally different vibe. They're a different vibe, for real. Replace... Node. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, Rufio. Shout out to Hello, it's Rufio. Very, very, like, chill, communicative, hangout, social environment. Lark is probably going to be there. Definitely recommend you hang out with Rufio. And Rufio has a YouTube, too. I feel like I would like to add that to the shout-out. I just would like to. So the peeps on YouTube can also know what's up. Oh, you have 2 different YouTube channels. Whoa. Wow. Okay, it looks like I see the one. This is the one, the archive. That's the one. This is the one. There it is. Very nice. Namaste. How you doing? How you day? Well, that kind of rhymed. I liked that. Am I sure to do the YouTube? Honestly, these days, nobody is. Replace node number. Specifically, replace number with the node's value. Yeah, because YouTube's always changing how it works, so it's hard to know. Use keymap creator to find branchy convo content node data. By the way, if it seems like I'm ignoring you, I do want you to know that I probably am. Because we are technically in focus mode, but then when y'all ask about the code, I'm like, that's related. So, you know, I tend to talk about that. But if you do want to know, cloud cozy captions. Cloud closed captions. Cloud closed captions. That was hard to say. Cloud cozy captions. No. Okay, capture current state of its contents. Replace number with the node's value. It will insert the node data. Well, that's not quite right either. We need to fetch the node data template. Replace number with the node's value. Of course. Use keyval creator to find branchy convo content node data in the target script, obviously. That's already going to be, this is going to be easy because that's built in. This is more, we're just like letting you know. But this isn't a new thing I have to make. I might not even have to make a new thing for that. Then we capture the current state of its contents. Replace the, or not even replace, we would say add. We don't even need to do that. We just need to say find, no, you don't even say that. Add the fetched template into the node data dictionary. The branch be saved to a file, like, do you need to serialize to deserialize? Yeah, so in terms of like showing it like on the front end, it's going to parse. So it's gonna serialize, you know, all of the dialogue that you write. It'll serialize it. And then when you load a conversation, it's going to look at that GDScript file and it's going to reconstruct. I haven't started the reconstruction stuff yet. Because first I want to get it serialized before I know what I'm going to be parsing. I'm kind of the only thing that I'm parsing right now, Lark has a curious mind. Okay, so if I create this new conversation, the only thing that it's checking right now is if I switch, you see how it changes the title? It's actually parsing that script in order to find the title to change it here. That's my first parse so far. But in theory, it would parse everything, where the nodes are placed, what is typed in here, all of that. And then it would rebuild it immediately. And then if the user wants to access stuff, they're going to use the API. Again, these vague maybe examples to get that information. So if it gives, so let's say, you know, you get a branch. Here's like the different types of branches. Like, can a user, can the player even say, you know, I stole the ship at the spaceport? Well, they can't because they didn't. Or what percentage chance do they have to intimidate the NPC? And so you'll ask the API for that stuff that you set up on here, and then it will give you that to code. Yeah. Rufio just asked about that. Okay. Oh yeah, we were typing over here. That's it. I mean, that's it. Add the fetch template into the node dictionary, and then update it. That's it. That's pretty much it. So then I think this is what needs to happen. Okay, 20 minutes. What can I get started on? Fetch the node data template. We have I feel like the node data template is what it's supposed to be at this point, right? Because we have the node number. We have all of the node content types. Yeah. Okay. Replace number with the node's value. So here's where we do that right here. So this is how we use update script, the script updater. This is all back-end stuff. We need to know where the conversation is. We need to know what kind of template. At first, it will be a convo, because the first thing that it's going to look for is this right here. It's going to look for node data, which is a convo thing. So it's not even quite that. It's not even quite accurate. What it's actually going to be looking for is this delimiter. So we do want to make sure we pass in. I'm going to start typing it. Let me just type it. You know what? I'm just going to type it right next to this, even though it doesn't make sense. Branchy, GDScript updater, not creator. Very different. Update script, whatever the UID is going to be. And then instead of, well, actually we don't have to change that at all. That would just literally be convo as well. What would be next? UID key. But doesn't that want the convo key? Oh, yeah. So that would just be like the word. So in this case, it would be data. Ideally, we would get that from somewhere. Node data. Would that be node data? I think that's what that would be. Yeah, we need the node data part. So we could just get that from convo content. So branchy template, the actual template, convo content dot node data. And then we're actually going to do find key, just so I can get, and that I'll put this in a different way, but I just want to type it out so I have it. Template, convo content, node data. And then finally, the last thing that it will need is set to, right, what are we setting it to? The thing that we're putting in there. The thing that we're putting in there would be the template that we fetch? Right? Isn't that what we're putting in there? I think so. So we'd have to get the template. That would be from branchy template data. From there, we say get data template. Let me get out the way a little bit there. Get data template. Branchy template data. type it correctly. It prefers, typically. Where do we get that from? Data, branch sheet. Where do we get the template? Templates? Oh, maybe we do IC template. So that would be template scripts. It's a little, it is what it is. Templates, node. There we go. Okay, so that's what we would give to it right there. Except it wouldn't be that. So where does this get called? This gets called whenever a new node is created. We need to fill out that node data. So at the exact same moment, let me cut this. I'm gonna actually paste it so I don't lose it. At the exact same moment that this happens. So what's the current? Let's make a new one. Let's just make a new one. Always working on, I know I am. I know, I love dictionaries. I love dictionaries. Uinde notices dictionaries will be the conversation. Okay, so we create the new conversation, and in here, right, nodes null. At the same moment, when I press create, and now we have node 1, which adds node 1 in there. That same moment, node 2, now there's node 2. Whenever that happens, I also want it to come all the way down here, find node data, and then insert, well, the template. The template with replace. So the other thing is, here's what you don't forget. We have to replace the number. I'm not gonna worry about that at first. I feel like baby steps. Let's first just get that template put into the node data, make sure that works, and then I'll think about replacing the number in there. Just so that way it's like one thing at a time. I think that would be nice. All right, so let's actually try to put it in there. I'm gonna turn this off. Hey, what's up, Kopfa? Welcome, Kopfa. Good to see you. I'm going to delete all those conversations because we're gonna get a fresh start. Delete those files, make sure none got left behind. One did. Close, discard. All right, let's clear these errors. They don't matter. They don't matter. Now, where does this go when we create a node? So there's a couple different places where that could be. We could put this on the node itself, right? Well, it adds itself, doesn't it? Add to enum. Yeah, so it already adds itself. This is where it lines that up when I showed you node 1, node 2, node 3. When it puts it in that enum, this is where it does that. So it seems like the natural place to do it. So maybe we'll add another function in here for add it. Thank you for the hydrate cryptic. Welcome, good to see you. Cheers. I will make a new function. Just because, I don't know, it's like add to enum. And I could rename it. Maybe I'll just refactor it, make it one giant function. What the hell? Let's be messy. Serialize data, we'll say. We don't use that anywhere else, right? Just making sure I'm not breaking. I don't think so, because it's not, it was a private function. So if I did do that, that was my problem. It is pasta. It is a pasta jar. It is a pasta jar. Correct. People are just like, it's a jar. No, it is a pasta jar. And if I break one, guess what? Babe, we're having pasta tonight. You already know. It's the Classico. Yeah, I don't know. I usually go for the red sauces, but I did try Alfredo recently. It was nice. I wish... Wouldn't that be cool? Like, just like, I don't know. Like stream overlay where I could equip things and it would be like, ding, like plus. That'd be fun. Anyway. Yes, it does taste better. Yes! Just like how like soda tastes better out of glass bottles. Yes. Correct. It's the texture. It's the texture. You know? It's different. It's just different. I don't know what to say. And you get to see your water. You know, you like know what you're drinking. Okay, anyway, I'm not I'm ignoring chat, right? Okay, for at least 10 more minutes. So, at most 10 more minutes. So, right, I renamed this to serialize data. And in there, we're going to put this new function where we are updating. And this isn't even using the key value creator yet. We're not even at that stage. We're not. We do need the UID, which should be in here, like my path or active element path. Yeah, no, element is different. So this is important. Element is not the same as the script. The element is like what's open in the workspace. I'm pretty sure. So I'm actually a little shocked to realize that I don't think it even knows. That can't be right. I think I'm wrong. I think I'm lying. No, that's not true. Don't listen to me. It would be active element workspace. Okay, nope. Element is what it is. Consistent naming is tough. Okay, so actually that is what that is. Active element path. Now I don't like the way this looks. This is horrible. So we're going to fetch this in a variable. This is the variable content key, which is a string, and I'm gonna make that equal all that mess. And then we can just type in content key. See how much nicer that is? And then same thing here, where we are getting the template. Variable data template. I think that's also a string. Pretty sure. Yeah. And then data template. Okay. Great. So in theory, that should work. But wait. Are you sure? Are you sure you're putting this in the right place? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Wait. This doesn't make sense. Because it's supposed to be a dictionary inside of that dictionary. That's not what's happening here. This is wrong. This is wrong. I mean, it doesn't have to be wrong. It just happens to be wrong. Because I was supposed to use the key value creator and get this so we can add them in. That's kind of what you actually wanted to do. The reason why I am concerned about that is unfounded. Let's circle back to this. I know I'm gonna need this, but I'm not ready to need it yet. I'm gonna actually do it this way for right now. Okay? Bear with myself here. So let's bring that back. What is this one? This one's the line type. In this case, it is going to be a dictionary. Still want the active element path. The declaration. This is very important. Let me make a constant up here. For constant branchy convo data, node data. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, and then we want to put that in there. Do we need the colon? Where do we do, when we do dictionary, do we normally add the colon in there? I don't remember. So I'm gonna look the last place I used this, which is somewhere, right? Yes. Convo creator. Dictionary declaration. Yeah, because we got the equals and a space. We're putting the space in there too. I should probably document that. Probably be really helpful. Declaration include the colon / equals and or spaces at the end. Might be nice for me to have in the future. Could appreciate that. Okay, so we want the space, which I assume there will be. But there isn't. You don't need that. Well, I don't know. Let me go look at the template data. It's confusing. That would be... Oh, I haven't even added in... Oh my gosh, I didn't even put it in the template. Could you imagine? Node data. Very important. It wouldn't find it. We'd have errors galore. So there's no space there. But look, Lise, you gotta have this. You gotta do that. You gotta do the delimiter. Wow. Wow. So, in fact, you kind of want the new line in there as well. Don't worry about the new line. No one cares. Okay, so do this. That's technically what it needs. It's chaos, but it's true. Will it need the new line? I think it might need the new line. Hey, what's up? Fame, good or bad? Yes, that is a poll on YouTube right now. I'll tell you about that in 4 minutes. What do you think? Okay. Branchy combo content, no data. We'll see. This is iffy, but we'll see. But in theory, that's what it's looking for before it finds the dictionary bracket and it inserts the data in there. In theory. We will see what happens. So instead of node enum, we're doing node data. And then after that, what does it want? After that, it wants string to add, and that is our data template. Okay. Well, this will be interesting. Avast! Do I know what Avast means? I know when I was like 11 years old, I installed an antivirus that was a virus itself called Avast. I am not trying to defame you, Avast. I have no idea if you were a virus. But in my adulthood, I would never do that again. Welcome, old Gimpy. Do I go back to the coding after you break? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Hey, welcome, Spado! Thank you for the follow. Alright, so let's see what this does. It's probably wrong, but we're gonna find out. First, let me make sure I've cleaned everything up. I have. Alright, new conversation. Spade-O followed. Add that as the conversation. Let's open it up and let's just go ahead and take a look and see what it has created so far. If everything's right, we should have a node data at the bottom, and we do. It shouldn't really be 0. Ooh, that was a mistake. Okay, hold on. That's not supposed to be 0. That needs to be, it very importantly, needs to be a blank dictionary, because that key val creator is looking for dictionary brackets. That is essential. So we're going to delete that. And then we're going to close this. Oh, hit the like button, YouTube. I completely forgot to say that recently. Hyper smash that thumbs up, by the way. Thank you, YouTube. Appreciate you for that. Okay, so real quick, go to template data and make sure that is not a 0, but it mandatorily needs to be brackets. Okay, try again. Activate this. Sapian remembers Avast. Create it, check it out, convo, and there it is. Okay, good. Now the moment of truth. Create a node. Will there be errors? Will there not? Okay, no errors. Will it have created the node data dictionary inside of that file? It did not. It did not. Where did it put it somewhere? Well, it had to do something. It couldn't have done nothing. It just silently failed. How did that happen? Because we know it added one node in there. That's what this does. So it definitely ran this function. But it got here and it silently failed. Hate a silent failure. Let's see if it returns something. So this actually returns an integer. We'll do that when we get back. Do I return something to do? Alright, you know what? Hey, there's no errors. No visible errors. Arguably invisible ones are worse. But that's alright. You know what? That's alright. I need a break. I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna be like, duh, no dip. Obviously, I just needed to do that one little thing. You'll see. Alright. Hangout time. Hangout time, baby. Woof. That was intense. That was intense. I literally blew my own mind. Okay. Where did I last leave off? Oh yeah, I feel like when Dark Cookie said goodbye, we were talking about arrays. Oh, let me tell you about the fame thing. Okay, so on YouTube, I set up a poll. I set up a poll about whether fame is good or bad. So far, we have 83% out of 6 votes say that fame is good. Wow. I'm actually kind of surprised about that. Now, why did I ask that question? I asked that question because the next Game Like Jam game has been decided. It has been decided! And the first clue for the next Game Like Jam is that it is the most famous Game Like Jam game we have done yet. Unequivocally, there is no argument. It's not even close. So, if you want to find out what that jam theme is before anyone else, go hit that join button. Link is in the chat right there. Join up and you will find out what is so great about it. And I'll be dropping hints leading up to the jam. But I know what it's gonna be. I got it figured out. Like, for example, the past ones that we've done were Frogger, Bloons, Puyo Puyo, Ski Free, Granny, Tamagotchi, Rogue, Wolfenstein, Pac-Man. None of these are as famous as the next Game Like Jam game. See you later, Limity. Thank you for dropping in and dropping your people off here. Welcome. Hello, Valerie. Good to see you. Was the Limity doing IRL again today? The Toronto thing you were at looks so cool. Thank you for bringing your people here. Appreciate you, Elimity. Elimity, by the way, is on YouTube as well. Y'all should definitely check her out there. I learned it was not at Elimity. I found that out the other day. That was incorrect. So we're not going to go there. That was somebody else. And that was awkward. And that was very, very awkward. This is you. We're just doing some game dev today. I love that. Making Streamer University game. Nice. Love that. What does that mean? It sounds cool. I love it. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Alright, but there's Elimity's channel. Elimity, is it underscore? See, you gotta do the underscore. I do the same thing on Twitch. You just add the underscore. That's what you do. Thanks for following. Better late than never. Appreciate you. Alright, there she is on YouTube. Go check her out. She's got shorts galore. Shorts galore! You could literally just like hit play and just like be entertained. Just like hang out and be entertained. Like, don't you want that? Alright, anyway. That's what the fame question is about. If you're wondering. So yeah, I actually just started my break, which was the same time you rated Wednesday. So I'll be back to coding soon. Add an underscore after everything you say just to be safe, underscore. Oh man. Why not? You never know. You don't want to do accidental repeats. Underscores in your name means you're cooler. Yes, right. So Lark is double cool. Dang. Wow. Hey, what's up, Chewy? Welcome. Elimity was making a game, and it's gonna get people to play it in real life a bit. Whoa. Oh, like put it like at like a station somewhere. Like you can go and like sit down and check it out. Love that, like at an expo. I feel like video games in real life need to overlap more. You know? Like art installations, interactive experiences. That's game dev. She's gonna go hunt down people. Hey, you, play this game. Here you go. Here, play it. It's good. Dev on the street. Got like a microphone and like a laptop. What do you think of this game? I mean, there might be something there. I'm not saying there isn't. Really? Like what's that guy Ari on the street, where he goes and he like makes beats with people. He's got like a keyboard and he like produces songs live with people on the street. Like, just do that, but for game dev. Pokemon Go to the Hunted Mines. Exactly. Message from Ellie. Elimity would love to stay, but it's prepping an IRL segment and feels bad she can't say. It's okay. Raid and runs are important and necessary. Dude, Ari is amazing, Cryptic. Ari is so good. Who's Harry Mack? Heard. Okay. Alright. Type into a browser. Oh yeah, I see, we're street rapping. Drive-by freestyles. I love that. And it's like, it's not like mean things. It's not going out in public and bullying people, you know? It's like creating beautiful stuff. Okay, just make sure I didn't miss too much. Let me know if I do skip something. Zayden created a Wikipedia article for some games and you set some of the scores for the FIFA World Cup. That's like you're kind of famous for doing that, if you think about it. 5 words of people in the street and then make a rap with all those words. Oh, that's fun! It's so like, it's kind of like improv, isn't it? Like where you ask the audience for like a prompt. The name of the thing? Yeah, I did name it you. I did. I've been naming y'all the conversations in my project. I'm working on a plugin that is for branching dialogue, like RPG games, right now, but I'm taking a break. We talked about that. I actually really just did not ignore chat that well because you guys were talking about code. So that makes it okay. Yeah, we pretty much already read all those. Love that. You don't think your captions work? Yeah, I found this one. It's good, but I wish it worked on YouTube really, really badly. But it's apparently quite difficult to get live captions to work on YouTube. It's quite easy on Twitch, but it's more difficult on YouTube, sadly. I guess I could like always put them on the screen, but like, you know, I don't know if I like that. Some people do. I really like, I saw a streamer who had like, it was like Animal Crossing style. Like they were like an NPC saying dialogue and the captions were appearing, which was like really cool. I really liked that a lot. Dictionary can be useful when you don't need to sequentially walk through the whole set. Oh yeah, someone was asking about that. I did my best to answer, but that's a really good answer. Someone was asking why use a dictionary instead of an array. Wow, that makes sense, right? Because an array is like, you know, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Whereas in a dictionary, you can say something, numbers, something else, other stuff. You're not necessarily trying to go through one by one. You want to say, well, I don't want something first. I want something else first. And it's not necessarily the last thing, especially if there's a bunch of things, bunch of other thing, whatever. You can ask for whichever one specifically you want. That's such a good explanation. Oh, that's a really good way to put it. Thank you, Aunt Jack. Dictionary access is a free operation since keys are hashed. Wow. I love that. Let's go. Right, I guess as opposed to like creating your own way of accessing that stuff. The book has its pages numbered. Really good explanation. Thank you guys. Unique key types instead of just integers. Yes, requiring every sequential integer. I love it. I'm addicted. And then I like using enums to access keys in dictionaries, which enums in Godot are basically dictionaries. So I'm using a dictionary to access a dictionary. And often there are dictionaries inside of that dictionary. So I heard you like dictionaries. Access to keys and remake, you can iterate. Yeah, you can iterate as well. You can still use it for sequential iteration. It can do both, which is pretty cool. I'm doing good, Kotfa. I'm doing really good. I'm doing my favorite thing, coding, hanging out. The water does taste better. For me, it's like textural. Like, I don't know, plastic. It's just like very, I just don't like the way it feels. And then metal is also kind of weird. It's like metallic. I don't like it. But the glass is just like, it feels so pure. It feels so safe. I also like that it has like, it says like 16 ounces on it. So I'm like measuring at the same time. Exactly. It's just like soda. It's just like glass bottles for soda. Exactly. You know, I don't love the metal lid. They make like silicone lids. I should get like a silicone lid. And it'd be nice if it was like attached on here. So if I took it off, that would level this up by a considerable amount. The only thing is, you know, it's not very good for taking in public, right? Because people are gonna look at you really weird, and it's just not very portable. A cork lid. So it's not good for public, but you know, I'm a game developer, okay? I don't go out in public. Wait, actually, Alimity, that's kind of what makes Alimity so powerful. Oh yeah, she's coming. That's what makes Alimity so powerful, is that she does go out in public. She's unstoppable. Okay, wait, let me move the camera. She goes where none of us will go. Oh, she smells something. She smells something. I see her mouth hanging open. That's how you know she smells something stanky. When she hangs her mouth open a little. Oh, she's coming. She's coming. And she's coming. And she's gone. Well, we had her for a moment. Yeah, she's fully gone. She has decided this was not for her today. Tastes better because of the residual sauce. Oh, I don't know if I'm on board with that. Co-funding a studio this year with a friend. We need to go to events and stuff for networking. I mean, I think it'd be cool to try that one day. I do. Networking in person. One day. It's kind of exciting. I love that. You said you're co-founding a studio and you're going out and networking. That's like, wait, you're doing like serious business. Try it before judging. That's fair. I mean, I like water. I like pasta sauce. Why not combine them? Just like sparkling pasta sauce. Do you get tired after so much coding, like brain tired? Yeah, I do. I think I've ignored it a lot. I'm getting better at not ignoring it. Like I've gone 12 plus hours coding. Oh yeah, drop a link. But really that's just hyper focus. You know, it's not, you know, people are just like, how do you possibly stream so long? And it's like, well, because of developmental disability, that's why. But, you know, I'm trying to get a lot better about that. And you know what helps are these breaks. I spend 30 minutes not coding, and then when it's like time to go back, I'm like, oh man, wait, I don't know if I can do this. But if I just kept going, I wouldn't have that check-in. So I think the check-ins help a lot. Cam, welcome back. How you doing, friend? Hope you're doing well. Yes, I do get brain tired. So I definitely try to do as much as I can as soon as possible. You remember Avast? I don't know. I'm not trying to defame Avast. I just know that I have like a what you call it? A bookmark? An algorithm. I have an algorithmic node in my brain that says, don't download antivirus software. It's not good for you. Although I do use malware bytes sometimes, so maybe I don't. Maybe I don't really follow it. It would scream at the top of their electronic lungs. The virus database has been updated. Yeah, I mean they're just trying to like promo, you know. That sounds correct. Use it at work. No. Oh no. What do I think about Epic Games getting rid of / deprecating Unreal's blueprints? I think it makes perfect sense. I've seen some takes of people being like, this is so dumb. Why would they do that? So many devs use Unreal just because of the blueprints. Okay. First of all, indie devs are not the target audience for Unreal Engine. Absolutely not at all. The target audience for Unreal Engine are people who make a lot of money. Hey, what's up, Henry? Welcome. Like we're talking like giant. Hey, Kim, let's go. Thank you for the membership. I will see you in the Monday streams. Let's go. Appreciate you. It's mostly gigantic studios who make money. Only one who thinks it's a dumb decision? I don't think it's a dumb decision. I think it sucks, right? Because indie devs deserve to have access to tools that are good for them. But they're not, Unreal isn't making any money off of us. You know? They're just not. And you know what costs money? Is maintaining the most robust visual scripting language ever made. And then they're trying to implement verse, right? This whole other language into the engine. It just becomes so complicated to maintain a visual scripting language alongside these other coding languages. So I get why they would do that, because it doesn't make good business sense for them to continue doing it. But I think it sucks. I mean, Blueprints is really accessible. It's super powerful. And at the end of the day, can't you still use Unreal Engine 5? Like, what are you losing? You know, I'm kind of biased against Unreal Engine because I think it's just like overpowered for what indie devs tend to want to do. And so it's like, oh great, I'm gonna be able to make the most high-tech, realistic-looking, meta-human universe. I don't know, to me, I don't care. I don't care to do that. Unreal Engine 5 already does a lot. I don't know, maybe Unreal Engine 5 won't like work well or something. But I would like to think in theory you could still use it and still have access to blueprints. Yeah, Unreal Engine 5 has blueprints, which is like a visual scripting language. And then with their release of Unreal Editor Fortnite, they've started to introduce this like new language, verse, which is like simpler, and I think people like it. And then that's going to be in the next Unreal Engine as like a primary language or something like that. So that's what I think. I'm just telling you what I think. I get thinking it's dumb because there are so many of us who use it. I just am looking at the reality that to them we don't really matter. Would you rather dictionaries or classes for objects? I think it depends. Situational. I don't know what it depends on. That's a hard question. That's like big brain. I ain't no Soding. I ain't no Primogen. I don't know. I'm just me. I don't know. I use whatever makes sense to me at the moment. For objects, I mean, to me, I use a class when I need to, I don't know, just like when it makes sense. I don't know, ask me when I'm making a class and I could be making a dictionary and I'll tell you why. Hey Toman, welcome back. Best ice cream flavor? It depends. I love those like really like artisanal ones. I had a flavor in Saugerties, New York. The flavor was like taro. No, they took like Heath bars and like a purple potato, and they made an ice cream flavor out of it. It was incredible. It was the best ice cream flavor I've ever had. I don't know if I can even find it. Taro ice cream Heath bars, Saugerties. I don't even know. I don't even know. Couldn't even find it if I wanted to. But it was amazing. But like realistic, yes, it was good. It doesn't sound good, Lark, but it was incredible. Realistically, I love cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. All day, every day. Quake. Mickey Mouse Jam. I'm not going to confirm or deny that it's a Mickey Mouse game, but we should totally do a Mickey Mouse game. Goods to grandma! Relatable. I can't tell you how many typos. I go into other streamers' chats and I'm typoing so bad. I'm like, oh god. I look so unprofessional. Whoa, you can guarantee truly unique sentences. Oh wait, cat's back. Hold on, cat's back. Wait a minute, everybody, cat's back. I think she's gonna leave though. She's on the move. Where is she going? Away. She just... I think she's playing. So she might come back. Sorry, we had a moment. We had a moment where we had to acknowledge the cat. Oh my god, she's playing ferociously. She's like knocking things over. Wish I could show you her right now. You know what I need? I need badly our Roomba. One of y'all, I think it was Fanny Slam, had the gigantic brain idea that we get a Roomba cat cam that chat can control. So we can follow the cats around with the camera. I don't know. I mean, that's... We're gonna need a lot more subs and memberships for that. You can guarantee truly unique sentences if you add random unnecessary punctuation. It has to be unique. It's like a password. She's looking for the catnip. She does love catnip. Our other cat doesn't. He gets mean and angry. And he's the sweetest cat I've ever seen in my life. He's the nicest cat. But you give him catnip and he's just like, what have you done to me? What have you done? I don't like this. Please stop. But you give it to her, she's the happiest. It would be fun, right? Sorry, that message was already sent by John Twitch Cheddar on 14th of March 2000. That would be that's kind of fun. I kind of like that concept. You have to say something nobody has ever said before. I wish there was a mode. You can do like subs only mode, emotes only mode, unique only mode. And it's like per stream. I mean, the only thing about that is you'd have to store a lot of data. I mean, it's just strings. I mean, you're kind of like tracking everyone's conversations. Maybe it's only things that have been said during unique only mode. So we're not constantly logging chat, only when it's in that mode. And then you have to say unique things. There was? Really? Wait, that's cool. Social experiment website. I think there's something there. I think we cooked. I think is what that is. Better Lake. Talked about the dictionary. Yes, yes. Dictionary/maps are also great for associating two types of data structures together. Like if you want to associate instances of class A with instances of class B. That's more for organization and readability though, not strictly necessary. You just like it yourself. Associating two types of data structures. It's big brain stuff. I feel like often I'll just kind of like do my thing and someone will be like, oh, that's this coding pattern. I'm like, totally, yeah. Right, I read programming structures book, program, whatever, I read it. Yeah, I didn't. I want to though. What's it called? Structures and something like that. It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm just kind of like doing my thing. So maybe I would like this. I have found someone was like, one of y'all, Pawn, was talking about command pattern and that you were like interested in it. And then I looked it up and I learned about it and I used it like a week later. So I think there's a lot of value in actually learning about these things because it's just like a tool in your toolbox. Just stumbling into it is not always the only way. Oh, did we ever find out what your studio is? It's okay if you don't want to say it, by the way. For objects, classes make more sense to better late than never because dictionaries can't perform any code. It's purely data. Oh, good. Oh, you're smart. Right. If I want to run functions, I mean, I can store a callable. I could construct a function. I think I could actually store a lambda in a dictionary, but I couldn't. It wouldn't be. I still have to like run a function to call that lambda. So yeah, if I'm like interfacing with things using the data, then a class makes sense. Nice. This is cool. Y'all are like making my brain bigger. Cam says, do you think the success of Godot is what led to Unreal to adopt a scripting language over visual scripting? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe. Do you think so? Unreal Engine is so uninteresting to me. I used it for a while and I streamed it and it was really fun to just do like really powerful operations. But like, I don't know, I'm just trying to like do my little indie thing, you know, like not have to deal with this behemoth of a program that is designed for AAA studios and charges money and isn't open source and is corporate as all heck. I don't know, I'm just like, I'm over it. But I know that a lot of us use it, and it is interesting to a degree when there's like stories happening, drama. But at the end of the day, I don't find it interesting enough to like ask myself those questions. But you ask them, and that makes me think about it. So I don't know. I don't know if Unreal is thinking about Godot. I don't know if Unreal cares about Godot, because Unreal has a very different niche. Even though, yes, they're all game engines. Godot isn't trying to encroach on what Unreal can do, per se. You know, Unreal you can't even do web builds. You know, Godot is like the like game jam engine at this point, besides Unity. If anything, Godot is like encroaching on Unity, you know? How many people are going from Unity to Unreal? Some. Probably a lot more people are going from Unity to Godot. And Godot is coming for Unity with the C# implementation, you know? Hey, what's up, Basil? Welcome. Thank you for supporting the channel, by the way. I appreciate you. I said this back when you joined a few months ago, but I don't think you were here at the time. I love your Keith Haring user icon. Fabulous. Fantastic. Good to see you. Y'all see this? I don't know if y'all can see it. I don't think so. But I can see it. Do I still have the featured chat? No, I don't. That's old news. It's gonna be kinda hard to see. But it's like a little Keith Haring thing. Isn't that nice? Oh, there it is. Look how lovely that is. It's fabulous. Keith Haring spotted. Thank you. Thank you. Fries flavored ice cream. Wait, that sounds good though. Unreal used to use a scripting language before it used blueprints. What is, so wait, what do you mean a scripting? I don't understand. C++ isn't a scripting language? What is a scripting? Okay, look, I'll add some extra time so we can get to the end. We can procrastinate a little. I should make like a procrastinate timer. What is the difference between a scripting language and whatever C++ is? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant. Okay, I'm ignorant. I'm not like some coding genius. I just love making games, and Godot and GDScript are the most optimal ways for me to do it. And I like a little JavaScript too, because it lets me make web stuff. Scripting language in the case of Unreal Engine is a language that is first compiled into C++ before being compiled into binary. Okay. Okay. Move their scripting to support Python. Now they're pushing their new scripting language. Y'all are smart. Scripting languages are usually really high level and quite abstracted. Right, so it's like more accessible too, like for everyday devs even. The coding genius! Interpreted. Yeah, oh, so that's why you're saying compete with Godot. Okay, now I get that. Right, because GDScript, you don't have to, there's no compile step. Got it. That I do know. That I can just be changing the code at runtime. I see. Maybe they were inspired. They might have been inspired by Godot, maybe, yeah. I do have the theme. The hint so far, I'll do more over the next week and a few days. The current hint is that this is the most famous game-like jam game we have featured yet. I wonder when I'm gonna just like accidentally say it. I feel like there's going to be a month where I just accidentally say it. I love Cat too. Yeah, we got the Godot plush. I had to put it somewhere. Because I got a green screen so you can't see my background. I was like, cat cam. She did become the cat of war. Or, oh, the boy cat? Yes, he did. He does become, she is. She just is the cat of war. In general. Okay. We gotta hurry. Favorite pattern in C++ called curiously reoccurring template pattern. That's a real thing. Everyone reinvents it while trying to get compile time polymorphism. Whoa. He said stuff about studio above those messages. Oh, damn. How did I miss that? That's incredible. We're currently working on a story-driven tactics RPG about clowns. I do the coding and implementation of all the technical stuff, and my co-founder Leo does the art and character design. Thank you for the hydrate, Frank. You would, but you haven't done any business registration for the name yet. Fair. Oh, that's reasonable. Your site is very much under construction. You can join Lisa's Discord and pop some in-depth stuff there. Hell yeah. And links when the site is presentable. Cheers, I look forward to that. That's why people climb mountains. Wow, I missed a lot of stuff. Your cats do that when they smell something stanky? Their mouth is fully agape. I imagine they're just like, they're like trying to get more in. Cats are disgusting. Animals are disgusting, says the animal. But I'm a human. I'm a civilized animal, don't you know? All right, we'll say I caught up. All right, let's get back to work for real. So we're gonna do another hour 20 of work, and then we'll hang out after that. Now it is an hour. It says 1H. It's very small. I got this from, this is like some open source thing I found. I need to change it so it makes it just the whole minutes, just write out the whole thing. But there's 1 hour and 20 minutes on there. Boop, 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 boop. And I guess before I go, remember, Game Like Jam, you should join it. You'll find out what the theme is early. Currently, the clue is that it's the most famous one yet. All right, here we go. So what am I working on? So I am trying to make my plug-in that I'm working on, which is a plugin for branching narrative games. And it's a tool where you come in here and you will create these like nodes and these conversations. Hi, I'm so and so, and then, you know, whatever, it'll branch and you can create multiple nodes and all that stuff. The big idea is that it serializes everything that you do into a GDScript format, and then it creates an API. So you can ask for the dialogue and put it into your own dialogue box setup that you have in your game. So what I'm working on today is serializing specifically the dialogue. And the way I'm going to serialize the dialogue is by capturing the node data at the moment that the node gets created. So currently that does already kind of happen. So let's create a new conversation. What was the last thing someone said? Frank is goated. Okay, so I'm going to create that conversation, and if we go to the file list, you'll see we have created the conversation Frank is goated. So it created a GDScript file based on that conversation. Now, in the data here, you can see it creates a machine version of the name, and then the name as I typed it, so that way we can use it. For example, here's an example of the parsing. If I switch tabs, it's actually parsing what is in that file and putting it up there. So further in here, what I want to add in is more node data. But we can get some right here so you can see what I'm talking about. So this says nodes null. There are none in there yet. So let's add some. If I come back to the plugin and we create one node, go back to the script, you will see a node has appeared. And as I keep adding those, it will add more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8. And then go back to the script, and now there are 8. So what I wanted to do at the same time, when we create that new node, I want it to store data. Specifically, what is in here, whatever is typed in there. Hey, it goes well, Nafor. Welcome. Welcome. I'm not ignoring you. Actually, I am, if it seems like I am, but only for the next hour and 20 minutes, which is actually a long time. It's going really good. I know what I need to do, but I just need to make it work. That's probably all the time. Welcome. So, what's supposed to happen is this is supposed to get something inserted inside of it. And basically, right in here, it's supposed to put in data right there. But it's not doing that. And I don't know why it isn't doing that. So that's what I need to figure out next. I thought I told it, but we're going to need to put a little bit of debug to see why it's not listening to me. So this is supposed to have done that. I have a key val creator, and what this does is it looks for, let's say, brackets, dictionary brackets, and it will make sure it adds things in there, just like that node data up here, where it added in node 1, node 2, node 3. It uses that same function where I give it enum nodes space. So if I literally search for that, we will see... Oh, maybe it's the space enum nodes. Oh, it's not. There's not the space in there. That's interesting. That could be part of the problem. Oh, maybe it's not matching anything. So enum nodes, we have that in here as a string, and it literally tries to find that in this script, and when it finds it, then it will also find the corresponding bracket and put stuff in there. So it's supposed to be doing that down here, but now that I'm realizing it doesn't want the space and stuff, because what I tried to put in there was this whole line. Yeah, I think we're just not matching correctly. All right, that's fine. What if we do something, what if I, well, Liz, what if you just look for this? What if we just look for that? Because I kind of don't need all of this. What if we just look for that? Let's see what happens. And can I actually go back to the key val creator and see what it is exactly looking for whenever we do that? Enum convo. Yeah. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff it wants. I mean, it's literally looking for... See, now this is a lie, potentially. I thought that I was right when I said that, but now I'm not so sure. So based on whether it's an enum or a dictionary... Okay, so all this looks for is if the line that it pulls has that. Oh, but what if it's not on the same line? Ah, yes, right. That, you know, that makes perfect sense. Because it's pulling the entire line, right? That's a problem. Whereas if we're looking for the enum... Okay. I think I see potentially where the problem is. You know, if I'm giving it this, even if I give it just convo, no data, if we go back to the generated thing, what it's going to return is this line. It's going to return that line. There's nothing in it, really. Certainly not brackets that it can insert something in. So I guess what I need to do is put something here. It's gonna be tricky. Because if I comment that out, it's not gonna work. Say it's gonna get mad. And we don't want parser errors. Okay, well, could you get away with like new, but that's not a line. Ooh. That is tricky. That is a tricky one. Okay. I mean, we could look for some, we could make a different type. I could do a different type. I'm trying to avoid adding new things if I don't have to. So I could say type nested dictionary, or dictionary nested. You know? And then we could parse that in a different way. Hey, what's up, Drip? New baby version just dropped? Yeah, it can be risky to upgrade. Maybe, like, you could try it for fun, but, like, I think what often gets me is I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna upgrade, oh, it looks fine. And then, like, you know, I make 6 updates, and then I find why it's a problem. And now I have to, like, figure out how to undo those updates and merge it. So, yeah, honestly, it's a smart choice. Hey, welcome back, Better Lake. By the way, chat, if it seems like I'm ignoring you, remember, I am for the next hour and 11 minutes. But sometimes, if it's code-related, I'll be like, okay. And then I'll say something. But yeah, you missed me realizing that I'm not searching for a line correctly. So I need to actually create a different way to find where I'm inserting some data. That's just the way it's gonna be. So in here we have types dictionary. There's a couple different match statements in here. No, there's not. There's one. Okay, just kidding. So then we'll say types dot dictionary nested. In the event that it's that, the line that we return is technically the one after. So what this does is this is going to return the entire list of lines in the file. So it creates an array. If we look at this script, right here, actually, let's not zoom in. Right here, that's one entry in the array, or one index. That's part of the array. Each of those numbers, that's an index in the array. So it just returns a giant array with each line in the script. And whenever we get to that certain part, so I could give it, you know, this line to find, and then I kind of want to say, can you find the next one, the one after it? That's the one that I want. It's a little wacky, but it might just work. It might just work. I'm definitely ignoring that message. You're starting it that way. This is why we implemented focus mode for the backseaters. Evil backseaters. Hey, it's a cat. The cat has come to calm my nerves. Oh, what a sweet boy. Oh, what a sweet boy. Yes, I must block out. I must block out chat for the next long time. Types dictionary nested. Now, if it finds the line that the declaration that I'm giving it, we don't just want the one that contains it, right? So if it's a match, so it's iterating through each one. That's not returning something yet. Oh, the cat's hanging out with us too. Hold on. We do have to deal with this. It's a little overexposed. I don't know what happened. Sometimes it is overexposed. Like fundamentally. Which is fine for him, but then when the other cat comes, it's like too dark. He hath joined. Okay. So this is just matching if we have found the right one. So that's fine. So actually we can even say, we could even continue this match. Maybe we could do an extra Boolean variable return next line or skip a line or something. And that'll be a Boolean. So we'll just do a comma, whether it's dictionary or dictionary nested. Do the same thing, except what we're gonna say. Oh, actually, no, I'm not gonna say that. We'll do the same thing. But skip a line becomes true. Normally skip a line is false, we'll say. Then, if it's a match, the matched line is not just going to equal the script line. If it's a match, if skip a line else, that is going to be the normal case. Else, it'll just make it what it returns. But if it's skip a line, we want matched line to equal, and these should be numbers, right? They're strings. How do you get the next one? I'd have to say like iterate again. Well, it is an index, right? Even though we're currently we're iterating as a string. Oh God, I don't even know how to do that. So that would kind of mean I need to be checking each index also. But this is returning an array. Just because you're typing, it's a pack string array. Oh. So I could refactor this a little bit to, instead of pulling the string directly, we could just look for the index. I don't love it, but that's okay. All right. So let's just say for I, that is to say index, which is not going to be a string anymore. For I in, we're going to make this a variable now at this point. All lines, which will be a packed string array. And I'm going to make that equal this. And we'll say for I in all lines size. So that way we're iterating through each number. We're going to need to check for this line. Let me just pass this real quick. So that way we get correct error checking. Let me close that. Oh, the cat. Yeah, okay, you can come back. So we need to create script line now. So let's do it here. Variable script line string. So when we match it, if the type is an enum, then I will need to update script line to, I don't like that. I feel like you should just do that right here, girl. Come on now, you know that. Script line, all lines, and return I. So we're looking for what we're currently iterating through in all lines. Okay. I'm gonna space that out a little bit. Then we're gonna see if it's a match or not. We'll skip a line, probably not, but sometimes we will. Then we're gonna check the line type. We have a script line, we have everything. We got it. Okay, so here's the difference. If we're supposed to skip a line, then I am going to say, I suppose first we're gonna update script line to all lines I plus 1. And we don't even need an else, because either way we'll want matched line to be script line. Hey, what's up, Zai? Welcome. That song is from one of the games of the last jam? The ones playing? I mean, these are YouTube audio library licensed songs, which are technically only licensed for use in YouTube videos and streams, but it's kind of vague, so technically you could use it in something else and probably be okay. So using it in one of the jam games is actually good, because then I won't be like, I can't play your game unmuted because it's gonna get me in trouble, because it won't get me in trouble. Good ear. Welcome. If it's match, and if we're skipping a line, update the script line, do that. Okay, so is that like it? Yes. So now that I've updated that, we're gonna need to confirm that I didn't break everything, but let's assume I didn't. And I'm gonna have it, I'm gonna say branchy convo data node, can we say like node data delimiter or something like that? And we should just be able to say that. That's what's going to precede that line that we're trying to get. Just gonna make sure, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Types, dictionary, we used that here. And when we gave it a new dictionary declaration, we did put like the space and stuff. So what that would immediately be looking for is that bracket. So it should be a bracket. It should be okay. Should be okay. We'll find out. So instead of branching node data, it is now node data delimiter, which, by the way, I just noticed I didn't do my underscore pattern. I like my public private. I completely forgot about it for this one. Input types, I probably want that to be public. This one is technically not public. None of these should be public. So let me fix that. I forget very often. So when I catch it, I just fix it. Okay. Alright. So in theory, we'll see. I probably should return something just to check. So just to be on the safe side, variable what created. Thank you for following Tail Spiral. And we'll just say that that equals what this returns. Print created a keyval apparently with the index what created. We'll see. We'll see about that. Just so there's a little debug. So what it should be doing is looking for the not a dictionary. Hold up. Nested. Looking for a nested dictionary line type. The script path is that. The delimiter is our pre-arrow pointing no data thing. And then the data that we want to insert in there is the data template, which is going to need to be modified itself. So again, our delimiter is this. All right, let's see what happens. I'm going to turn off the plugin. I'm going to close the generated files. Let's delete the whole dictionary. Thank you for finding me out. You played Yokai Maze, super cool stuff. You want to make something like that now? Yeah, look, Yokai Maze was the winning entry, the overall winning entry in our Wolfenstein-like jam that we did a couple months ago. Super, super incredible game, honestly. It was, like, very good. The overall winners are always just stunning in the jam. Like actually unbelievable somehow. It's just like, how did you do that? How did you actually, but really, like, how did you make that? It's the Wolfenstein-like jam. This is Yokai Maze. It is technically the overall winner of the jam, was this one. Super, super cool game. And definitely Wolfenstein-like. Appreciate you coming through, Tail Spiral. If it seems like I'm ignoring you over the next hour, it's because I probably am, just so you know. But after that, I'm taking a break. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let me clear out these errors because we don't care about them. Alright, no errors so far. The plugin has been activated. Let's create a new conversation. Drip says Ayo. Okay. Create the conversation. Let's check it out. Make sure it's good so far. So there's our drip says Ayo GD script. Open it up. Come down here. All right, we have node data. Now we create a node and we see what goes in here. If anything, hopefully something. Oh, we got an error. I'm actually glad we got an error because that means something happened. Okay, let's see what happened. Parse error, expected closing. Oh, this is good news. This might be good. Okay, so it definitely tried to do something. Let's see what it tried to do. Nice. All right. So it did find this. It added a comma. It seems to have completely pulverized the brackets. It just overwrote. Is there not bracket inserting code in there? Oh, there's the brackets. Okay. So it put the data in, that's good, or the template, but it put it before the line that I wanted. It didn't put it in between here, which is where I wanted it. All right, okay, all right, Why? Why you do that? Okay, so the dictionary thing already works. So where does the dictionary thing work, by the way? Let me just make sure I'm understanding everything correctly. So this is where we use the same pattern elsewhere. That's here. This is when we create a conversation in general. So it calls the keyval creator. It asks, it says, hey, I'm a dictionary. It passes the path, or I'm going into a dictionary. It uses the declaration, which is formatted a little differently, but we're creating our own format for this one. And then it passes in the string. What does the string look like? Convo dot new convo key colon I don't see a bracket in there. So it definitely seems to be going inside of the brackets. And we can confirm that if we go to the API that got generated. So whenever we don't just generate those conversations, when we create something new, it goes into the API as well. So here's the API that gets generated. And if we look at convo data, there you go. So that we just looked at, that goes right here. So the dictionary normally looks like this. This is what it looks like. It just has convo null in it. When that function runs, it automatically inserts drips as AO in there, and it puts all that. So this should be the same thing. And I think what it should be looking for is the end bracket. It's looking for the last bracket, and it puts it right before that, is what it's supposed to be doing. Now, obviously, there's a big difference. This is all on the same line. We're kind of doing it a little wacky, where I'm like, can you find it on the next line? So I think I see potentially the problem. I think it's probably, actually it makes perfect sense. I completely see what's happening now. Because it's assuming, if it's set up like this, and I give it this as the delimiter, then it's going to insert it all right there, which is outside of those. So what I need to do is I need to say, if it's a nested dictionary, could you please put it on the next line? Probably a better way I could word this than nested dictionary, like next line, like dictionary next line would probably be a better way to word it, but you know, we're just doing our best along the way. Okay, let's turn off the plugin and close the generated files and delete what was generated. Clear the output and let's fix it. So going back to the keyval creator, we need to do one more special check, and that special check will be for what happens after we fetch the matching line. Fetching it, updating the fetch isn't enough. When we construct it, right here. Oh, we even have a check here if it's enum numbered, which is another variant. Okay. That's where I was wondering where that print was coming from. Let me make room for the cat. So the difference is whenever it's a numbered enum, it's going to add like node _1, node _2, node _3, for example. As opposed to an enum where it just slots it in there. And that's just changing the string to construct. In this case, what we need to do is we need to actually change the old line, because the old line isn't actually going to have an underscore. What does rfind return if it doesn't see it? By the way. -1 if it doesn't see it. Okay. So that just probably puts it at the end automatically or something. Finds the last instance of the bracket in the old line only. And if there is no instance of the bracket. Because this is going like by each character now. So now we're looking at an array in each character, I want to say. Yeah, closing brace index to the left. So it's going to insert that code to the left of that bracket. It didn't find a bracket, so it just did -1, so it just added it to the left of the end of it or something. Something like that. So what I want to update then would be, I guess, old line. I guess an old line. Well, should an old line be the... We said return the next one, right? That's what fetch should be doing. Fetch should be giving us the old line, no? Yeah. And if so maybe it's just not actually fetching the right line, would be my guess, actually. How did you try to do it? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get some information. We're gonna say print line found, and then let's say that that is script line, which it is. Then we're gonna say skipped line found. Let me see what that is. So we're not actually changing anything yet. I just want to see some information about what's happening. Okay, tail spiral has no worries. Okay, add this. Create a node. We're gonna get the error, but we're gonna get some information. I didn't get any information. Interesting. Why not? Oh my god, look. I left that in there. Ah! Ah! I wasn't even testing it! I left the OR in there. So it's matching with this first, before it even gets there. It was never running this. Okay. I don't know, I like that. It means the code that I thought it was checking isn't necessarily wrong yet. Alright, clear out the old stuff. Delete. Make sure there's nothing unsaved. Okay, we're good. We're trying it for real this time. What was before that? Drip dropped a video. Okay. Add it. We do have an error. We do have an error. But we got the output. Nice. Wow. That ran a lot. Yeah, for each... Okay. Oh, wait. Whoa. For each line. It's printing every single line. Skip line 5. Oh, look! Well, actually, it looks correct. Look. It found the brackets as the skipped line. Nice. Okay, that's good. We love that. So what's the error? Nice. This is not too bad. This is pretty good. I think I just have a typo. I think I just have a typo in template data. Easy. Where's the node data? Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know why there's a comma appearing in there. Branching node content value. Branching node content value. I don't see any comma. So where's the comma coming from? Oh, you know what? I know. I know what. We're concatenating it in there. Incorrectly. And that's probably in the key value creator. Guarantee it. Right there. Bam. Ah! Okay, cool. So we need to fix that. We need to fix that. So that doesn't add the comma in. Then we should be good. Okay. So I guess I'm going to put a match in here. Real quick, I do kind of want to rename the dictionary nested thing because I don't think it's that clear. So I'm going to call it dictionary next line. I just think it's more accurate. Let's close the plugin. Go back to the node itself. Make sure this gets updated to next line. And go back to our key value creator. Okay. So down here, I'm going to make a match at this point. And I kind of think string to construct should add this in here, since we have like a different concatenation that we need. So I'm going to take out the plus. Now, when do we want the plus comma? We want the comma in basically every instance except for the nested dictionary. So I kind of feel like an if statement actually makes more sense here than a match statement. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So we'll say elif line type is set to types, kind of if not set to that, you know? So not even elif. I kind of would want it either way, I'm being honest. If the line type is not set to next line, then we would add in string to construct equaling comma plus string to construct, right? Spell it right. Always helpful when it is spelled right. Cool. Nice. Okay, I think this should be pretty okay. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna delete all the files that were generated. Make sure nothing is left behind. It is. Get that out of here. Clear out our errors. Try again. Okay. Drip and tail chatted last. Add it. Create a node. We do have an error. That's okay. Skipped line was found correctly. No comma. Progress. However, it doesn't see key in node content. That's interesting. Well, honestly, that's fine. We just add them in. Whoa! Wait, is that how many are in there? Sound of it. Oh! Okay, so here's what this is. Okay, oh gosh, so many exceptions. It's crazy. I mean, look, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's just, it's fine. Just make it work. Make it work, girl. So here's why this is going in there. The reason why those are going in there is because there is a common, this is where, by the way, this is working really well. This is a big success. Here's where I need to make an alteration. So in template data, there is this common data template. So this is data that presumably is in every element. Elements meaning NPC data. So if you're creating a new NPC, you're making a story element. If you're creating a new conversation, that's a story element. And every element template, which is in our template scripts folder. So here's the convo template, for example. There's the NPC template. It looks basically the same. In each of those, so if we look at drip and tail chatted, we come in here. At the very top, what we want is value key name UID, because these are common to every element, whether it's an NPC template, a convo template, a condition template, all those different templates. I want them all to have those 4 or 5 things in them. So it automatically just makes sure that those are at the beginning of any template that it drops in. Well, turns out I don't actually want it in front of every single one. Thank you, Super Poverty Man. I hope you have a great day too. Free of poverty, ideally. So I now need to say, wait, actually, it turns out I'm reusing this tool, not necessarily just for elements. And I need to make that case exist. So I believe we get that from template data. We get template data. And I think it just is built in to inject that common template. So I need something in here that says, wait, not for this situation. So we'll say, is nested is not common, uncommon. I don't know if I like that. Init common data. And we'll say by default, it's true. But in this case, we don't want to init the common data. And then we simply say I mean, I kind of hate the idea of like even fetching the common if we don't need it. Well, then don't. Then don't. So many different ways to do that. If init common data. Oh, you know what? Why don't we just make it like blank? We'll just start it out super blank. So we have variable common template equals a whole lot of nothing. Init common data. If init common data, then common template will become this. Replace common placeholder, blah, blah, blah. And then either way, we will concatenate common template. It'll be empty, so it won't matter. Okay, great. Now I have to go back to where we get that data, which is right here, and we're gonna add in our new false. Okay, see what happens. Step in the right direction. Close the generated scripts. I'm just gonna close a bunch here. It's getting a little much. Keep that. Okay. Clear out this and delete the data. All right. Turn on the plugin. Super Poverty Man wishes great days. Alright, add that conversation. Create a node. No errors. I don't see an error. Let's check it out. Super Poverty Man wishes a great day. Bam. Oh, we got it. So now, node data has a dictionary inside of it. Now, it's not formatted the way I would format it, but it's for machine to read, not for me to read. You know, obviously, unless I'm debugging. So, like, if I were designing it, I would do it like this, right? I would indent it a little bit. So we've inserted this whole node data. So here's the thing. This is one step in the right direction. Well, we're gonna need a lot more than this. So I'll commit it. But there could be 800 nodes in one conversation. This is the data for one of those nodes, right? It's a lot of data. So what I need is this number to get replaced. So it'll say node 1, node 1. So I can update the dialog in node 1. This would say node 2, node 2. Well, actually that wouldn't. That would say 1, 2, actually. and because of that, that's going to get a little... Well, no, I mean, well, okay. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's think about this. Wouldn't you want... Yeah, so I want this to be nodes. You know, node 1 colon, or sorry, node 1 equals node 1. Inside of this dictionary, you would need to make another dictionary. Wait. Nodes dot node 1, sorry, colon. There we go. So it actually needs to be designing it like this. So that way we can search for the different nodes. So it would look like if we were to indent it in a human readable manner. It also means we probably don't want that. That doesn't matter. You can leave the comma. It's fine. So this is more how it would look. We have all the node data, which is going to have a dictionary which contains each node in it. So there's node 1, right? And in theory, there would be a node 2. right? Nodes.node2. And then that would make another dictionary. So I haven't quite done the thing that is the final version, but I've at least got one step. So that's not too bad, because all I have to do is change the template a little bit, right? We just got to change the template. Because right now, what it's inserting is this data right in here. It's just putting it right in between those brackets. But what I actually want it to do is prefix it with that. So let's see if I can make that happen. I should commit it. Yeah, why don't we commit it first, and then I'll do that. Okay, don't save this. Good progress. Close that. I'm gonna delete all the data it generated. And then let's make a commit. Always a nice moment. Began node data serialization per node data serialization. Keep it kind of simple. So I'm gonna go back to the template data and find the node data template, which is right there. We don't just want to put that in. It's a little hard to read, but basically, if you missed it, these internal markers get removed in the final version. So that hopefully makes it look more like the dictionary we were working in before. And I need this to have a opening bracket. I mean, it's sounding like I actually need that comma back. And it's also sounding like I need a null, because otherwise it'll be inserting a comma first. So I need to do that too. Wild. Okay, so we're gonna say node dot node underscore number, because remember, we're going to go through and we're going to replace the numbers. That's our next task, so that'll be in there. Node number colon, and then another bracketed section. Come down here, that actually, you can leave a comma, it's fine. And then put a bracket at the end. Internal marker, comment that out. I'm gonna kind of give that a new line just so it stands out to me a little bit. And then internal marker this as well. Okay. But now we're actually back to the comma issue. So it's kind of like, wait, where do I need to make the comma not be there? Wait, did I not need to do that? Did I never need to do that? I don't think I ever needed to even make that. All right, well, here's what I'll do. I'll comment it out, and if in a month I come back and I'm like, I don't even need that, I'll delete it. That's my process. That's my process for making code I ended up not needing. I comment it out, and I stumble on it later and ask myself, wait, did I ever need that? 9 times out of 10, I end up deleting it. But once in a while, I'm like, oh, I already did it. Great. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna need it. Okay, no problem. It happens. I do my best to figure it out in the moment. If it doesn't work, we adjust. So let's go back to the two places. In get template data template, I'm not going to use this init common data anymore. So I'm going to comment or copy all this and then comment this out. Actually, why don't we comment all this out? Sometimes it could be helpful to put a little region there too, just to like explain like what's going on here. Why'd you do that? Why is this here? So we'll say region if the comma needs, or if the common. Oh no, this is, wait, we still need this. Duh, this isn't the oh my gosh. See, brain tired. You see, Lark? The brain tired. My brain mixed up comma and common. No, we do want to exclude the common. What I want to get rid of is the comma adjustment. It happens. It do be happening. Okay, so that's much less to comment out, which is we love to see that. So literally all I do is comment. Well, it's a little different. I would want uncommons, rares, and mythics. I want to make a game with stuff like that, with drops. Yeah, breaks are important. Yeah. I guess. It's kind of awkward because it's just like, why would I put that in? I'm just gonna say, well, you know what, you literally can just like say if true and just have it do it. That's like actually allowed. That's literally allowed. This is here in case I want to exclude the comma. Okay. Someday, LOL. Alright. I don't know, I like it to kind of still be there. Okay? Not so bad. Alright, let's see what happens. Turn on the plugin. I did save all the scripts, right? Yeah. I feel like I missed something. Well, we're gonna find out. Lark guesses, add a convo, create a node. We do have an error immediately. Let's see why. Oh, I needed to put the null in there, but it looks good. Other than the number that we have to replace. It looks good. So I need a null state, so that way this won't be upset with me. Basically, it would be node.null colon empty dictionary is what we'd want to put in there. And that would be... Wait. Okay, I'm still a little confused. And you know what? I'm not going to try to figure this out right now. To an IQ way to make a script comment if false. It's like just a comment. This condition should never happen, branch trigger. Love that. Distance squared was negative somehow. I mean, that's almost like a warning. Kind of. We're allowed to do ungodly things once in a while. Okay, delete the data. Well, first get rid of the generated script. Delete the data. That's the art form of it all. So I need to go to the template, actually the data template, and wherever we put in node data, right here, we don't just want it to be an empty dictionary. We actually want one entry to be in there. And that one entry is going to be node.null colon empty dictionary. because that's always going to be the first one in there. And remember that key val is going to look for this last bracket and then insert right there. So that comma should make sense. I feel like I'm still missing something, but let's just find out. Let's just find out. If 4 had a branch trigger. I spelled it wrong. It's okay. What'd I do? It didn't like that. Yeah. Okay. It's the, I feel like that's the number. So we have to replace the number. I'm certain that that's where it's getting upset. Maybe? Actually, wait. What would be upsetting it? So we haven't put in the node data yet. Node is not in there. Is it nodes? It's nodes. You know, I could have been less close. Get rid of that. Delete this. Delete that. Come over here. Delete the data. Welcome the cat, who I think is returning. Clear the output log. And make sure we change that to nodes. Which, did I type that right in the node data template? No. No, I didn't. Nodes. Not node. Is there anywhere else you're... No, we'll find out. Activate the plugin. Create a new one. Better late than never is complex. Okay, add that. No errors. We love that. I just want to see it. I just want to, like, look at it. Nice. So it added nodes null into there. So that way we have one entry ready to have a comma added after it. In between those brackets. So now, let's create a node. We do have an error, which makes sense because of the number placeholder that I haven't replaced yet. So we expect an error. But it has added a comma. It has added this. Can we imagine that we do put a number here? Does that fix the error? Also, why is it not reporting an error? I don't know. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Okay, put a 1 there. Expected a colon after dictionary key. Let me make this human readable. I have no idea what it's talking about. Very hard to look at. Indent. That's the first one. We don't need a bracket before. We don't need that. That's not needed. Why did it do that? Because you typed it, probably, would be my guess. Okay. Looks error-free. Node 1, node 2. Isn't there an extra bracket, though? I'm pretty sure. Here, let's indent all of this so I don't lose my mind. Dictionary 1 has node null, node 1. The dictionary inside of there has all of this. We wrap that dictionary up. This dictionary corresponds to that. And then this one. Okay, no, that's right. No, that's correct. Okay, good. Great. No problem. And then just to double check, that's what the error was? Yeah. So what's going on there? Did I type? Yeah, I typed a bracket. We don't need to type that bracket anymore. Okay, let's see if we can do it. Well, again, there's gonna be the number. That's the next task. But hopefully that's the only error that we get this time. Okay, close. Whoop! Oh, I pressed Control Q. It's right there. Control W and Control Q are right next to each other. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's scary for like 2 seconds, and then I'm like, wait, I practice good saving hygiene. But for a second, it is a little scary. Okay, close that. Delete all the internal data, or the external data. Reload the plugin. Better late than never, legal government. I can only type in govern. Create a node. Go check out the script. All types of errors, but should only be because we need to make this a 1. Ha! Nice. All right, let's friggin' go. Great. So let's get rid of the data. It's this plugin life. I gotta reset it every single time. It is what it is. Close that. Delete the data. Save. Make a commit. Node data injects itself more gooder, but needs numbering. That's what that's gonna be. Alright, so how do we get the numbers in there? Well, we do have a helper function for replacing text, but I should have like a place. I think my placeholder replacing thing is in GDScript updater, but I don't know if that's the correct tool to use for this. Oh, I keep forgetting. Cat's there. Okay. You can roll in further, just don't do the line numbers. There you go. See? Nice. So there is a placeholder replacer right there. Replace template placeholder. Oh, we're calling it from out. It's public. Where else do we call it? That's wonderful. Yeah, we call it other places. Love that. Okay, great. So then we'll just call replace template placeholder. It'll take in the data. It'll take in the template type. Okay, so if I call it a node, we're not doing this, I did. If it takes in a node, get script template placeholder. Oh, right, right. We have node in there. We don't need a UID, but we do need a node with it. Okay, right, that was the old idea. Okay, great. So we're gonna say templates node. This is where I just store all the placeholders that exist. So that way they're all in one place. And this is actually looking for £sign number. This isn't like the way I always do this. I don't know if this is actually the best way to go about this. So we'll see. But technically that's what we're looking for. Go back to the updater. So it will bring in that placeholder text if we pass in a node template type. Technically it's like node data. If it doesn't have that placeholder, it just returns it. If it does... Ooh, okay, so then here's the difference. Is this automatically knows get data template placeholder. So I think this function could be named better. I don't think we need to do this. I don't think this function is useful. Because what this really is for, this is replacing template placeholder with a template. Like if this was more correct, that's what it's doing. We're not just generally replacing a placeholder. We're specifically replacing a placeholder with another template. Although that's not true. Because look at this. Look at that. Just use it. Just use it. And if you realize that it's ridiculous, so be it. Because we can just say, but please ask yourself this: where are you going to get the number from? This isn't fixed. No, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. I don't like it. I don't like what's happening here. I don't agree with it. So this is nuts, but I don't care. I'm going to find everywhere in this project that has this function, and I'm going to replace it with replace template placeholder with a template. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do it. Because I don't want to make this mistake again. Oh. Control S. I don't want to do it. We don't have to do it this way. Not necessary. So instead, I'm going to go back to template data. I'm not going to store, or template scripts. I'm not going to store this here. Instead, we're just going to tell it to do it. But where are you going to tell it to do it? Is the question. Because we're going to need to get what it's creating before. So the idea is we're going to fetch the node template, go in and replace the numbers, and then we put it in there. Because if I get the node template, put it in there, and then replace the numbers, there's going to be parser errors, because it's going to put, I did say template, and then because when it goes in there, it will Godot will immediately start parsing it, and will say, this is bad, and we'll just have errors galore. So it needs to update it before it goes in. Okay, sure. Yeah, I can do that. It's easy. No problem. So where do you get the data? Right there. Girl, it's right there. That's where you get it. But, is that the only place? Because don't we... Let's just do it. Why don't you just do it and then think about it later with your brain. So I'm going to say data numbered data template. Okay. And that's going to be the same. I know, I feel like this is missing something. And I can't think about what it is, so we're just gonna try it and then find out what it was. We're going to replace... And I could make this a constant or something, I don't know. I'd kind of rather just keep it in mind. If I was using it in multiple places, maybe. Replace number for get my number. Shouldn't that be in here? Get my number. We have it by then, right? Yeah, because we set it there. And then we have to turn that into a string, because it will just be an integer. Okay. I'm missing something. Maybe. We'll see. Template. Create a node. We do have an error, which if I did it right, we wouldn't, but that's okay. We should see some of the numbers be different, just not all of the numbers be different yet. The first one. I feel like it's the first one that isn't going to be different. Okay, none of them are different. I'm actually a little surprised that none of them are different. Huh? Really? Why? Did it not find this? Did I type it wrong? What did I do wrong? Looks the same to me. Alright, I did do some printing over here in the keyval creator. I'm gonna get rid of that and we're gonna do some new debugging. We're just gonna look at what the heck is going on here. Okay, go back to the node script. So show me what you've replaced. Oh my god, I didn't pass it in. I didn't pass it in. Okay. Love that. Love that. I just wasn't running the code I thought I was running. No problem. Easy. Okay, so I forgot to write the new thing that we're passing in there, which would make sense why it's an issue. Let's get rid of this as well. Delete the data. Close the files. Reload the plugin. Plugin time. Create the conversation. Add a node. No error. I didn't see an error. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Let me see. Let me see. Let mama see. Come on now. Let me see the success. Let me see the success, please. Bam, baby. Nodes 1. Let's freaking go. Node 1, node 1. Thank you, Sapian. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. And thank you for becoming a sub. It means a lot. Goodbye. I'll see you another day. I'll see you another day. Let's go. Let's freaking go. What in the world? Can I add another? Wait. Can I add another? Can I add a second node in here? I'm scared. I'm actually scared. Okay. Okay, we got an error. We got an error. That was an error. That's okay. It put null in there. We don't want null in every single one. Okay. So it looks like I'm gonna need a placeholder for that. It gets complicated. It gets complicated. Now wait a minute. Wait. Huh? Wait, no. Wait. That's not what happened. Node 1, node 1, node 1. Node 1, okay. Couple things, a lot of things are happening here. Okay, this is actually, we got a lot of problems. This is a multi-layered problem. First of all, there's no errors right now, which is fascinating. Can I put this as something more human readable for a second? That would be like that. Okay, now it's giving the error. Weird. That's so weird. Okay, great. Can we undo it? I think it will let me undo. Since we're writing the GD script with the code, I think we can actually undo what it does. So we can see where it started and where it ended up. So this was fine. This was good, okay code. We have nodes null, empty, comma, this. It looks like it inserted, right, because remember what we told it. We told it, find this line, look at the next line, find the bracket, and insert stuff there. Which is great when it's the first one. If it's not the first one, we have a problem. So the nodes null thing isn't the issue. The issue is, it's a very different situation when it's not the first one. Wait, how do I even want to handle that? Hey, what's up, Jelly Pop Code? How you doing? I love your name. What? That is so fun. It's Jelly Pop Code. It's Jelly Pop Code. Delightful. I'm doing really good. How are you? If I ignore your response, it's because for the next 5 minutes I'm in focus mode, but then we're gonna chill and stuff. Fantastic name. I'm doing good. I'm making strides, and I'm, creating new problems that I have to fix, but that's okay. It's all part of it, right? Because what it should have done was go down here and look at all of these brackets. Like, I can't even tell which one is the right one. It's this one. It should have put a comma here nodes dot node 2. That's what it was supposed to have done, was insert it right there. Ain't that the truth, Zayden? So we needed to find that. So I think what needs to happen I don't know. I mean, we could put like another. We could say check to see if there's already been one added. I kind of hate that. You know what that makes me think? I think no. We need a singular rule. No. We need a singular rule. I think the singular rule just needs to change. I just need to change it. So if it starts out as this, maybe put this there in the first place. Instead of using this as the delimiter check, make sure that's already in there, the node's null bit. And tell it to add its data starting there. Basically. The comma stuff should start there. That way we're not even, which is like actually a bit of a refactor, if I'm being honest. Because before we were using the dictionary next line, which we're not actually actually, now I wouldn't be doing the dictionary next line thing. That whole enum is now gone. I don't need it. I don't need that type. Because we just say, hey, this is the dictionary. Look for that, the line that starts with this. And add another dictionary element in there. Oh, it's just like the side quests we go on. We love it. We love it. I will take it. You know, give me 2 minutes. I'll definitely take a short lap. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I guess I should record. I mean, what am I gonna do that right now? I guess. Let's take the note inline. To do. Actually get rid of dictionary next line. And instead use regular dictionary and have and make the declaration be, I'll just go get that. It requires actually one more step that this is leaving out. Have it be this. And ensure that that exists already. That's the task ahead, essentially. All right. Okay, cool. Great. Ready for break time. It's you know, I wish, I don't really wish this, but I acknowledge that I'm not the type of mind who can look at the idea that I'm going for and just be like, oh, I'm gonna run into this problem if I do it that way, so I better do it this way, and I better think of it like that, or else that's gonna happen. So I gotta make sure I do it like that. But I'm not. That's not the way I have to just like say, well, I can think of what the next thing is, so I'm gonna try that, and I can look at like what I've done and be like, oh, I've made this function already. Oh, I've made that before. That's cool. And I can base what I'm gonna do on that, and then if I've done the exact thing especially before, and then when I get there, I'm like, oh, whoops, that was not the right. Okay, well, you know, at least now I know. And then I change it. It's just, just the way I am. And I like that about myself. I do. Okay, I'm gonna take a short lap. Before I take a short lap, I'm actually gonna use the loo. So I will be super right back. If y'all need to take a little break for yourselves, you should. You should. You deserve to take a little break. And then I will come back. We'll hang out and for 30 minutes. We'll do a 30-minute hangout and get back to work later. All right, be right back. Be right back. Thank you for the follow, Lady Black Rose. Short lap, short lap. I feel good. I feel good about what has been done. I feel like what has been achieved is something. I want dialogue. That's my most important thing. I want to see words be in that freaking document. Like, that's a big step. It's a branching dialogue tool. That whole deal. So I just have to refactor a little bit. Just a little bit. And it'll be fine. Yeah, I feel good about it. Alright, little stretch. Little stretch. Then we hang. I suspect maybe like one more work session, maybe two. It depends. It depends. If I feel like at the end of the next work session, great. But I do have a suspicion that I might need more time. Because yes, the dialogue can get in there, but what if I want more? What if I want more? Yes, that's exactly where that came from. Oh, I'm wearing the inverse colors. That's insane. Okay, let me scroll back. Jelly says, thanks so much. My username is related to my indie development mascots. Ooh, hey, if you want to drop links, oh, you can't on YouTube. Well, if you want to allude to links or put them in the Discord, you're welcome to. Would love to check out whatever you're up to, Jelly Pop. I like your user icon too. There's everything you got going on. I like. Show more code that isn't storing pure data, like game mechanics. You're curious because that's what you do most. I mean, honestly, usually I'm streaming game mechanics. But I started a brand new project that's gonna take me years to finish. And it's very early at the moment. And I look, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like the way it felt when I brought it to y'all. I didn't like it because you're gonna join the next Game Like Jam? Let's go! I didn't like it because normally I come here and I do like Game Like Jam games. Normally I'm doing jam games with you all. And so it's like, you know, you see it become something within like a couple days because I'm just like hurrying up and trying to make it happen. But this is a project I'm going to try to take a lot of time with, and I want to approach it with care. So I don't really want to just like slap together something that chat isn't like, you should be doing it like that. It would look better if it was like this. It's not this, it's not that. I'm like, oh my God. I'm trying to take this seriously. So that's why I'm working on my plugin right now for the game. So the game that I'm making is going to use this plugin. That's why I'm writing the plugin is for this game. So that's just for context. But I mean, I can pull up a random project and show you code. Is there like a specific kind of thing that you're working on right now that you want to see how I approach? If you want. Yeah, park it right there, girl. It's all right. We won't bite. That's what you do. Yeah. Oh, piggy on. This is one of the most horrifying ways to start a sentence. Do I even want to read this? I'm not trying to belittle your work, but how would using this plugin be easier than just directly coding my own branching dialogue directly? Oh, okay. Well, because so what I value, couple things. There's two big things here. Yeah, it is my cat. Yeah, she's right there. She's right up there. Nothing in particular, just anything I did for game. I mean, that's just there's a lot of things. I don't know what to choose for you today. So much stuff. I mean, for the project that I'm working on, I can show you, but it's just very early days, and chat's gonna be like, that's not done. So I'll show you, but it's just like, okay, just be cool. So here's why. The first reason is because before I started doing game dev, I was like a creative writer, basically a dramatic writer. So I studied like screenwriting, playwriting, television writing. I got a degree in it. It sits on the wall, and that's it. Didn't do much with it. But I got used to sitting down at like a program. For screenwriting, Celtex was a big one, right? There's like all kinds of nice programs out there for writing these very specifically formatted dramatic scripts. And so when I'm sitting down and I'm like, I want to write the branching dialogue script to my game. I don't want to be in a code editor. I want to sit down at a tool, a program that's designed for writers to be creative and write in. So that's the first big reason why I don't want to just be coding and making my dialogue in dictionaries and stuff. I wanna separate my mind from the code while I'm writing. That's number one. Number two, this is gonna be something I reuse. And if I have built a tool that makes reusing it really, really easy, why not do it? Why not do that rather than, you know, have something I have to copy and paste? I just install my plugin and start writing. Because in those future instances, I also would probably want a nice editor to sit down and work in. So that's why. Not an evil backseater, but if you need help from this goober, then give me a shout. Yes, I do have a special overlay. Help me if I need help when putting this up. So keep an eye out for that, and I'll let you know when I'm. Because sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. But most of the time, I like to suck and make mistakes and learn that they're a mistake, and then go fix it. Typically. But sometimes I'm like, all right, wait a minute. I don't understand what to do here. Complain about scratch that seems, and then you complain about scratch that seems much harder. I don't know what that means, but welcome. New Bevy version just dropped. You're probably taking. We talked about that. We talked about that. Jesus Game Jam. Oh, for the next game. Right, so the hint for the next Game Like Jam is that it's the most Fameless. It's the most famous Game Like Jam that we've done yet. The theme, the game. So the Game Like Jam, if you don't know, is a jam where we make games like other games. It happens every other month, and the next one is happening very soon, actually. It's happening in a couple weeks, maybe less than a couple weeks, even. And she felt me adjusting the size. And the theme, the hint, the first hint that I have for you is that this is the most famous game that we've done yet for the Game Like Jam. Doom? We just did Wolfenstein! I'm gonna be honest, Wolfenstein is as close as you're gonna get to Doom. Who knows? I mean, maybe, if we do Doom, it'll be like at least a year away. At least. Probably not Jesus Jam, but it does follow the hint. Yes. Wait, but what is the Jesus game? What is the Jesus? It's the most. The game is the most famous game yet. Think of something else to focus your vibes on instead of Doom. Insane says, I really do think the removal of blueprints is going to bite them in the butt. People are not happy about it pretty much everywhere. Social media, YouTube, dev discords. That's fair. I mean, yeah, right. Optics are a thing. I don't know that it's going to hurt them as much as it costs them to maintain the most robust visual scripting language ever written. But yeah, it definitely, but again, who does it hurt their reputation with? You know, us. We don't matter to them. I mean, if it manifests in people boycotting Epic Games, maybe. I don't know. I hear you. I hear you. I know, Insane, you're very plugged into, you know, the opinion of the zeitgeist. I know. And that's real. Lemblings. Oh, I do want to do Lemmings. Lemmings is absolutely in the consideration pool. 100%. Absolutely. There is no doubt 100% Lemmings is going to be a Game Like Jam game one day. Absolutely. Yes. Is that more famous than Bloons, which is arguably the most famous Game Like Jam game we've done so far? Scripting language is a layer up. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds correct. Apollo cheese. Sometimes when I need to do file operations, Cam makes a little C++ program when Python or PowerShell would have been much better idea. Oh, because you went too low. You went too low. I did not make that countdown timer. Where did I find it? I feel kind of bad I don't remember where I found it. I'm gonna modify it though. I have modified it a little bit already, but I'm gonna modify it more. Because I don't like how it has the tiny little 1 hour. I know it bothers me. Which one? Maybe I feel like I would have left the attribution in there. Not a monster. So let me see what it says. I'll tell you what it is. Okay, I'm not immediately seeing an attribution. Oops. Oh, how to use project website, current version. Oh, here we go. We got there. Live demo probably is a good place. Project web. Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. I found it. Tick. It's called Tick. It's horrifying. By Heracles. But it's just like an HTML file. So yeah, I'll probably edit it, but I didn't make it. Love that you use Godot's optimized core type lists. Oh, you mean like static typing? Oh yeah, I'm addicted to static typing. I did find one place. I mean, I lost the place that I was at. I did find one place where static typing was not good. But that's really only in the editor. I was very frequently iterating through an array where the type was known. So like if you say for I in, you know, range or something. If I say for I colon integer, and that integer static is already typed somewhere else, like it's already implied that that's what that type is, I was seeing like stuttering in the loading unless I just removed that type. But that would only be in the editor, because once you compile it and like build the game, it shouldn't matter. But other than that, yeah, typing is goated. I love it. Oh, that makes more sense. Yes, that's right. I would play the music in the background. If some people like literally were like, you can add music to this if you want. I was like, okay. I'm glad that it like fit with the game so well that it sounded like it was part of it. Have you found performance for using GD files directly for storing dialogue? I was considering that, but I wasn't sure of the overhead that would come from interpreting, say, a couple thousand scripts instead of. We're gonna find out. I have no idea. Literally what you've seen is how much I've done. So I don't know yet. Because you know, I'm gonna build the tool and then I'm gonna use it in my own projects, and that'll be the first test. And then we scale up from there gradually. No idea. I'm not sure. I'm a little afraid, obviously. Like, I'm scared. But, you know, if it is slow, I don't really care. Yeah, it's definitely something to think about. I think it'll be interesting soon, because once I have like at least one conversation with like 1,000 nodes. And the other thing too is like a lot of it's going to be in one file at a time per conversation. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I'm excited to find out. I'll let you know. You put a video of the animations you have so far? Oh, nice, Drip. Let's check it out. Oh, I didn't log in. Whoops. Well, you have to give me a second. I guess I didn't need to log in today. Yet. Alright, hold on. Hold up. Give your girl the old minute here. Hey, what's up, Strivent? Welcome. What tool am I making? I'm making a branching dialogue editor. So like a tool that writers can sit down and write dialogue for an RPG branching narrative game. And then it's going to generate an API that programmers can then use to put their code. You're screenshotting the cat, Andrew. Can put that code into their projects. But right now we're taking a break. At least 13 more minutes. Oh, he's holding. Oh, my heart. My heart! It is hard, Medusa, but I'm having a lot of fun. It's hard in a good way. Oh my god. Godot. This is good optics for Godot. Godot makes friends with cats. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. He's basically the cutest. Working motivates you to get stuff done. Wait, you made this, Cryptic? Whoa, this is in Blender. You're rigging Luigi with a wing cap. Looks awesome. What's that gonna be? No. Are you adding Luigi to Super Mario 64? Okay, so where did you put it? Your animations, if I may ask. Maybe in here? Drip Advisor. I don't see anything in art. General? Maybe general. Oh, here we go. Drip is making a sludge-based game. I'm completely blocking the animation. Nice. Well, yes, animation. It definitely doesn't look like water I would drink. Oh, and I like the tiles doing like a little adjustment. It looks toxic. It looks very toxic. Nice work, Drip. Kitty's his best kitty? Your kitty's his best kitty. All kitties is best kitty. Agreed. 100%. Well said. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I like the colors. Yes. Yeah, it's got a good like synergy. Could have accidentally wrote explode, and that would have been really bad. You can just call me Lake. Don't worry about my full legal government. Poor name, better late than never. Hey, what's up, better late than never? I'll try. I probably still will make it harder on myself for a while. Without any problems, we don't learn anything. So true. Debugging is like a murder mystery where you're the investigator, the suspect, and the victim. Love that. Nice work, Cryptic. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, the mechanics, yeah, I'll show you a little bit. And you want to see from the project I'm currently working on? I could show you something more finished. Finally, a dialogue tool that doesn't use JSON. Yeah, Zeitgeist, exactly. Exactly. I don't want it to be JSON. I know if I release this, people are gonna be like, can you make it export to JSON? I'll be like, no! No. But maybe I will, I don't know. No. Boundaries. It'll be on GitHub, you can do it yourself. I just don't need it, I don't want it. Whatever I want, okay. I don't know the context. Well, I mean, because it's effort. You know, that's kind of the main reason. A bit locked out. You're watching TADC from episode 9. The apples don't crack. Take a Dalmatian chat. Tubers are deep because they can be. The Amazing Digital Circus. Ah, gotcha, yes, okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, with the little jester hat kid. Yeah, okay, got it. No, that's hype. These apples don't crack, so oh yeah? You wanna find out? I bet they do. Yeah, exactly, make a fork. Then I'll be in a war with them, and you keep breaking his mat. Good. Good. No, I don't know. I mean, I might... Look, I mean, I would be down... Well, I don't know. I actually have no idea what any of that's like, Zeitgeist. I don't even know. I don't even know what that would be like. I don't even want to think about that. That's horrifying. It's kind of exciting, though. You can't get water from stone. These apples don't crack. Keyboard keeps freezing? Yeah, get a new one. Are keyboards expensive? I only buy like this. This is the only keyboard I buy, and unfortunately, it has become expensive. I used to be able to get it affordably, but they stopped making it, and so now I gotta get it on eBay, which sometimes is affordable, sometimes it's not. But this keyboard for me is goated. I'm done. I need no more. So I've lost touch with actual keyboard prices. You complain about Scratch? That seems harder. Oh, then coding in Scratch? I think I tried to make a game in Scratch one time. Visual scripting is hard in its own way. I actually find visual scripting to be harder than text coding, personally. On the note of supporting stuff, you're starting to have a small panic about making a multiplayer game and having it localized and then maintenance and customer support. They say it for a reason. They warn us for a reason. Debating aborting to a single player game. Do it. Abort. Abort. You know, make like a project. Make like a website that's like an art project where people can just be there and run around into each other and then shut it down when you're done with it. I don't know. You know what? Make like a whole game that's like important. You know? Every single one. Yep. All right, let me extend the chat timer a little bit. Let me buff it. It's an extra long break. Still a big writer? I'm trying to get back. I mean, I write code, but I'm trying to get back into writing like stories. I think that's part of this for me is like blending my like code life with my like storytelling life, so they come together. They're hell expensive. Damn, even like the cheap ones. No, I mean I joke, but like even things that were cheap do be getting expensive. But there should be, I mean, there's probably like a cheap one. I'm trying to think if like we have a cheap one. I don't know. Somewhere. I guess it depends what you want. You know, if you want like a nice mechanical one, yeah, those are rough. But like a simple like dongle or Bluetooth one might not be too bad. I hope. Minecraft? Minecraft's probably too complicated for 1 month. It feels too modern. I mean, here's what I'll say about Minecraft. Actually, Medusa, I think, has illustrated well the potential caveat there. Just like imagine, I show up and I say, everybody, this month we're going to make massively multiplayer games. Everyone is gonna make a massively multiplayer game. I'm just saying, imagine what that would be like. And then you can revisit if you think it's Minecraft. Happy Wheels would be chaotic. Oh, is Happy Wheels like a rage game? Is that Happy Wheels? I've thought about co-op, but I feel like that might be too simple. Massively multi-programmer games? Whoa. What would that be? RAM shortage, storage shortage, graphic shortage, and now a peripheral shortage. Is a peripheral shortage? Even Xbox controllers were more than the entire Game Boy at launch. My keyboard was like $200 or something, and it uses Hall effect, and I barely noticed a difference on my $5 Dell keyboard. Wait, you have a $5 Dell keyboard? Or it used to be $5. Scratch projects where the entire object space is corpses of the program itself, and the only block that works is really small. Damn. See, that's to me, that's like a visual scripting thing. I think that's a lot easier to clean up in text code. I think it's the, how do you say, economy? Yeah. I'm really glad that I upgraded my PC before the chatbots came. Very, 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 very glad. Yeah, I was shopping for an SSD actually just a few weeks ago, and the ones that I saw like that you could buy new were just devastating, like unthinkably expensive. And then I went to eBay and I found like refurbished ones, and those were like normal price. The only thing is, like, they were ones that were not considered like very high-end ones, but they were like, you know, lower-end ones. But it was a good amount. I think it was 256 gigabytes or something like that. And it wasn't bad. Refurbished on eBay. So I think that's the other play, is you gotta go to like eBay. You gotta get, you can't be buying stuff new from the manufacturer. I think that's the big thing, if you're looking for like pre-chatbot prices. How long have I been using Godot? 2.5 years. I'm gonna trot out the first time I used Godot link, and I will tell you exactly the answer. That was September 14th, 2023 was the first time I used Godot. The first time. So that is almost 3 years ago. We're almost at 3 years at long last. And that was my first time doing text coding. I never did any text coding until then. I found it terrifying. I was doing visual scripting. I was all visual scripting. That was it. That was the only thing I did. Blueprints. I was really like into blueprints at the time. And then this moment, this stream was when I was like, I had my awakening, and I was like, I'm done with visual scripting forever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it helps me. Like, streaming helps me concentrate. When I'm here, the only thing I can be distracted by is chat, which is like one thing. Whereas if I'm working on my own, you know, I could be distracted by doing a chore, if I'm lucky. I could be distracted by watching a YouTube video. I could be distracted by, you know, going to the store, doing this, doing that. So it actually helps me like limit the number of possible distractions. So I love working here. I don't think I would have been able, and the other thing, been able to learn. The other thing too is back then, backseating was a floodgate. Like, just let everyone backseat, because it helped me learn. It helped me grow. So that was another thing too, was I feel like I, you know, doubled my learning speed by just having all of you brilliant people to help me. But now I tell you to be quiet, because now I know enough that I can sort of figure things out, and I like being wrong, so I can fix my mistakes. Chess sounds like a lot of work that isn't coding or design. I'm not going to confirm or deny if it's chess. I'm not going to confirm or deny if it's Minecraft. I'm not going to confirm or deny if it's Mario, or what was another guess somebody made. But I will say that chess, and I'll say about Minecraft too, I should be fair to all of them. With Minecraft, I feel like the original version wasn't multiplayer. So like if I could find the original version, like that could be an option. With chess, here's my thing with chess. My thing with chess is like, what's the definitive version to present? Because here's an important, and you know what else about Minecraft? It needs to be free. I want to be able to present everyone a game that they don't have to pay for in order to experience. So with chess, it's like, which chess game? Chessmaster 3000? I don't know. I mean, we could just say, go get a chessboard. I don't know. We could just link to chess.com. But so that comes up, and then it's like, I don't know. Chess is a weird one. I think we could do it. I think we could do it. By the way, I will lie to your face. I just want you to know this. That until the jam theme is revealed, I will sit here and act like, chess. Yeah, I don't know. And then it's chess. You know what I'm saying? So like, just be aware. I'm gonna be honest, weighing what I weigh, but I mean, it might, just so you know, it might be. I don't really like it either. I don't like it either. There's just something about it. There's just something about it that just feels like a cop-out. I don't know. I have been thinking about solitaire, though. Solitaire I'm thinking about. Yeah! It's happening in a couple weeks. A little less than that, actually. It happens every other month. It's 1 month long. We make games like other games. And so there's one clue so far, and the one clue is that it's the most famous game like jam we've done yet. And I probably the most famous one we've done is Bloons. We did the original Bloons game, the Flash version. I think arguably that was the most famous one. We just did Pac-Man. That's pretty famous. But it's unquestionable. Like you wouldn't, if you saw the list of all the Game Like Jam games we've done, and then you see the one we're doing next, you wouldn't be like, I wonder which one's the most famous. It would be like, oh, that one. Yeah, that's, oh my god. It's that recognizable. And then I'll keep dropping clues as we get closer. Building a tool and using the tool you are building while you build it is called dog fooding. What? Is that real? It's called dog fooding? Dog fooding? How do you teammates? You can post in the community tab on that page. Just hit the community button, or you could go to Discord. There's a whole Discord channel for it. Thanks for following, Zeitgeisty. Love me a passkey. I feel like that was relevant to something we were talking about. Oh, we're catching up. Hey, thank you for the 5 bits. Yeah, I'm still here. You heard it for the first time? It's kind of gross sounding. Like, are you feeding dogs to the dog with a dog? Like, is the dog feeding dogs to another dog? I don't get it. I don't like the way that... I don't know. Yeah, Godot flesh. I don't know if they started selling more, but there was limited time for a minute. You can get it on, like, AliExpress or something, though. There is, like, a knockoff one out there. It has its own charm. One thing you never got to discover with your Minos game, the music changes depending on proximity. Oh, yeah, I asked, you know why? Because I was in the sandbox, and that sandbox, if I could do it on web, I would have had the audio, but I haven't figured out how to get my sandbox to play audio yet. But okay, heard. Several versions of chess and Minecraft. Chess 960, Minecraft Bedrock, sounds online to me. 4-player chess, Minecraft 3DS edition, sounds online. It sounds complicated. They have to, can you make that in a month? Can you make Minecraft Bedrock in a month? Can you? Games like other games, that's fun. I remember doing a Bomberman clone. Bomberman is one I want to do. I definitely want to do Bomberman. Back in the day, and I was just looking through my design notes. Nice. Yeah, more famous than Pac-Man and Bloons. At the old Alpo commercials where they were all, we feed it to our own pets. Seriously? That's it? What's Alpo? The creator of Godot dog fooded. It's something about it. It just is just like kind of a repulsive thing. It's a dog eat dog world a bit too seriously. You 3D printed the Godot robot guy? Does the mascot have a name? Oh, I think it might. Does it have a name? There is a Godette. She has a name. I don't know if the Godot robot does. I think it's just Godot robot. Maybe someone can correct me. Terraria. I'm not going to confirm or deny if it's Terraria, but also online. So let that info, and it's not free. So those are two things that would make it less likely. If you didn't already have a full-time job, you could do Bedrock in a month. Okay, all right. And you can play online with hundreds of other people or a server of other people. I will say, Nefor, we did play a game that you made that was on a server. So actually, I kind of believe you. But I'm never gonna ask anyone to do a multiplayer game. Godobot does not have a name. Godog. All right, let me show real quick. Someone was asking about code I've written. Okay, I'll just pick something. I will just pick a project. I'll show you my cat game. It's not the main game that I'm working on, okay? But it is just a game that I work on sometimes for fun when I feel like it. I like having like multiple different projects going. So if I'm like, ugh, I don't feel like working on this horror game right now, I would like to work on something chill and cute. That's what this game is. I work on this game when I need something gentle. I work on this. You have any projects where you just made a mechanic and dipped? Probably. Sure. Probably, yeah. Sure, why not? Who hasn't? Isn't that the game dev way? Thank you again for the bet. You're still in the placeholder of Branchy. You should leave me in there because you've sent 26 bits. You're still in the placeholder of Branchy? Yeah, are you still? No, I clear it every time. So this is like another game that I'm totally not working on right now. Literally. I'm actually literally not working on this game right now. But it's a game that came out of our Tamagotchi-like jam. By the way, I'm not going to participate in this next game-like jam. I'm not going to make a game for the next game-like jam. I forgot to say that. Because I want to work on my new big game. So, y'all really have to turn out for this next one. Because I'm not going to be making one. But I did make this for the Tamagotchi-like jam. So which mechanic should I pick? You wanted to just see a mechanic. What's your new big game? It's a game about aliens. You are the alien invading Earth at a time when the world is on the brink of World War III, and you have the choice to either save the world or destroy it. Yeah. Something I thought was fun. Well, there's the computer. The computer is interesting. So if you look at the computer, more like Harvest Bit, thank you for the bit. This kind of seems a little innocuous. The idea is you're actually a cat influencer, and you like record video of your cat if it's walking in front of the camera. And then you will go and like post to these different platforms, MuseGuy, Catstagram. And then this was actually my roguelike jam game here, a game like the original Rogue. And actually my Pac-Man-like jam game is this one, the last game jam. Basically, this is my repository for mini games. So anyway, this computer screen has a bit of an optical illusion where I'll see if I can reveal that optical illusion to you. What would be a good way to reveal it? What if we just like move the screen a little bit? Somehow. I don't remember what the best way to reveal this was. That was definitely something that we just did. Oh, is it this? Make that like 300. I'm not sure. I'm not really selling to you the trick. There's like a visual trick that happens. You're not actually zooming in to the screen. Basically, the screen is fading in to trick you into thinking that it's there. But I don't remember exactly how I did it, actually, if I'm being honest with you. I don't remember. So that's a mechanic that I made. Wait, how did I do that? I don't even know. It's such magic that I forget how I did the magic. It's just too magical. How did it work? Does anybody remember how I did it? I don't know. Okay, I'll pick something else. Anyway, it's very cool. Let's do the cat. We'll do the cat. So the cat wanders around at different points and uses Godot's built-in navigation tools. This is such this question is giving me so much anxiety. Okay. Let's do the slowdown. How about that? Do we say break? Apply break. Okay, so if you look at the cat moving, I'm sorry, I would have showed you the screen. It's very cool. If you look at the cat moving, you'll see, well, if you can see the cat, that it slows down as it gets to its arrival point. Because otherwise it would just like snap to a stop. See how it slows down and then it sits down? I know, I just don't really have that for you today, but I will do game mechanic dev. I will, I promise. I will. Okay, so that little bit there, at the end, when it reaches the end of its path, it doesn't, actually if it sees that its path is coming, so if this is where it's going to, and it sees that it's like this far out, it will start slowing its velocity down as it gets there. And then when it does get there, it'll play the animation, the next animation, which is usually sitting. So there's a mechanic that I did. I don't know. It's such a question. Such a question. Okay. We also teleport the cat onto the couch. The cat used to jump up on the couch. I used to walk all the way to the couch and jump up. But I watched someone play this on stream, and they clicked on the couch, and they waited and nothing happened. It was just like an empty couch, and then they just left. And I was like, no, the cat was on its way. You just had to wait. So instead, I just made the cat teleport to the couch, so that way it would show up right away. Yeah. It either keeps walking or it sits down. I wanted to do all kinds of sandboxing. Like I wanted it to, like, because technically the cat can like look around, its eyes can move. I wanted it to like pick something and like study something, you know, maybe go to the litter box, use the litter box. That's something that I want to do at some point. But right now it just picks a point within as long as it doesn't overlap with an object. I didn't make the cat. That's the one asset that I didn't make here. Everything else I made. The cat I actually bought for $20. And I thought I was going to finish it during the jam, which is why I bought it. So now that it's kind of a longer term project, I might go back and... You need a litter box? Wait, that's not what you said. I might go back and make it myself. But, you know, it does save me a lot of time. So, like, if I go to the cat scene here, I could just focus on, like, making the animations. You know, I don't have to worry about anything else. So, like, I made this nice head turn. Okay, don't look at the horrible exorcist cat. Okay, all right. I'm sorry if I disturbed you on that front. Okay, so so this would be like the range that it would look in, right? So I set it up so it could do that. You can also look up or down. Exorcist cat. And then it's also its mouth can open and close. But I haven't used any of this yet. But it can open its mouth. It was horrifying. What data are you saving to keep in the gameplay in this one? What data are you saving? Oh, so actually I save the, so if you come here, you see its loneliness is at 100%, which is bad, obviously. But if I pet it, if I play this little petting minigame, you'll see that the loneliness goes down. So now it's at 84%. If I do the petting again, then it goes down to 70%. So now if I stop the game, I just totally stopped the game, I could close Godot and reopen it. It should be at around 70%. If we go back and click on this. Okay, it went to 0%. I don't know why it went to 0%. Well, that's a bug. It shouldn't have gone down that far. Let's see, 6%, stop, load it. Let's see if it says 6%. I don't know why that happened. That was an oops. Okay, now it's back at 6%. So it saves each little numerical state there, is the idea. Is the poopiness is a lie. The poopiness is a lie. 14%, let's end it. It's at 15. Should be at 14 again or so. 14. So it's saving all these values here, or it's certainly trying to. Yeah, we have a litter box. So every time you see that tick, it's actually saving it. So that's data that saves. Because I was thinking it would be a game where it's sort of like Animal Crossing, where you could leave and come back and find that, like, the values had changed and stuff. A little hand, that would be cool. Alright, I'm gonna get back to work. Have I satisfied your curiosity? I want to work on game stuff. It's just I felt not good when I shared the other project. Like, normally I come here and I share like game jam projects. So it's like I'm quickly putting it together nicely. But you know, I want to take really good care. I want to take really good care to plan this next game and build it correctly. Somebody working on it for years. And so I'm not really prioritizing it looking super presentable. Like, that was presentable. And I just find when I bring it on stream, I don't know, y'all just like, and not all of y'all, but enough. Hey, what's up, Strawberry? Enough. No, it made me feel bad. It made me feel bad, like, and if you've streamed game dev, you might know what I'm talking about. Chat expects a game to look good. What they're looking up at on screen, they want it, every single one of us, they want it to look nice. Most of y'all. You're visual, which is understandable, right? And if it doesn't look nice, if it looks like programmer art, I never hear the end of it. And it puts a pressure, right? It dampens my enthusiasm because I love the programmer art phase. I love it. It's my favorite time, you know, because it's like this playground and I'm just like figuring out what is gonna work, what isn't gonna work, and I thrive. But then when I'm here and people are like, you should make it look like this, you should make it look like that, it doesn't look good enough because of it. And I'm just like, you know, So I want to get like a baseline, and then I'll start working on the game here. That's all. Familiar with Alt's weaknesses? Unlike us, it's yours. I don't know what you mean, but you're probably right. You just wanted to come check out some dev work on Twitch. Oh, I'm always here doing dev. I mean, to me, this is dev. We're making a plugin that's going to be used for games. You should make it if they're so opinionated. Well, yes. But it's a bit hostile, isn't it? We'll see. Look, I might change my mind, but I think I just need some time. I need some time. All right, so what was I working on? We're going to start another work session. That's an hour and 20 minutes. Co-work focus mode. What I've been working on is my plugin where we do branching narrative stuff. You got a good modeler? People will judge you for how it looks? Yeah. I mean, hopefully not. And look, it's not even as simple as people being like, that's not good. Right? It can be a subtler type of thing that makes you want it to look better. But I'll share Blender modeling. I'm out here sharing Blender modeling. No problem with that. I like sharing that. I feel like it's different when it's a game. Because here's the thing, like a game needs more than just models, right? It needs animations. It needs the animation to match up with the mechanics. So I could have a jumping animation, I could have a 3D model, but that jump, the timing of the jump and the animation might not match up. And so if I'm playing a game that looks pretty good, but the jump and the animation is weird, people are going to be like, that timing doesn't look right. You need to fix that, right? And it just like, it bums me out, you know? And it just makes me like, and not only that, it makes me focus on things that aren't important, you know? It makes me like focus on being like, well, I got to make it look good or else people are going to judge me. And that's going to bum me out. And then I haven't been focusing on the core systems that really matter for the game. So we'll see. This is the first time I'm bringing like a project this big. So it's just going to be a journey. But at the end of the day, I can't make that game without this tool. So this is still part of that same journey. Yeah, I don't want to be like hostile. Animation is going well? Nice. I love that. Animation can be hard. Okay, so this is 1 hour and 20 minutes. I'm making a plugin where you type in dialogue and you save conversations and it serializes that into GDScript. Then you will take an API that it generates and plug that code into your dialogue boxes and whatnot. So where I left off is saving conversations, and when I create the nodes that the editor will use for typing dialogue, that's gonna go into here. Sorry, what are you sorry for? You're good. You didn't do anything wrong. And so when you type that dialogue, it should be writing GDScript code at the same time. And so what I'm doing today specifically is I'm trying to get the actual dialogue to, in fact, be saved in GDScript. What I have been saving are the conversations themselves and the nodes. But what I want to do next is the data that's contained within the nodes, specifically the dialogue. So that's where we left off a bit. I needed to fix something. I'm not sure what the state of its brokenness is, but I did leave a note. Get rid of dictionary next line and instead use regular dictionary and make the declaration be that. Yeah. So it should work fine with one node. With one node, it should work fine. But if I start adding a second node, that's where we need to adjust. Okay, so I'm going to delete the data. Make sure we don't have any extra generated things open, and let's reload the plugin. Okay, so the plugin is up. Strivent need not apologize will be the name of this convo. We create the file, and immediately a GDScript file has been made. Strivent need not apologize. And so it's actually parsing that conversation right here to put it on the title. So that's like the beginning of parsing the code to then display it back to the user if they like open a conversation. So now we're going to create a node where you would type the dialogue. So when I create that node, it just kind of looks sort of normal. Everything is fine. Hello there. That's not actually going to go in there. But we're going to open up this, and as you see, a node 1 has been made, and we will, and you'll also see Strivent's name is in there because it serialized the name of that conversation. So what I'm trying to do is create the data that results from each node being created. So here's where the node data goes inside of here. And there's the first node. Now, what isn't in there yet is the dialogue. Now, I could say, well, it's working, there's no errors, that's been filled out. Why not put the dialogue in there? Because when I make a second node, that's where it falls apart. So I'm going to put node number 2 in there, and we got errors. And the reason why we have errors is because it's trying to add it in as if there isn't another node in there. Okay, but you'll see it did add a second node to this list. So as I keep, if I 3, 4, 5, see that's now at number 5. We come in here, you can see it's serialized 3, 4, 5, right? So all of those are in there. And that's sort of the idea, is that when we put stuff in there, it shows up in code. Now it will kind of show up in here, but it's going to be wrong. So you'll see that this will say node 4. Node 5 is in here. So they're all in there. Node 5, but it's doing it incorrectly. And that's what we're here to fix right now. So let's see if I can fix it. Okay. We're gonna turn off the plugin. We're gonna close the files that were generated, and I'm gonna delete all of the things that were generated as well. Okay. And then I'm going to read my notes to myself. Get rid of dictionary next line. Use regular dictionary and make the declaration be nodes null, and ensure that nodes null exists already. Right, okay. So I created last time, I have this key value creator. We're putting data into a dictionary. Dictionaries have keys and values. So this whole script, its job on the back end is to, like you remember it said node 1, node 2, node 3. This does that. This takes, hey, what is the declaration that I want to put things into? So for example, for the convo template here, this enum nodes, see how it says enum nodes right there? That is the declaration. So that key val creator is going to look for that. So if I search for enum nodes, you'll see here that that is stored as a string in this constant. Okay. And it's going to look for that constant in the template that is to say the conversation where we were serializing the data. It's going to look for this, and then from there, it's going to say, okay, so where is the bracket? It's going to find the bracket, and then it's going to add a new entry right there. So that's what the key value creator does. And I'm needing to do that in a much more complex section that this turns into. And I thought that I needed to get a next line. So I wanted to, instead of just looking for, enum nodes and then inserting something in the dictionary next to it, I was saying, okay, look for this, but then give me the next line, because the next line is where the dictionary will be. But I'm realizing that I don't have to do that. That was not necessary. So I'm actually going to completely get rid of this. I mean, no, you're going to comment it out. You're going to leave it there. I'm going to comment it out, and if I come back someday and I decide that I want it to be in there, I'll add it back in. But for right now, I'm deciding that I don't actually need it. And, you know, I'll come back in 3 weeks and be like, wait, why is this commented out? Oh, I don't need that, and I'll delete it. But for now, just in case, I'm going to keep it there. So instead, we're just going to use the regular dictionary search, because I don't need it to look for the next line down anymore. That was a mistake. That wasn't a mistake, because it was the journey I needed to take to realize what I was supposed to do, and that's okay. Whoa, Tygon, welcome! Hello, Raiders. Good to see you. Tygon, thank you for bringing your people here. How was your stream? If you would like to leave links, please do. If you have to raid and run, that's totally fine. Hello, hello. I'm in a focus mode, so to everyone, to most else, I want you to know if it seems like I'm ignoring you, it's because I am for the next hour and 12 minutes. But of course, the Raider, we will keep this up and I'll keep an eye on what you're saying, Raider, because you did a nice thing. How you doing? Welcome. Rosa! Rosa, did you do this? Did you bring Tygon here? Had a good stream today. What were you up to? Tygon's your boyfriend! You're Rosa's boyfriend! Hello, Rosa's boyfriend! Welcome! It's lovely to meet you. Rosa is a very well-respected member of this community. Oh, Medusa! Thank you for the sub! Let's go! Thank you for gifting the sub to Tygon. Now you, too, are a part of this community. Every Monday, you'll get access to a very exclusive Monday member stream. Whether you're a YouTube member, a paid patron, or a Twitch sub, you'll get access to that stream. It's like this one, except there's no more focus mode. You just distract me and I go for it. She makes me very, very happy. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. I love love, you guys. I love love. I don't know what to say, but I love love. Wait, what were you streaming though? What were you up to? Oh, I never shouted out Illimity earlier? Oh, God. Oh, God. I just saw it was typed in the text box, and I'd never pressed enter. Oh, well. We try our best. We really do. You're streaming a game that you've been coding your own branch of a game called SS14. Wait, you're a game dev? We got a game dev family. Wait, when do you and Rosa make games together? Wait, that's super cool. That's incredibly cool. Space Station 14. Nice. The curse cannot be broken. We try our best, we really do. Very reliable. Very reliable. Well, again, I appreciate you bringing the people here. I'm working on a plugin. So it's for a game. It's for a game, but it's on the software development side of things, I guess. But it's for a game that I'm making for branching narrative RPG stuff. You want to dev it all, but you started modding basically. Modding is game dev. It is. It is. That's how it starts. One of us. We should all get together and build a big game. You know, Nefor. You should. I thought about organizing something like that, and as I continued to design that event, I realized how horribly awful it would be for me to manage, and I said, never mind. It's too much work. It's too much work to manage that. But y'all should get together and do stuff. I agree. Quite proud of the few things you've added. Love that. You will someday. Oh, I love that couple game. Well, I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate your rating. I'm gonna dip back into the focus mode. But you're a real one, Tygon. You're a real one. So I'm fixing some problems with my plugin. It's supposed to be taking dialogue and putting it down into code so that it can be used by other parts of the game. And I kind of did it in a way that isn't correct, so I'm making it more corrector, is the idea. Now I know I need to come here, and I need to add the null portion in here. And I'll try to explain things as I go. Hopefully things will make sense. Maybe. I mean, half the time, who knows what game devs are doing on stream. It's about the co-working, right? So down here, I wrote a note to myself. There. Okay, this needs to be in there. Nodes null. Okay. So let's open this up. Yeah, take care. Okay, sounds good, Tygon. T-gun. Okay, T-gun. Got it. I might remember that. There's a really good chance. Like Tegan and Sarah. It's a lesbian reference. I don't know. It's fine. That'll help me remember it. You watch over the shoulder? Well, it's nice to unalter the under the over the to in front of the shoulder I don't know, to the side of the anyway. It's good to see. You know Medusa. Okay. So template data. We want to say internal marker nodes node number. So where does this go? That goes here because it's the first entry that's going to be wrong. Yeah, because this is all of the dictionary data. It's very weird. The reason why this looks this way is because if I didn't comment this code out, there would be errors because this doesn't exist here, right? If I comment this, if I get rid of this comment, there is no branching class. This class only exists after the plugin creates that class. So I have to make sure it's commented out. And then when this script gets generated, it's then going to automatically remove all of these and they won't be errors. So I kind of have to look at this in this wacky way at first. But this is the line that I need to add in here, I think. Wait, nodes done. No. Can I actually just real quick see what it looks like right now again? Well, you commented out. Actually, you can't because you broke it. So is it? I don't think it's I think Lise, you want it to be like that. This is what I think. I think you want it to be like this. And then you can take this and we're gonna look, I think we're gonna look for that. We're gonna look for that line. And we want it to add stuff at the end. Now this is where it gets a little weird. I guess you want another bracket, right? Because we wanted to find the last one and insert the data here and put a comma. I think that's correct, but I'm scared, so we'll see. So this is what we're gonna put in there as the bit of code that it's looking for. Okay. That will be set up in the abstract graph node. So right up here, where we're looking for the data delimiter. Technically, it would be our node data enum, kind of. Our node data Yeah, whatever. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't have to be perfect. Whoa. Why does it look like that? Why does it make it look like a string name? I thought a string name had to have like a dollar or an ampersand before it. Why does it look like that? It's like orange. Does anybody know why it looks like that? I don't really care. It's probably fine. Weird. Okay. Yeah, it's just like some weird thing. All right, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. So I have done this. We're using a regular dictionary. That's changing this to that. Make the declaration be this. We've done that. Ensure that that exists already. We've done that. Okay. All right. I have a feeling it's not gonna work. I'm missing something. So let's just find out. My favorite way to see that I've missed something is just to try it. Medusa needs to finish Elden Ring. Okay, add that conversation, create a node. We immediately have an error. That's okay. We're using the error to guide us. So in Medusa needs to finish Elden Ring. What do we got? Oh, it's still inserting nodes null. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wait. Wait, that's supposed to be there already. You're not supposed to insert that. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. Got it. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I see what we're supposed to do. Okay, hold on. Hold up. This was a mistake. I'm not supposed to insert it here. I was supposed to have it be on the convo data. Because there's two different things. This is getting inserted, and then inside of... Oh, it is there! Okay. Great. Let's see what happens. Okay. Alright. Whatever I say. You know what? Whatever I say. Okay, let's make sure we delete the files it generated. And re-enable the plugin. Strivent loves the hive. Create the conversation. Add a node. Ooh, no error. Okay. We love a no error. Open up Strivent loves the hive. And let's see what's going on in there. I'm dubious. Okay, there's no data. Oh, it looks good. Nodes null, and then nodes 1, and there's the first one. And we got all the node 1 entries. This is wrong. That's not supposed to be dialogue. That's supposed to be value. So I have to rename all those. That's fine. Okay, now this is where I don't expect it to work. I expect us to hit an error immediately. So let's see what happens and figure out what I gotta fix. So I'm gonna create another one. We have an error. And let's see what's wrong with it. So what I think it's going to do is it's going to look at nodes null, and there it's gonna put number 2 right after that, which is wrong. We need it to look for the last thing in there and put it after that. How the hell are you gonna do that? How in the world are you gonna do that? You would have to make it one line. That's the only way that would work. So what you need is a separate delimiter for it to look for. It has to look for something else. Holy crap. Okay, so let's go back. I'm gonna turn off this. I'll actually keep that open for a second. Go back to the data. This is a little complicated. from the node data, when it puts this in here, I need it to queue up the next place that we replace. Yeah, it's for Godot, correct. Yeah, so it's all about serializing. So if you're typing dialogue for your branching dialogue game, it's going to take what you create and generate GDScript files. Then you use that GDScript to design your branching narrative implementation, is the idea. So yeah, it's a Godot plugin. It's apparently dog fooding as such. So what we actually needed to find is this, which is ultimately going to look like that. And it's just going to be one little bracket floating. So we need it to be a little more than one little bracket floating. We needed to find the line that's going to have... Maybe I do need the next line. Actually, so we could say, wait a minute, I think I know. I think I know what needs to happen. The only difference is we have to remove this marker that's going to be there. That's kind of the tricky part. Or it has to be a unique marker, and it has to know how to find it. So this would be like, end or last node data node or something. And then we would say find this line. In the next one, that's where you add the next dictionary. But if there's 100 last node data node lines, then how do you know which is the last one? We could say find the last one. We could do a reverse search and say just return the last one. You know, that might work. I'd have to make like a special like rfind. I think that's a good I think that's like a good idea. I think it's like a really good idea. Okay. That's what I'm gonna try. That's what I'm gonna try to do. Okay. Okay, so we save it like that. This is why I didn't delete it, because it turns out I actually do want this. I just wasn't using it, the dictionary next line. I just wasn't using it where I thought I needed it. Although, Lee's... No, you do. No, you have to do it this way. Okay. Comment all this back in. Welcome back to the family. The difference, however, the difference is we don't just want it to look for this declaration. We needed to look for the last instance of that declaration. And it's not really a declaration anymore. If I'm being honest, this is like a delimiter placeholder. It's just, that's what it is. Like, that's what it is. It's a delimiter. At this point. So, how do you want to handle that? Well, you got to look at where we use it, which is going to be right here. So instead of saying, if the line contains the delimiter, we want to say, if the line contains the last instance of the delimiter. Now, this is a little tricky because we're iterating through each line in the document. We're not iterating through it backwards, we're iterating through it forwards. So how's it gonna know it's the last one? Oh, that's actually not good. I mean, we could number it and then ask which one has the highest number. I hate that. You know what might be best? I think what might be best is if it removes itself. That's what I think. I think that's the best thing. Because right now, we are inserting something. We're literally injecting whatever it is, the data that we want, before the end bracket. And we're replacing that entire line. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it, Hypnotic. Welcome. Cheers. Give Hypnotic a little shout out there. Our frequent go-to, since so few of y'all streamers out there on game dev land only be streaming on Twitch. So I can't raid you on both platforms. But Hypnotic is not only a wonderful person to hang out with and a great game dev, but out there on both platforms. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. So I need to find a way to either remove that last instance of the delimiter, or make sure that I find the last one. I'm kind of leaning towards removing it. Now we do replace the entire line. That's kind of the whole idea, is replacing the old line with a new one. So if I were, but yeah, I mean, I think this would be the place to do that. I think that's all you do. You just need to pass the delimiter in here. So when you construct the new line, wait, this is so dope. Wait a minute, this is easy. I can do this. Okay, construct a new line. We're gonna make sure that it gets the delimiter. Okay, so go to construct new line, add in the delimiter. String drop, blah, blah, blah. Closing brace index equals old line, find that. Sure, you can do that, no problem. Totally fine. No, you gotta do it first. You gotta do it first. Hey, what's up, Char? Welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? You've been curious if you should start streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, or is that a lot more work? It's more work. It's more work. It is. It is, because it's up to you. You know, you should do what you want. What were you planning? Were you planning on... Here's something to think about. On Twitch, they're going to delete your VODs after a couple weeks. And if you want to keep those VODs, you're going to have to make sure you export them to YouTube. It's a press of a button, but you still have to press it. Whereas if you stream on YouTube, your VODs will be saved automatically. So if you're going to pick one, that's an advantage of YouTube. Obviously on Twitch, though, you're more likely to get eyeballs and people hanging out with you. Yeah, exactly. It's communicating with both chats. Everything else is just extra. You know, I could say, well, you want to think about this, you want to think about that, but at a bare minimum, you know, is keeping track of each chat is the and it's, again, it's not like super hard, but if you're asking, is it more work? It's more work. But if you are gonna do it, I recommend doing it via Sorayuki's multiple RTMP plugin, OBS plugin. I don't recommend getting like Restream or some service like that. Use that, it'll be easier. And then in terms of combining the chat, there's a lot of different ways to do that. I use StreamerBot, and you just connect them up, and you'll have a combined chat. Now, in terms of showing off that, the only thing I'll say for Restream is if you're like managing video conference live streams, it has some tools that make that nice. But other than that, yeah, it's kind of a waste. StreamerBot can help you. Potentially, but it's a little more on the complicated side. If you want the easiest path, there's Social Stream Ninja. So those are your two options for combining chat. So look into those if you're going to multi-stream. Those are the things I would suggest. Okay. So we're going to say variable new line, which is going to be a string, naturally. And it's just going to be the old line, except we're going to replace, or can we just even remove characters? Works for me. We want to remove the delimiter. Get it out of there. We're done with it. At this point, it has served its purpose. If it continues to be there, it's just going to make everything more of a mess. Probably, I think. Then we pass new line into all of these and just handle it normally. Of the new old line. Okay, so it's looking for that delimiter, but we want to make sure it's doing the next. Now, oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Hold on a second. New line. Wait, I made a mistake. New line needs to just be old line. Okay, which is ridiculous, but bear with me. It's one thing I forgot. The one thing I forgot is we have to say if line type is set to types dictionary next line. If it's set to that, then and only then does the new line become. We could even just say new line, remove characters. Only then. So it's just going to be the old line normally, okay? And then if it is that particular type, that's when we remove the delimiter. Otherwise, we don't. Sleep well. By the way, I forgot to tell you all, we do have bye. Here it is. See ya and later. If you want to get my attention, sometimes I'm so locked in, I don't even see. But it will pop up a little bling bling, and then I'll see you. Every hour you can redeem that. Yeah, no problem, Char. But anyway, I saw it. So goodbye. It was a pleasure having you here. And yeah, I hope I see you again. Sleep well. Okay. Let's just test it. I don't know where I'm at. I feel like I've done something wrong. Well, you have. Well, here's the question to ask yourself. And you know what? I know the answer. I know the answer. The question to ask myself was if I want the first one to behave in the way that it is behaving, and then the second one behaves differently. And the answer is hell no, I don't. Absolutely not. So we actually do want this to be dictionary next line all along. It was the right answer, maybe. I gotta go to template data, and I have to make sure that in the first instance of it, it has that delimiter. That way it knows where to put it and remove and stuff like that. So that would be here. Right there. Okay, let's see what happens. I don't expect it to work, but it'll be interesting. It'll at least guide me into the right direction. Okay, get rid of the stuff we generated. Clear our error log. And reload the plugin. See what we got. Okay. Char says thanks. Create the conversation. Add a node. Immediately have an error. Something went wrong. Let's go take a look and see what went wrong and fix it. Okay, there's Char says thanks. It didn't get a closing bracket. Okay. So it almost did it right. Oh my. Oh, some awful things happened. Why does it say CV_at? How did that even happen? What? Well, it didn't do what it was supposed to do, which is remove that. It was supposed to remove this, look at that line, and then add there. That's what it was supposed to do, but it didn't. So let's find out why. One thing that I actually want to re-implement is the print that was telling me what the skipped line is supposed to be, because it's looking potentially a little weird. How that happen? Every dev at some point. Is the brain fog gone? I did get a little re-up on energy. I did. Yeah. And you know what? It's like, you know how like sometimes you stay up too late and you get a second wind? Like you were really tired and then you stayed up a little longer and all of a sudden you're fine? I'm in my second wind of brain focus. Okay, so let's go back to let's go back to the template data. No, the key val creator. And I want to add a print. Whenever you get the next line, please tell me what that line was. Skip a line here, right here. So print skipped to line will be that script line that it gets. That will be very telling. And then besides that, I need to make sure that the delimiter is set up correctly. Ah, it's not. Well, that's easy. Oh, I love it. I love when the answer is obvious. I didn't put the right delimiter in there. I love it. Oh, all right. Well, this is actually going to be fun. Okay. Turn that off. It's an easy fix. My favorite. Delete the data. Well, now we just get to try the next problem that comes up. But at least I know I'm testing the code I meant to test. Okay, discard that. Clear the errors. Reload the plugin. Create a conversation. Lark wonders about fog. Okay, add the conversation. Create a node. We got errors. Let's see what they are. Oh, botched. Positively botched. Wow. Look at that nightmare of text. Okay. So let me see what the returned thing was. Skip to line. Correct! It found the correct line. Liz, you tried to remove something that wasn't there. Just you tried to remove something that wasn't there. The delimiter isn't on that line. The delimiter is on the previous line. So I need to log the previous line. In fact, you know what? Oh, wait, just delete the line. Okay, hold on. Wait. I got it. I know what to do. Okay, get rid of that. Clear the errors. Get rid of the generated script, please. And then delete all the files. What I need to do is go back to the key val creator. And instead of doing any of this mess, this was a total mistake. Unnecessary. We'll make this be old again. Now, up here, when we do the line skipping, that is where we remove it. And in fact, we probably want to do it before we update the script line. So in here, we've already got the if statement, it's ready to go. We just say, on that script line, remove that character. Now here's well, Lise, this is the hard part. This is not as easy. Chill, girl. This isn't as easy as you think. Wait a minute. Hold up. all lines. You have to save that back. Wait, that is not so easy. That is not so easy. That's actually kind of hard. Because I have to save the entire thing. Whoa. Wait, this is complicated. Because either I save the file... Well, it's not the file, Lise. You're opening it here. No, you're modifying this data. No, you're okay. This is okay. Okay, incorrect. What you want to do is you want to look at all lines. I'm not even sure how to... Are you going to do another for loop? Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to say I'm sorry. Okay. So I'm going to put another for loop in here. For line in all lines. And that will be a string. I don't know if it knows it's a string yet. It does. So this is where I would say don't type it because it already knows the type. Like if I start to type line, it starts offering me things as if it were a string. And again, it's only in the editor that that's going to slow things down if I do statically type this, but still, you know, I don't want that. I mean, it is the editor. What am I talking about? Wait, it's a plugin. So yes, it's essential that I don't type that. So for line in all lines, the one that I want to find is if line contains the delimiter. Honestly, don't get rid of the line. That actually could mess things up. If it contains the delimiter, then in that line, I mean, do you have to do that? Are you sure? Because it's gonna match it right here. At least I don't think this makes sense. I don't think this makes sense. Don't do this. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. What would make more sense is if you log that line. So let's say this. Skip a line, and we're gonna log skipped line index. That's going to be an integer. And we're going to save that index. Okay. So skipped line is true. And skipped line index is going to equal the current iteration. So we haven't skipped it yet. So now we have that line index. We got it. We know what it is. Hell, you could even just make it... Well, not really, because then you could just remove the line. No, well... You know what, let's make it the line. I'm going to make it the line. I don't know, I just would feel more comfortable. So skipped line is going to be all lines I. So you see, we have the line that we've skipped, and then the line that we are skipping to. Current iteration and the iteration plus 1. Okay. So after that, I don't know how I feel about this. Remind me how we replace it again later. When we go back to construct a line, replace text and file. So here we're only replacing one line. I'm worried about timing. Because this actually opens and saves a file. So I don't know how comfortable I am wedging another one of these in. So I think we actually need to add this. I think it's going to open and close it again. I don't particularly want to rewrite the whole file. You know, like that feels kind of bad. Wait. Please. Wait a minute, you goof. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. I told you all, this is how I code. All right? I try something, I find out it doesn't make sense. And I just realized that doesn't make any sense. You know what makes sense? What makes sense is just after we're done, if it is that type, if line type is set to, I love it. If it's set to types, it's so simple. Dictionary next line. Then we can run replace text and file. Obviously, it'd be nice if this was one whole operation. Like, that would be optimal from a disk writing perspective, right? This is like two very rapid disk writes, one after the other. That's iffy. That's iffy. I don't care. And if I need to care, I'll care later. I mean, yeah, I just, you know, I don't give a crap. So I'm gonna, but I'm noting it. I'm noting here. Okay, I'll do one better. To do. Consider that this is an unsafe rapid second write. Ideally, this and the previous replace would be combined. So, not gonna worry about that right now. I just want the damn thing to work. And we can always come back and fix it. Okay. Now I feel fine. So what are we replacing? We still want the script path, because we'll have written it by then. Now the question is, has it loaded by then? Wait, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this. I'm going back again, I'm not sure. I don't care. We're gonna try it. We'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll find out. So we're gonna open that again, except this time, the text that we're gonna replace is simply the delimiter. And what are we gonna replace it with? Absolutely nothing. And that true is if it's a script. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm scared. I'm afraid. Okay? I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. Okay, create the conversation. And then create a node. No error. I just saying there's not an error. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Come down here. It looks good. Okay, we got node data. It's gone. It removed it. I'm just saying. Nodes null, nodes, node 1, and all the data. All right. The next moment of truth. Can I add additional nodes? Let's see. There's not an error. Did it work? Did it friggin' work? Node 1. No. What happened though? Something had to happen. There's no skip to line. So somehow it didn't even run the code. We have node 1, node 2, node 3, but there's no more instances of node 2 and 3. So it's just saying, no. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. If I had to guess, the delimiter isn't present, and we're not actually adding the delimiter at the end, if I were to guess. Which makes sense, because I don't see it in here, do you? I don't see it. Okay. So that's the issue, would be my guess. Okay, alright. So let's go back to the template data. Look at the node data template. At the end of this so this is what's supposed to be. Well, at least because when you do that replace, okay, Here's a fun fact about replace text in file. That's a helper function that I wrote. It actually replaces every instance of it. Yeah. It just literally is just finding so it replaced the thing that I wanted to keep. That was the problem. What I actually needed to do is only replace the first instance of it, so it keeps the last one. Oh man. Okay. Okay. So that's fine. We just do a find. We just do a find. Yeah, okay. It's fine. We don't need to well, you do. Well, don't I have another one? Replace text in string. Replace text in file. Oh, this is the one. Sorry. I said this was it. That's not it. It's this. I lied. But it's this, it does the same thing. So don't worry about it. It uses replace text in string. The difference is this function, it just opens the file and makes sure that it saves. But ultimately, it uses the same function. Well, what if you just add a parameter? You already got 2 extra ones. What's one more? What's one more? First, with an I, first only, Boolean equals false. I'm sorry, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I'm doing what I'm gonna do. So I would think I would want to pass that in here. So we'll pass first only into replace text and string, comma, first only Boolean equals false. And then, so we're making it default, we're assigning it here so that way it's optional and all the other use cases of this won't error out. Whereas if I were to not do that, all of the places that I've used this in the code base now need to be refactored because they didn't account for that being there. But as long as I set a default, we're good. So we just need to do a couple extra things. Let's say, whoops, variable updated data string. Then we'll check if first only. We'll want to look through the data and find the replace what? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How would you do that? I actually am not sure how to... Are there other... Wait. Replace character. What's replace n? Replaces all case insensitive occurrences. I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know how to do this. Because just because I know the index of it, then I have to kind of make my own replace. Well, if you know where the index is... Oh god, this is a little bit intense right now. This is not as simple as I expected in my brain. Because then it makes me think I need to go through all the lines and then put it back together and reconstruct it. It's not a simple operation. It's a lot of typing. What was format? Formats the string by replacing all occurrences of placeholder with the elements of... Oh no, we don't want that. Absolutely not. R split, that's like reverse splitting. Yeah, we could use it like a... Oh, I hate that though. What's reverse? Returns a copy of the string in reverse order? It's psychotic. Doing 2 camel case substring. So like from where to where? Give me the string starting at a certain point. Give me everything a certain length after that. Split it at a delimiter. I do wish there was like a replace, like it could return all the instances. Basically what I need is I needed it to find every instance of a string and only remove one of those instances. That's what I need. And unfortunately, I don't know that it's as simple as just like using a built-in method. Replace characters keys? Huh. Oh. Go on. Replaces any occurrence of the characters in keys with the Unicode character with code width. Any occurrence of the characters in keys. That does not sound like what I want. Wait, what the heck is that? Replace chars GD scripts. I got as a thinker. I gotta think about this one. Anyone in the world has an example of this being used. Anyone in the world has ever used this in the history of the internet. Has one person ever used this? Alright, Google, come on. I found the method, but the Godot editor does not find it. I don't think this is what I need. I'm almost certain, but I just want to see it used in a context just so I can be sure. I think I'm going to have to write this myself. Yeah, okay. Well, so what I would do is I would get all the lines in the document, which sounds awful. I hate that. I think that's a terrible idea. I don't recommend it. What if... Okay, I have a different idea. This one's testing me. I like it. Bring it on. Forget this. This idea's out. Goodbye. New idea. We love a test. We're gonna change the delimiter. In fact, yes, no, okay. So we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. I'm gonna change the next delimiter. So that way, when it removes all of them, it skips the new one. Because the new one's gonna be a little different. That's my next idea. It's my next harebrained idea. Because again, right now, this is replacing all of them, and we don't want them all replaced. So here's what I propose. Real quick, before we do what I propose, I need you to consider something, Liz. I know what idea you're about to go for, and I want you to ask yourself, does the timing make sense? What I want to add in is that node 1, node 2, because we already replace the number. Right, so we just have like this number here. So whenever it says node underscore 1 dialog, I need to change those, but when it says node underscore 1 dialog, it replaces this number. So what I'm thinking is this last node data node, that this will also have the number in it. So that way it's unique. But that means that this number needs to get replaced first before I do all that other stuff. Otherwise it won't make sense. So that's my idea. And we have to make sure that that delimiter designs itself to look for it now with those numbers. So if it's node 1, it has to look for node 1, and so on and so forth. So this one, we wouldn't create this one. This one we would actually just type in, we know it's going to be node 1. Oh my goodness. It's getting complicated. It's getting real complicated. I like it. I do. Well, I mean, if this is... I mean, this is now wrong. Because it's kind of the prefix delimiter. At least, I'm going to say don't make this a constant. I think that that is just making things more confusing at this point. We're just going to create it down here. Nice! It looks like we update the numbers first. Thank goodness. Excellent. Oh, that's such good news. So the number is already going to be replaced. Absolute cinema. That means that our delimiter got you, problem. You gonna be solved. The delimiter will be that last node data node underscore plus whatever the last number would be. Well, you kind of want to make it 0 then over here. Because if the first one is 1, then the next one will be 0. So that should be, the last one will be 0. So that plus, let's make a variable for my number, which is a string that will equal stringified my number. Hey, what's up, Velcaris? Welcome. You're not disturbing me, you're saying hello. In 15 minutes I'll talk a lot more, but I'm working on a plugin that will allow people who are writing branching narrative scripts to have their dialogue that they write be turned into an API. So that is to say, they could ask the API, hey, remember that dialogue I wrote in scene this between those characters? Give me that dialogue so I can put it into my dialogue box. So I'm making a plugin that serializes script, like a written dialogue script, into GD script to then be used in people's projects. My project, but I think others might like it too. So I'm figuring out ways to inject the dialogue that people have written into an API that can be requested broadly. Welcome, I'll say. So we're going to make sure that my number equals string get my number, and then we're going to add my number. Well, you know what? Let's just make a previous number. I want previous number. You know what? It'll be fine. String get my number, or you could even just say my number at this point. Well, but it won't be. So actually, just no. -1. Okay, great. Get my number -1 string, and then we'll make this previous bumper. Previous number. Thanks for following, Velcaris. Appreciate it. I think it'll be useful because there are other branching dialogue tools out there, but what makes the one I'm making different is that it creates an API, and it's completely GDScript, and it's also going to be detachable. So you could remove the plugin, and your game wouldn't break. Okay. So it's going to be that plus stringified previous number. 2 figurines replace call. Whoa, I did a typo. I did something silly there. Back. Oh, I cut that. Forgot about that. That's my number. And this is already a string. And it's called number. Can we just make that string so I don't get confused again? Alright. And then for the delimiter, we pass in this. Okay, something's going to be wrong, but we're going to try it, and I'm going to find out what's wrong, and then we're going to fix it. Okay, close the generated script, clear the errors, turn off the plugin, delete the generated files, and reload the plugin. Oh! It's okay. Create a conversation. Velcaris did not disturb me will be the conversation name. So this will also show you how it serializes it. So I'm naming a new conversation with your name in it. I press add, and if we go to the file system, it has now created a GDScript file based on your name. And the inside of that will also have that in there, just to like demonstrate how it takes this front end GUI and it allows you to just enter stuff, so you don't have to be a programmer, you're a writer, right? You just want to write stuff. So you can use this and not worry about the code, but yet you are writing GDScript because it's generating it. So that way you're making your game at the same time as writing the dialogue. Okay, so we're gonna create a node, see what happens. No errors! We love no errors, baby! Okay, but that's not the full test. It's partially the test. Okay, so if we open up this script, you'll see it has added your name in here, right? So it's turned what we typed into GDScript. As for the new node, that looks great. Node's null, node 1. Now what I want to see is that delimiter at the end not removed. Nice. Last node, data node 1. Oh, it's going to work, baby. So it should be looking now when we add node 2 for this delimiter. And so it's going to see that delimiter. Okay. It's going to add new data, right? It's going to add the new nodes, node 2, data. It's going to add that in there. And then it's going to remove this, and there will be a new one added in. So it's just like continually adding onto the end. That's the idea. Okay, so let's see if it does that. I'm going to go back to the plugin. Here we go. New node, new me. Add it. Okay, we got an error. Something went wrong. Let's see what. Okay, we got node 1. Node 2. It's not bad. It looks like it pulverized the bracket. So I feel like if we just add a bracket in here, maybe there. Something happened. I'm not sure what. Let's undo it. I think we can undo it. Here. So it goes back to the way it was. It was supposed to find this, use that to find that, add a comma, and add the data. What did it actually do? I don't know because... Alright, let me try to make another one. I want to... I'm not exactly clear what it actually did. Let's create a new conversation. Rosa is learning GDScript. Okay, new conversation. We'll create one node and then create a second node. And I just want to see what it did again, because I'm not exactly sure. Because it almost looks correct. It's so close. It's so close. Let me just make it human readable so I can just better understand what's going on here. It's right there. It's just like a little adjustment. Wait a minute. Wait, what's all that doing down there? Okay, some weird things happened. Oh my. Okay, so it added it 3 times. Why? That's not what I wanted. Okay, we actually do have a bit of a problem here. Okay, node's null. Node 1. That should be a dictionary, but it never ends. It never closes that dictionary. It's supposed to have closed it, like, right there. Or... yeah, I think. Here, put that on a new line. Just trying to make it more human readable here. Better understand what went wrong. Okay, so that would be correct. And like, in theory, if I were to just cut this out, it's not an issue. Okay, so that is fine. If it had done that, we would have been okay. But it did a little more than that. Did a bit more. So we collapsed node 1, comma. It added an extra comma for one thing. Is this supposed to be on that side of it? Ah, okay. So actually that... okay, wait. Wait, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. This is gonna take a little debugging. Add that. Create a new node. Okay, wait. Now go open up that. Make sure you get this saved in this state. And I want you to add another one and compare the before and after. Okay? Come here. Add another node. Go check it. And show me the undo redo. So this is when it's fine. I wish I could paste it and like switch in between and be in the same spot. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start from this node content branches, and I'm gonna go down to here. It's kind of arbitrary. Or I'm gonna screenshot it. It's so hard for me to tell. We'll start at 166. We'll come down a bunch of lines here. 188. Okay, we screenshotted that. Then I'm going to undo it back into something sensible. There is no 166 anymore, but we know we started right there. And then I'm gonna copy this. All right, we're gonna open this up in MS Paint. I'm gonna look at them side by side because I'm just not really computing in my brain here. What the differences are. Okay, so now we have them both side by side. What happened? So we see a lot of same here. A lot of same. Okay. That looks good. That's the same. Node 1, Node 2. Oh, you're looking at Node 1, Node 2. Oh wait, why am I looking at Node 1, Node 2? Did I screenshot the wrong thing? Dang, okay. Hold on. This is confusing. Add the mistakes back. I knew the first line was supposed to be the same. I was like, what the hell's going on? 76. Yeah, you should be starting from the exact same line number. Okay, now screenshot it. 76. Come on down. Paste. Alright, now we're comparing correctly. These are the same. We see node 1. It's actually right. So that's good. Where things get funky. Additives, node 1, node 1. It got rid of the delimiter, which is correct. Delimiter would have been here, but it's gone. It left a comment in there for some reason. Don't know why. That bracket is gone, which is wrong. I think what it did, I think I see what it did. It slotted the next data point there. So it did it as if the data was supposed to go before the bracket, when in fact, it's supposed to go after the bracket. That's what I think went wrong here. And that makes perfect sense because that's why there's double commas, right? Yeah, because there's that comma, yeah. Okay, I see what happened. So if you wanted to behave that way, you don't want it to go to the left of the bracket. You want it to go to the right of the bracket. That's what makes it different. So it's not only skip a line, but it's nested. So it actually is nested. Okay. I don't know if I can fix it in 1 minute. Okay, but I'm gonna beg you to have mercy. Let me add a couple minutes. Okay. Just a few. Just let me add a few because I can fix this. I can fix this. So here's what's gonna happen. What I'm gonna do is where we check next line, which I actually now just realized I do want this to be nested. So this is dictionary nested. That was the right, that was the first, remember that was the first thing I called it and I changed it? It was right all along. Let's turn off the plugin. When we get down to here, when we're constructing it, we need to say, don't go to the left of the closing brace. Go to the right. That's where it needs to go. But I don't even know if that's fully correct. Because we're also adding the closing brace, which we wouldn't need to do anymore. So it's really like an entirely separate thing, if I'm being honest. So let's call this new line, variable, new line. equals, well, we don't know yet. Let's say empty. If line type is set to the nested dictionary type, then the new line equals, let's not make it plus, let's do that. The new line equals old line to the right of the closing brace. And then we add on to that the string to construct, and I don't know, but I'm guessing we don't want that. But we're certainly going to find out. Then, in the other instance, is when we would say, if it's not the nested, that's when we construct it to the left, and then we return the new line. Something, I'm not sure about that end bracket thing, but we'll see. Okay, let's see. I'm going to, I don't know if this is going to fix it, but it'll be very interesting. Let's clear the errors and make sure we've closed all of the generated scripts. And then delete the data. Try again. Activate the plugin. Rosa booty dances. And then we're going to add the conversation. Create a node. We already have a problem as soon as I created the conversation, actually. You know what I just realized? I renamed it. Remember? Nested. I renamed it! Turn off the plugin. Close the generated script. Delete the files. Clear the errors. Okay. Try again. Activate the plugin. Rosa's reindeer throwing around. Okay, add that. Oh, damn. Damn. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna make that. What did I do, though? I'm not gonna worry about it because it actually looks fine. Let's circle back to that. I have a feeling this is not the problem that it seems like. Let's just add a node and let's check it out. I think that might be a different problem, actually, which is great. I love that. Okay, come in here. It's not indicating this to be a problem. It looks fine. Node's null. It's not fine. Because now we need that bracket to be gone. And we need a closing bracket at the end. That's what's different now. And nodes got obliterated. Damn. Alright. Unfortunately, there was several mistakes that I made. And I'm just gonna have to deal with that. We'll have to clean it up later. Well, that was stressful. That was a little stressful right there. That's what that was. Things just got worse and worse and worse. Okay. I feel what I'm gonna have to do is backtrack a bit. Because kind of, hey, what's up, Kote? Because basically what happened was I tried to correct, and I realized, wait, don't correct it like that. And I kind of like went back a little bit. And then I fixed something, or I changed something, and it wasn't quite right. And I kind of just kept going back. And I feel like somewhere in that process of like trying something, correcting, things got a little messy. And so if I just kind of start over, you know, I like go all the way back and I say, okay, now I know what I want to do. Let's start from the beginning instead of all these attempts go back to the beginning and do the last attempt that I intend. I feel like that's what I need to do when I get back in there. It's okay, Ote. Yeah, I think somewhere, I mean, I spent an hour and 20 minutes, basically, trying something, it didn't work, trying something, it didn't work. So that there's some tech debt, I feel like, that builds up there in that time. I saw you streaming the other day, working on your Tiny Foundry game. Okay, and I think y'all were. Did I miss something? Wait, no, I missed plenty. I missed a good amount. Making good progress. Love it. Love to hear that. This is good. There was the Tegan raid. I remember this. Everything's coming back to me now. Hey, Colin. Whoa. Oh, that's trippy. Colin Coin. I was like, wait a minute. You're really coming for the dyslexics with that one. Welcome. Oh, I think Strivent left, but asked a really good question. It's okay. It's okay. It's fun. You know what? It's fun when a username is introducing an interesting reaction. Strivent left, but Strivent asked, would you say programming is just something that clicks eventually, or is it more something that you never feel like you've accomplished anything until you look back at the concrete evidence of it? I think you're thinking about what programming is wrong. I think that's not the right way to think about it. It's not like a concrete thing. It's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just misunderstanding what you're saying. Because I feel like these are two different things. Like asking if programming clicks, and then asking if it's something that I've never felt like I've accomplished until I look back at concrete evidence. And the programming that clicks one is very subjective. Obviously it all is. But I think, like, for me, it clicks every time I learn something new. You know, like the first time I started doing it, I was like, what the hell is a bool? What's a boolean? Doesn't make any sense. It's like, it's true or false. So what? What does that mean? Why do I need to know if something is true or false? What do I do with, so it's false. So what? What do I do with that? Right? And then I start to understand, like, you know, you want to check if a state is one thing or the other thing. It's like a binary state thing. Yo, Boolean tripped me out. It's just like, like, what? That was my brain getting torn in different directions. Also, hey, Supreme Shrimp, welcome. But then when I start to realize, oh, it's for comparing two states, click, you know, something clicks. And then I see a situation that I want to use that in. That's another click. So I feel like all along the way, I learn like a concept. I know what I'm trying to achieve, and I see how that concept can be used to achieve what I want to achieve. And there's just a series of clicks that just keep happening. And eventually, I just know a lot more things. I know what Boolean is, I know an integer is, a float, an array, a dictionary, and now I can use all those things to solve a problem. But like right now, right, I'm trying to solve a problem and it's not clicking. But then there's different moments where it does click, and it just kind of complexifies, and then eventually it comes together. So I feel like it's a series of clicks that compound into bigger clicks. But as far as never feeling like I've accomplished anything, More clicks, less clicks. Yeah, less click-wes. 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 Hey, Vince, welcome. I don't know, I feel like I'm always accomplishing things. And I don't know, again, I don't know that this is, again, you're not here, but my response to that is I started out my life as a creative, as a writer. You know, writing scripts and stories. And what a lot of wubs. What I hated about that was that I couldn't get immediate feedback. So if I'm writing a screenplay, I can't immediately see the screenplay happen right before my eyes. So I never got the concrete evidence that I'd accomplished something, other than the script itself. But what I love about programming is that I can test what I've written every step of the way. I can press something and see an error. I can see data start to fill out. I can see a character start to animate. You know, and maybe it's not the complete thing, but for me, that's rewarding. To get that immediate feedback, to type code and see it do something. But I could see not every, so I think it comes down to how willing are you to believe that what you've done is enough? And then if you set that bar low enough, then you'll be satisfied a lot. It's my very long response to that. Vince just finished watching the Digital Circus finale. Oh yeah, someone was talking about that. Did it live up to your expectations? Did it exceed your expectations? Is that a library, basically? Yes. So an API is like, if that's what you're asking about, an API is a bunch of, this is what I'm going to describe an API as in this case, a bunch of methods that can be accessed in order to get to data. So I don't know if, I mean, it's a library, but I don't know, the way people use library, I don't know, I'm not an expert, I don't know how to answer that. It's something. Always feel like coding clicked, but also remember staring at a for loop for 2 hours when you were learning, just staring at it. Yeah. You also cycle through, I'm amazing, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah. It never goes away. It really never goes away. But you have to like that. You have to enjoy that. You have to enjoy the excitement of delving into a new dungeon, you know, and fighting monsters above your level. All the time. You use YouTube's API for your streams, but you don't access YouTube's source code, for example. Yeah, exactly. Right. And then I don't know, like a library, I don't know. I don't really know terminology wise. But yeah. True that. Yeah, what Quixote said. Striving says it's rough. I mean, if that sounds rough to you, I mean, programming might not be for you, honestly. You know? Hey, Wayne, thank you for subbing on YouTube. Appreciate that. By the way, YouTube, if you press the like button, it's a friendly reminder to hyper smash that thumbs up. Appreciate it. Helps a lot. If you needed to be reminded, that's your reminder. Thumbs up, YouTube. And if you're watching on mobile, see what that hype button does. See what that's like. No, good job. Good job. No, that looks like a good definition, Quixote. It looks correct. A collection of tools and rules that allow different systems to communicate and exchange data with each other. It's fantastic. Library is any program whose functionality is intended to be used by other programs. API is communication between two programs. Nice. Nice. I like that. Thank you both for making that much more clear than I could have said. I'm not, you know, I'm not like guru, you know, teacher, studious, you know, terminology genius. I'm just like out here trying to make things work. And knowing what I need to know to get there. Strivent has been running into a lot of frustration, having to step away a lot to relax and unclench your shoulders and stuff. Yeah, you might not like coding, if I'm being honest. You just might not like it. And that's not to say that you can't learn to like it. But I think you are forcing yourself to do something you don't like doing. Which is important to ask yourself, do I need to be forcing myself to do something I don't like doing? And if your goal is to make a game, you know, it could be worth asking, should I find a collaborator? You know? Or, how can I change my relationship with programming? So if you want to do it in practice, yeah, for sure. Using Steam's API to arrange what is an achievement in your Godot game as well. One day, I'm gonna do that. Crowdsourcing Learnage. Yeah, we are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, framework. Right, I've heard framework and library used close together in a way that confuses me. It is green screen, unfortunately. It's supposed to be a rainbow. Is what it's supposed to be. Okay? That tuft of hair that just gets completely... Did you see that? You don't even know that it's there. But then... It is! It just got green screened out. How high can I make it? Until it appears. It's just gone. It just vanishes. Isn't that wild? Black hair and green screens are have an interesting relationship. It is incredible. But yes, this is a rainbow necklace, but the green just gets obliterated, and so it just looks like I have a, I don't know, red, orange, yellow, blue necklace or something. Yeah. Get here, no problem. It's good to do. Stepping away is actually part of the process. It doesn't get talked about as much. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's why we're doing the breaks, baby. I was getting stressed. I was getting real stressed. Your brain has to cook on things. Yeah. Strivent got the basics of computer logic with the not and gates and stuff. Yeah, that's I think that's a way to start. That's how I started. So I started with visual scripting in a game called Dreams, where you could make games within the game, and it heavily relied on AND gates and XOR gates and stuff like that. So that was like a fundamental logic way that I kind of learned coding. So I think that I like that. I like that for you. When I do the necklaces, we would make it outdoor school. We learn different nature concepts. Hell yeah! This is actually an earring. I just put it on a necklace string. So it kind of is like an art project in a way. And it's just beads. It's literally just beads. It's as simple as it gets. Started with the 1960s Tandy Science Fair 115-1 electronics kit with a laboratory book. That's hardcore. I don't know what most of that means. A science fair. I did a science fair one time in first grade, and I did mine on Fool's Gold. Pyrite. All it did was explain what it is. A laboratory, I know what that means. Book, I know what that means. Electronics, I know what those are. Tandy Science Fair was the brand. Oh, okay. So I guess I don't know what it is. Dad would sit you on his lap when you were about 5 and have you do the writing. Wait, your dad was cool. What? Some set of iron pirates in Spain grow with perfect cubes on them. I don't know if I knew that. I probably have like seen pictures just around, but I didn't know what I was looking at. I know that now. It definitely has, whoops. It definitely does have to cook on things. It just sucks when I'm motivated to go, and then I can't because of frustration with loops. Yeah, that does suck. That does suck. And the thing is, and again, I know Strivent's not here, but the thing is about game dev, if that's what you're doing, you know, you don't have to work on one thing. So sometimes if I'm not in the mood for code, it's like, today we're doing Blender, we're modeling. If I don't feel like modeling, today we're animating. I don't feel like animating, today we're making music. Today we're doing this, today we're doing that. There's usually something else that you can do. So I think mixing up those tasks can be a good way to manage, you know, where your energy is sent. Flavor of the week, yeah. It could be flavor of the day. Oh, he decided on his own? You didn't convince him? Oh, that's so cool. I appreciate you taking pose pick in live chat. Okay. Did I keep it open? I almost did. I sort of did. VPN, it's a little slow. Whoa, this looks cool. This looks like an erector set, but like a smart one. This is kind of hardcore. I feel like this is like the kind of toy that they banned because it had like lead in it or something. And kids were like shocking themselves to death. This looks so cool. This looks very fun. I wish I had this toy. Look at this gauge. This nice wood box. I bet it was so satisfying. VPN is faster than your home Wi-Fi. Or shocking others with it. It's all low voltage. 9 volt and 2 AA batteries. Oh, that's not bad. Beyond cannot be killed. Don't know what that was about. A long time ago. Hollow Knight spotted? Oh yeah, I saw a Hollow Knight thing. Hornet, yeah. Lisa would be proud of her community if they did it without her and just showcased it. Yes, of course! Of course! Oh my god! If y'all made your own project together, that would be the hypest game dev. Is what I would be. The something in there is non-specific, so if you ever wanted to rebuild, you'd have to reverse engineer it. I don't know what that means. Medusa played Hollow Knight 1 for many hours. I never 120% DLC'd it, but you thoroughly played and enjoyed the playthrough with some secrets. Silksong you just picked up this past week. Spent 8 hours without blinking until I couldn't see straight. You're not like a platformer person, just a gamer who likes good games. Integrated circuit. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, that made it make more sense to me. Yeah. I don't know electronics. But I've often thought it'd be interesting. Cam's making mac and cheese. Nice. I think we have a mac and cheese command. Yeah, we do. So, I just spent it. Sorry about that. I'm kind of thinking about food too. I feel like I should get a snack. Let me get a snack. Now I'm thinking about it. Hold on, I'll be right back. It'll just be like 2 seconds. Okay, actually it'll be a little bit. Let me stop this timer. We'll make it. What is that? Let's make it 15 and then. No, you're right. The mac and cheese. It got me thinking. I gotta go get. I'll just. And then and I'll just be right back. We made this, so just hold on. Enjoy the music. Maybe you want to go get a snack. Maybe you want to go get mac and cheese. You should. I recommend it. I mean, it's, whatever. Put a vegetable in there. Put some spinach. Spinach and cheese. It kind of goes hard. Broccoli? Oh, come on. Now that's what I'm talking about. Give me some broccoli and cheese. Oh, wait. That's good. Oh, chat own stream now. Hey, what's up? Nodigated. Welcome to Whiteboard app. You will see the fun. What? Huh? I have candy. I have fiber candy. It has 9 grams of fiber in it. So, like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, I find like those like precision platformers, they really stress me out. I don't know if you'd call Hollow Knight, Silksong like technically precision platformers. I guess it's more about like the combat than jumping around onto different platforms. I don't know. I've only watched people play it. Metroidvania. Okay. Well, the Metroidvania part isn't what makes it hard. It's like the timing, the twitchy. Because for me, I don't find gameplay that requires like a lot of dexterity very accessible. It's just fine, you know, everybody enjoys things, accesses things differently. But for me, dexterity stuff is really unpleasant. So I just kind of lump it into the same. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of this. It's too much. All those old school get good game. Get good game. Wait, analog input. You can be less precise. Path of Pain. Celeste, yeah. Now that's a precision platformer, which like, it's just kind of like really cute story. I like the art. And then it has the pain. But I will say, it has great accessibility features to like make it a lot easier. But of course I don't choose them. I just insist, no, I have to play it as it was intended. But that's what the accessibility features are for. I should really do that. Scared to play because you want to relax. Yeah. Well, and again, it does have like a lot of things that make it easier to play. But I don't often convince myself to actually use those features. I like Dark Souls a lot. I've really only played Demon Souls. I played a little Dark Souls, but not much. I kind of got the idea. Snacks! Cheers! I was like, oh yeah, this is what, yeah, right, Dark Souls is, it's like the same thing. It's a little different, but it's like this. Okay, I got it. Alright, I played Demon Souls. No, I'm good. But it looks very fun. It looks like more of the same. Which is good. You're going to college for entomology. That's awesome. Dogfooding refers to the practice of using one's own products or services. Oh! Yeah, I'm making a tool for myself to use. So I'm dogfooding. Okay. Alright. We talked about that. Process learning of GDScript helped you with your JavaScript learning. Then you finished one of the projects that you were all about masking an email. The project that was all about masking an email. What does that mean? Masking an email? Is that bad? The email can't just be itself. Yeah, you learning? Hell yeah. I learned JavaScript after I learned GDScript too. I mean, it helped me because it was the only coding language I knew. And I kept being like, okay, so in GDScript, I can do this. What's that in JavaScript? And that kind of like led me to discover things, which is nice. 5 streams straight, thank you, Quixote. When the user inputs their email, the function that makes it go from blah 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 email.com to email.com. Oh, mass like a gotcha. So like for passwords and stuff, or like if they're like showing you. I see, kind of like that. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Wow. Neat. I see. Yeah, like you like, you know, you don't want people to see that. Yeah, I get you. About strings, right? And probably like treating it like an array of characters and stuff or something. I don't know. I said your name perfectly. Well, I already know the word zeitgeist. I could see if someone doesn't know the word zeitgeist, that name could be confusing. And then I just assume it's zeitgeisty, although it kind of, if we go by the way Zeit and Geist is pronounced, it would actually follow that your name would be Zeitgeistai. But I like Zeitgeisty. Like, this is very Zeitgeisty, you know? One string function did create an array, which did utilize. You're so happy with yourself. Good job. Let's freaking go. So the certifications, is that like something you keep up, or you just do for a certain amount of time, and then you're like, I was certified in JavaScript from here to here, or something? Or you just, I feel like you're also doing it for like the learning opportunity, but you know, I know for like trades and stuff, you like recertify. Haven't heard that term since high school. Zeitgeist? Maybe I'm just always like thinking philosophically, so about social sciences in my brain. I'm always like, oh wow, look at culture. Culture is changing, and this is in the zeitgeist. I'm just always like having like pretentious thoughts. Maybe that's why I'm familiar with it. Felt so smart when I was working on something today, and then realized it could have been solved in hours. It could have been solved hours ago in Godot. Huida, you were working on something outside of Godot? And then you like thought about how it would be done in Godot? That is smart. Supreme says, I had same question about word boolean. Oh yeah, we talked. Oh yeah, okay, well we're getting back there. Lokara says, to me, it is a journey without finish line. Coding. Yeah, it's a journey without a finish line. Right, there's never this moment where it's like, I am programming. You know, but there are some skills that you maybe can say that. Like, I know how to make pasta primavera. I know how to do it. I've learned it. I know how to tie my shoes. Done. And therefore has noodles. Hey, what's up? Whoa. Jixisa. Welcome. I call you Josiah. Oh, I was gonna guess that. That was your name. I could have been so much cooler if I just guessed Josiah. Welcome. Okay, I gotta catch up. Being a writer is much harder. I really like coding a lot more. But I'm gonna get back into writing. That's why I'm making this tool. But it's still for like games, which makes it feel better. Once you start solving problems, programming confidence just comes naturally. Yeah. Oh, that's so true. It's said the animation thing people are watching is set to be the video that gets the most views in 24 hours at 5 million views in a single hour. Dang! That's pretty cool. And it's like 3D animation. It's like stuff that like we do. Like it's like kind of like in our sphere. GD script. So I'm working on a plugin that serializes branching dialogue stuff. So if you're writing a script for your RPG game, then this plugin will take what you write, turn it into GD script, and create an API for you to get the dialogue from. Okay, I feel like we kind of caught up, but let me know if I missed something really important. I feel like, though, we were keeping up with this along the way. I do. Alright, let's get back to it. So, the problem that I was dealing with was... And by the way, I will be mostly ignoring chat during this time. I think I'm gonna do another hour 20. Like I'm kind of at a bit of a stump point. So that's 1 hour 20 minutes of co-work. Game dev adjacent. Game dev. It is game dev. You know, we're not gonna be playing a game to test, but it's for a game. It's for my game. So just kind of like, I mean, it's a little broken right now, but I'll see what the demo is at right now. All right, see you later, Coyote. Thank you for stopping in, girl. Appreciate you. Let's delete the data. Close the files. And the thing I'm trying to do again, it's on the broken side, and I'm not gonna straight up say that I'm gonna totally go back a commit, but I might. So we'll see. But this is the plugin, so you create like a conversation between characters. So Josiah likes the language. Okay, then I'm gonna add that conversation. It opens up this new like place where we write a conversation, and then what it did was it created this GDScript file, and you can see it says Josiah likes the language. And then if we open that up, it also has that actually serialized into the script itself. So this is kind of like the basic idea. And then this API here, you would ask this API for the data that we just serialized, and then put that into your game. Is sort of the basic idea. And what I wanted to achieve today, and I'm gonna, damn it, I'm gonna do it, is to get dialogue that we type to actually go in there. So you create nodes and you type your dialogue in here, and then that, you would spell it right, hopefully, and then that is needing to be serialized, and that's kind of what I'm working on. And I might have broken it along the way, but we're gonna fix it. I am interested that this says that Convo doesn't exist. Like, that's actually fascinating. Where did it all go? Wait a minute. Somehow this is all okay. All right. Okay. So I broke other things is what happened. So let's go look at what I've done here and where things went awry. So if anything was going to affect that, that would be on probably GDScript creator. In here, I did rename that function, but I think we updated everywhere. I don't remember that being an issue. Thank you for the hydrate, Zeitgeisty. Appreciate it. I see a typo. Oh yeah, somebody said Tempalte earlier. I see why you said Tempalte. But I that was a consistent typo, so I don't think that's the issue. In the key val creator, which I think that's going to be where we introduced the pain. This is definitely where things went wrong. That's okay. I can remake this. I don't mind remaking this. If line type is set to types dictionary nested. Yeah, give me this. I'll keep that. Well, I mean, look, that's what broke it. I'm not even gonna, I don't even think I need to undo everything. I think that is where things went wrong, actually. It just kind of makes sense. Because it adds new convo names in here, and it uses the key val creator to do that. And that's where I made all types of changes. So let's see where I went wrong. If it is a nested type, we redesign new line, get everything to the right of it. I kind of am curious to roll it back a step at a time. Let me see how much I can undo, just like Control Z. could be nice. Let's go back to here. We do need to change this to nested if we don't want it to break. You just lost all your undos. I'm just saying. That's okay, it doesn't matter. Alright. Oh, we gotta check one thing. Get rid of that. Open up this, close the Josiah file, and delete all the data. And now, I'm going to reload this. New convo, new me. Add it. No error. Okay, great. So that was where the issue got created. We love it. We love to see where the issue got created. That's always nice. So if we open up the API that made, now that isn't obliterating itself. Okay, love it. Love isolating the issue. I mean, you just undid a lot, but I'm pretty sure... Here, let's save this. Show me the GitHub. Yeah, we kept all of that. Paste this back in. I believe that it was probably... If I were to guess, this is where I think it must have been an issue. Before, I believe it was just that. So let's try it again. I think we're already in a good place. Delete that. Close this. Reload the plugin. Zeitgeist hydrates. Oh, see you later, Velkaris. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you. Sleep well. Good night, Velkaris. Create the convo. Nice. Okay, so now there's no problem. It definitely was right there. Okay, and this is like basically an entirely separate issue that I accidentally created, trying to solve other problems. Okay. So let's close that. Turn off the plugin. Delete the data. And see if we can make this not be broken this time. So why is this so wrong? In theory, it shouldn't be calling dictionary nested at all. And I thought I was giving it the same thing. Please, wait, girl, you didn't make it equal anything. I do this all the time. Oh my gosh, I do this so much. I just like do an operation, but guess what? I didn't assign it to anything. it just did it. But it doesn't matter. I forgot to say, assign it to that. Okay, easy. All right, we'll test it now. We know it's still not working correctly, but at the very least, that one issue will be gone. Vilcars sleeps. Create the conversation, no more error. If we create a node, we do get an error. Not everything is a void func. Okay. I don't know, I mean, yes, no, of course not. So this is the issue, because it's not supposed to have done that. So that's number one issue. I feel like there might not be as many problems as I think. Really. I actually think there might be less issues. We'll see. So we need to make sure that there is no ending bracket there. That's a mistake. Okay, so let's go back to the template data. So what this is this is the stuff that gets injected, and it's going to cause a lot of problems if it is injected without these like comments here. So when it goes to serialize it, it removes all of that stuff and then it leaves this behind. This API doesn't exist yet in theory, so it would be an issue if I didn't put in those comments. So that's why this kind of looks so weird. Specifically, what I need to deal with is in the convo data right here. We don't want that ending bracket. But if we don't have that ending bracket, that means we're going to need an ending bracket. And you know what? What if we just don't? How about just don't start out without doing it? I'm actually not 100% on that. And things get really weird with all these brackets and confusing for me. So let's delete that. Make sure we close the generated scripts. We'll clear the output as well, and then I will load the plugin back up. Now, Forrest said something about void. Create that. Oh, what did I do? Insta problem. Oh, it needs the bracket. Oh! Ay, ay, ay. Oh my goodness. It's very sensitive. It's very sensitive. Okay, it's fine. So, no, we can fix this. So we're gonna close that. Clear the error log. Totally fine. Clear the error log. Delete the files. And we do need that there, but we have to remove it. Or no, we gotta remove it. It's gotta go. It's gotta go. So right here, when we are saying to the right, oh, this is tricky. Damn. I'm really trying to avoid having to write like a case, like say, if it's the first time, do it this way. If it's future times, do it a different way. I really don't want to do that. I could, but what if I didn't have to? But the thing is, I keep bumping into that kind of needing to be what happens, unfortunately. I mean, you could comment that line out like you comment the rest of them. But again, you would only be adding it in the first time. That's the problem. You could do some special if, but I don't want to do a special. I don't want to. I mean, you could say here, you could say right here, if the old line has the word null in it, remove it. Yeah, well, okay, well, why don't you do that? If you say there are two brackets, but yeah, I feel like that's not gonna hold up. How about this? How about this? Okay. Old line equals old line, replace double bracket, double end bracket. Look, I don't love it, but it is what it is. You know, I want to say too, like a lot of this system, I kind of want to just build it, make it work, and then look at it and say, okay, what's the obvious way that I could refactor this to make it simpler? So there's always that. Oh, where's this? I'm assigning in an assignment. Okay, out here. There we go. So the first thing we do, we update the old line to not have those double brackets. Then we assign the new line to that, to the right of the bracket that we are going to find, which is going to be a different indice. So that doesn't make sense. Well, what if We don't need to get the closing brace right there. We can see the closing brace index is not determined yet. And for the nested dictionary, we wait until that has been removed, and then we assign the closing brace index. And then here we know we can do it right away. Okay. All right. Activate. It's not going to be perfect, but that's okay. Activate. It's not perfect. That's okay. Add the conversation. No errors. We love that. Create a node. We have errors. Let's see what we got. The closing one. Okay, that's okay. I thought that I needed a closing one, but that's not what I'm worried about. It's the opening that I want to make sure is clean. It looks good. Nodes null, comma, next dictionary. Perfect. We just need a bracket at the end. So right here. That's all we need. Not bad. Not bad at all. You sure you don't want it here? Yeah, that's where you want it. Okay. So where do you want to put that? So that way it goes there. Well, if we're always going to inject it in the same way, in theory, I should be able, maybe, to just put double. But remember, you had a case for removing doubles. Well, that's what this would be. That's that case. Wait, but that's not good. So make it another line. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's just do that. See what happens. Okay. Turn this off. Close the open generated script. Delete the data. Clear that. Run this. Let's see what happens. Create the conversation. No errors. Add a node. No errors. Let's go. Open up that conversation. And it should be perfect. Now, that's good, but the moment of truth is adding a second node. And if I add a second node, I want there to be node 1, and then it's going to add another one after. Node 2, we got errors. All right, let's see what they are. See what's wrong. This is much better. Wait. Okay, so it's doing the infinite loop thing again. Well, it's only doing it a few times, where it creates 3 instances of the data, which is not good. Which is very not good. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. But at least it's a cleaner mistake. I feel like there were many layers of mistakes happening, and now I have a better idea of... We're getting closer to isolating it to the one mistake that I need to fix. The last mistake ever make. Nodes null, node 1, that's good. You come down here. And it's interesting because there's actually no errors on this script. I think it's mistaken that there's no errors, but it's probably just while it was parsing it, it hit an error. So what it's supposed to do is replace something that I believe is actually right here on this line. It adds a new dictionary on there, nodes 2. It comes down here, then this. So that's what it's supposed to have replaced, but one time, right? One time. What is it even finding? That's so weird that it does it multiple times, because the delimiter, is it even there? It would imply that it is. That somehow... I mean, you know what it makes me... Okay, you know what I think might be happening? I think it's possible that the delimiter doesn't get removed right away. And so it keeps adding it in multiple times. Expected end of statement, found comma instead. I mean, this is interesting. Skip 2 line is that. Then it's that, which is fine. Also, you probably would want an if on that double bracket thing. It probably is a little cleaner. So we kind of want to say if old line contains, we'll even say variable, whatever. The variable remove if present string equals the double brackets. It's a bit clunky. Remove if present. If it contains that, then we update old line to this. Number 1. Number 2, remind me where we remove the delimiter. You remove it after. This is where we remove the delimiter. It's removed after we write the new line. I feel like it doesn't make sense to do it before. No, because you have the whole line. Okay, really weird idea. What if I put it before? I don't know. I don't know if that makes any difference. But I'm gonna try it. And if I can't figure that out, then I got a lot of head scratching to do. Or if that doesn't work, I got some head scratching to do. I might have to come up with a different approach. Oops. Close the open script, get rid of the data, and reactivate the plugin. No4 sold a parachute. Never opened. I see what you're saying. Silly. Okay, this goes in there. Create a node, everything's fine. Create a second node, we get an error. The same error, in fact. Okay. Okay. It's head scratching time. Now, I will say this time, at least is showing up as an error here. Hey, Fanny, what's up? Welcome. Cheers. Thank you for the water. Good morning, I assume. Node 1, node 2. Good, so it left that in there. I mean, this looks better. We just have that strange situation where it's adding more. Why is it running 3 times? That's where I'm a little confused. Hey, what's up, Steam Coco? Yo, we got Steam Coco in the house. Hey, Raiders, how y'all doing? Hello, get steamed! Now I'm delicious. What's up, Mira? Thank y'all for being here. I am in a focus mode, so if it seems like I'm ignoring y'all, I am. But only for the next 55 minutes. However, because you're awesome for rating, we'll keep you up. We'll keep you up. How was your stream? If you have time to stick around, hope it went well. Steamed Coco is working on, from what I understand, a game like Where's Waldo, except different, and there's more you can do, and there are cards. Did that sell the game? I don't know if that did, but it's kind of like a cozy game. It's really cute, and Steam Coco is a super entertaining person to hang out with, so I definitely recommend doing that. Steam Coco is on YouTube, and that makes Steam Coco a common raid target for us. So let me make sure we get a YouTube link there as well for you all. We got our Steam page up. Drop the link! Drop the link! Hidden object game where you don't have to find everything. Oh, I love that. Yes! This is the coziest. It's a little bit torturous. It's just like, oh god, I know I missed something. I must have. Oh, that's Hypnotic Games. That's the wrong message. Oh no. That's somebody else. There you go. There's your YouTube. That was the last person I dropped the YouTube of. Okay, and there you go, YouTube. Go check out Steam Coco. We can't double promote. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Alright, let's check this out though. We're working on our invaders that take your little helpers. What? Huh? Chat, what does that mean? Clickaboo. Clickaboo? Clickabow. Okay, that, you know what? Makes a little bit more sense now. Flip the buns, catch the buns. Don't eat the buns. Hidden objects game where you don't have to find everything. Wow, that's like the game. That is a game. Helpers find things for you. Oh, that's lovely. Wait, that's such a chill. I love your game idea. You're like, I'm keeping the scope small. I'm keeping it cute. I'm keeping it clear. This is a really good game idea, I think. You'll unlock button helpers that will search the pictures for you, with you. Decorate your office, get new pictures, upgrade your buttons, and collect them all. I mean, it also has like an incremental vibe with the helpers. So there's gonna be like multiple drawings, or just one. I mean, this is quite a drawing. Wait, but then you're growing things? There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on here. This is super cute. I love this game. I love this game idea. So delightful. Yeah, I was like, this is well, it's just a hidden objects game where you don't have to find everything and there are helpers. That's not too bad. And you're like growing plants and you're shopping for things like, oh. But, you know, I mean, that's really cute. That's really fun. And I feel like people who pick this up, you're setting their expectations. You know, you're saying this is what it is. And then maybe I'll add more stuff. Maybe there'll be more. You'll see. You'll just have to see. You'll have to wait and find out. The skill tree. Skill tree. That's good. I like that. I enjoy that. Delightful. Well, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna lock back in. But I'll keep you up for a second. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you. I'm working on my plugin, by the way. It is a plugin that I'm going to use in my game. It's a branching narrative game about aliens. You are an alien who's invading Earth when the world is on the cusp of World War III, and you decide, are you going to save the planet or destroy it? And there's going to be a lot of dialogue in all of that and whatnot. And it's going to have 3D platforming in between the branching dialogue, but I really want to write my branching dialogue in a way that feels elegant and nice and like I'm writing. I don't want it to be like code. See you later, Coco. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you. Lock back in. And so I want to make a tool. I still want to be writing code, but I don't want to feel like I'm writing code. So this branching narrative tool is just all about giving me, or whoever wants to use it, a nice code-free environment to type your dialogue, and it'll connect it up to all of your other dialogue and the characters and all the different things that you want. And at the same time, it will be serializing your whole conversations into GDScript, which then, when you're in programmer mode, or you go to your programmer, they will go to the API that gets generated and ask for, hey, I need that conversation at the castle between the king and the servant. And then you just request that conversation, you get the dialogue, and you plunk it in to your whole thing. Using dialogue manager, yeah, there's a lot out there. I don't know that one. There's a lot out there. I have a very certain way that I want it to work, and I think it'll be fun to try to make. But sounds like a good one, probably. And I want it to be writing GDScript for me. I want it to also work like this tool that I found called OSI Tools. It's by Obsidian Entertainment. They made like Fallout New Vegas, Outer Worlds, things like that. They have like a proprietary, hey, thanks for the bit, appreciate you. They have a proprietary, internal branching dialogue tool. And they use it to write their games, but they don't release it, so nobody can actually use it. But there are videos where they go through how it works. And I just think it's awesome and really cool. So I'm actually trying to remake that specifically. So there's a lot of I have a lot of demands for my branching narrative tool, and I tried a couple others that were out there, and I was just like, this is no OSI tools. So I'm determined to give myself the experience that I want. But I'm gonna remember that dialogue manager. Heard. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, it seems like everybody's watching that. It sounds like it might have been the most watched thing of all friggin' time or something. All right, I'm gonna get back to work. Let's add the hour up there that I feel like that's when the raid came in, approx, if I were to guess. So let's update that to 60 minutes and tuck in. Okay. So where was I? Right, the looping. It's running so many times, and I genuinely am not sure why. So I need to ask myself really carefully, why do I think it's running so many times? I might also just remove things and see if that fixes it. Because I have a theory. That it could be that replacing dialogue thing. I've been suspicious of it. But didn't we do it and it didn't cause an issue? So I don't know, I'm not sure yet. So what is inserting that code? Well, that's getting inserted when a node is created. So we have this base class, branchy node. So it could be for a player character node. So if you want the dialogue that a player character says, if you want to drop in a node that is what an NPC says, or if you want to create a script, an action node. So let's say you want the character to go and pick up a glass of wine on the table and cheers it, right? So that would be its own node, and that would be code or something. So those are the different kinds of nodes. And this is their base class. So there's an NPC node, which derives from branchy node, and it just handles what the node looks like. Really, the big stuff that's happening is on this base class. And on this base class, when it enters the node tree, as long as it's inside of a graph editor, it is going to set what its active path is. It is going to connect up, let's see, whether the node is selected or deselected, not really relevant to what we're doing probably. When the focus enters, different things like that. So it fetches the old enum. Okay. So this is when it's going to add itself to the API. Not the conversation script. So it is going to look through the API that gets generated. It's not generated yet, so it has to do it through a path. it's going to see if it contains the enum text, which is just like enum nodes on that line right there, all the way on the left. It's going to look for that. And then it is going to create this line. That is the one that it needs to add itself into. And it updates a variable called existing enum. This is kind of related, but it actually shouldn't be related to this. Existing enum is being used nowhere. Oh, that's old! Y'all, that's old news. Oh, I don't need this anymore. This is the way things used to work. All right, we don't care about that. That's trash. That's garbage. Forgot about that. All right, we'll ignore that. So, so then we have enter tree serialized data. That's what's actually happening. Skip that. Enter tree serialized data. See, it's good to go through. Sometimes you realize you got some cruft. New enum. Now that's only if we're creating a new enum, which we aren't always. There's different things that get done. There's updating the API. So if we go to the, here, let's look at the Convo template. Convo template, there's enum nodes right here. So this is what it's looking for. It's using, so even though I could just explain that fetch thing, it's still doing that code. I just had implemented it into the other function. So it looks for this, and then it's going to insert itself right here as what starts out as node underscore, and then it will count which one am I, and then add the number, and then that's in there. Oh, it'll put a comma as well. So it does that here. But that's not the thing that's duplicating. That's working just fine. The thing that's duplicating is once the convo data gets replaced in there and it fills it out, within there is another dictionary. And inside of that dictionary, we're adding a dictionary. And it's running that multiple times. So anyway, this all happens at the same time. It adds that enum in there, and then it's going to also add the data that's contained in there. So this is what that's doing, is that first enum at the top. It figures out what its number is at the, so it kind of does those things at the same time. This is it literally adding itself to that enum, is this. And that returns what its number is, if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Okay. So we set up what key it is, namely, we're basically just getting the text node data here, because that's where that dictionary to dictionary is going to go, is in node data. Then we get the template that we want to go in there, the thing that replaces our placeholder or whatever. We figure out what number it is, what the previous number was. Okay, and the reason why it does that is because in the template data over here, we have this last node data right there. And what this is gonna do, this number here, that gets replaced. That same number, when we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, enumerator is what it means. When we get the number of the current node that's being added, it's gonna replace all instances of hashtag number hashtag with that number. And so we find the last node data, and this would be like node 0. So the first one is 0, which actually should be in here. Yeah. So the first one that gets made is going to say, I'm node number 1. As node number 1, I'm going to look for last node data node 0. When I find that, that's where I'm going to put myself a dictionary. But actually, that's not quite right. That's not accurate. It doesn't put itself there. It looks for the next line. So it says, where is this? Go down one line. If there are double brackets, replace it with one bracket. To the left, no, to the right of that bracket, put a comma, and then insert the next node. So then it'd be node 1. This actually works. This is fine right now. And then it puts in that situation like that. Okay? That works. That is not an issue at the moment. However, when that inserts itself, it also removes this line. It gets rid of it. We don't want it anymore. It's gone. Because we've already used that. Although it doesn't need to, does it? Because it's going to have different numbers. Actually, I kind of don't need to remove it. Don't do things you don't need to do, kiddo. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of that real fast. Because it actually will get overwritten anyway. If it needs to be. I'm gonna get rid of that real quick. Now that I thought about it. Because that's like one extra thing, and it could be causing issues. That's what this whole second replace is for. That's literally what this is for. You don't even need it. Because we're adding in a new number. I love that. Cool. Okay. This is worth testing at this point. So anyway, so when it finds this, goes to the next line, removes that, adds in the first one, that first one that it puts in, guess what it has at the end of it? Last node data node number. So this one will be 1. And then what it should be doing is it should be looking at this. It finds this. It looks at the next line down. And on that line, it won't find double brackets. So it'll just look to the right of the bracket it does find. Add a comma. And put the data in there. That's what's supposed to happen. And then the next one should have node 2 on it. This is the point where it does it 3 times. I really wonder if that replace wasn't calling an extra save. Here's the thing, Liz, that I worry about with this. I don't know. Let me just try it. Let me just see where we're at. I don't want to speculate. Let me make sure I cleared the data. I did. Reload the plugin. Dark Cookie wonders about enums. Hey, what's up, Hypnotic and the Raiders? Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream, Hypnotic? What were you up to? I know you were here while you were streaming. I always know. I know if you're here, you streaming. Welcome. Welcome. Good day, you good dunce. We finished our testing and bug fixing. So wait, how soon are we looking at here as far as release goes? Because you said June 20 something? Did you say, do I remember 24th? I feel like that's, yeah, oh, July. Oh, close. Okay, I could have been way more off. I really could have been way more off. Good day, you adults. Rude. Are you a Unity dev? Okay, a month. So I've been imagining this whole time you were about to ship in like a few days. Upgraded to 4.7. Oh, nice. Did it go smooth? I updated my plugin to 4.7, but it's like, whatever. You have a whole game. Like you're not just doing a optimizations and stuff first. You're not just doing like a tiny little project. This is like the entire game you've been working on. Did the area lights, the like rectangle ones, did they turn out like what you wanted them to be? We shouted out Hypnotic earlier, but I see no reason not to do it again. I simply fail to see why we can't do it again. Hypnotic streams on YouTube, by the way. So we must honor the linkage. If you would like, I would love if you dropped your Steam link in here. I found it. I can actually just paste it. We got it. That is Hypnotic's game. Right there. Bubble Shop Simulator. And Hypnotic's YouTube is right there. Go check him out. He streams there too. If you need some game dev streams, that's the place to do it. They're better than OmniLights for your store. Right, because OmniLights are going to be like circular. And if it's rectangular, it's literally shaped like your store. Love that. All right, let's go. Like, better is better. Prove me wrong. You can't do it. I guess it's not always better. I guess I can prove myself wrong there. Agree of baubles. So you can name your bauble shop whatever you want, right? Like, you don't have to call it Agree of Baubles, do you? I'm just guessing. I don't really know, but I assume. Nice. It looked like you could rename it, which as a player, I would immediately just be like, ooh, I can do my own shop. I can make it my own way. That guy's buying a lot. Perfect. That guy's addicted to the baubles. He loves the baubles. Can't get enough. Such a cool like transition of it like changing and expanding. Nice. Is this a new trailer since I last looked at it? Super hype. Because I remember you making that on stream. It has to be new. Yeah. It looks great. We got Godot on there. Go wishlist it. Come on. What are you doing? You don't want to play that? All right. Well, wishlist it anyway. So I'm working on my plugin. Specifically, I am trying to fix this little bug as I'm working on serializing dialogue. I specifically want, and I'll show you a little bit here. So let's actually say Hypnotic has the baubles. I'm going to create a conversation, and it makes this little area where you can edit your conversation. And the whole idea is that it creates GDScript based on what you write. So you can sit down, write your dialogue, and the GDScript will be writing at the same time. So if I come to the file system and we look in here, you will see that the conversation has generated. Hypnotic has the baubles. And I'm going to create a node in here. So that's where we would type the dialogue. And what I want by the end of the stream is for that dialogue to be written into the script. So let's look at that script. We do have some things written in here. So it knows that we created one node, so it added that in. It's got the name of it. Hypnotic has the baubles, all of that good stuff. The UID for it. That's about it, though. So what I'm working on now is putting in the data about those nodes that we create. So this is kind of like the basic node data. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy bread dough. Nice. Nice. Making bread, that's like a hobby that one day I'm gonna try. Good luck. I hope it goes well. So So it's put it in there. A little incorrect. That's not supposed to say dialogue every time, but it doesn't matter. And what I want to see is that the dialogue generates here. But here's the real bug I'm trying to fix. Not that. That's fine. After the first node data, so if I create another node, I want node's node 2 to be slotted after it. Because if you didn't notice, this is a dictionary in a dictionary in a dictionary. So it's getting a little complicated trying to meta program all of that in. I don't think I fixed it. So let's just face the music. Yeah, we got another error. This is what I'm trying to fix. What it's doing for some reason is it is inserting it 2 extra times instead of just once. So we have node 1. It correctly wraps that up and it adds node 2. I never met a program I didn't like. Oh man, I love you guys. So that's all correct. This is good. Excellent. I have no problems with this. This is lovely. We love to see it. Look. Wait, I think I see what the problem is. Look. It says node 1. That's supposed to say node 2. This is a clue. So it keeps adding node 2 again. And then it adds node 2 again. Well, that says node 1. No wonder it's adding it. Does the last one say node 2? Does the last one say node 2? It doesn't. So I'm actually kind of shocked that it doesn't infinitely write to itself. I'm glad it doesn't. Because, like, that would be bad. Bad node. But, okay. Interesting. Let me update the timer. We took a break to chill and welcome Hypnotic's community in here. I don't remember how much time it took. I hope I'm not being naughty by adding... Maybe 8 minutes? That's not too much, is it? Is that... I could check, but like that's so boring. You know what I mean? And I could just guess. Thank you, Fanny. Thank you like so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna say 48. This is my focus mode. I'm not focusing on chat very much, but I will after we're done with this focus mode section. Okay, so that, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. Okay, there is doubt. Let me say this. Let's do one thing at a time. This should not be node 1. That's supposed to say node 2. It's supposed to update the number every time. So I have a feeling that updating that number is going to fix the problem. It might not, but it's at least something that needs to be dealt with. So where are we doing the number increment and why is it not doing it as we keep going? I think I know why. I don't think I know why. You know what? I think I don't know why. I was gonna say, if we're not replacing node 1, but it's not changing it to node 1. I'm very excited. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm actually the most hopeful that I've been in the last hour because this is this is making a lot of sense. Okay, we're gonna delete the files that we opened that were generated. Godot doesn't have a meltdown. Delete the files that were generated. And we're gonna look at the code that is replacing those numbers and see if I can figure out why the hell it's not continually doing it. So it's supposed to look for the number stuff in there, which is definitely in there. And it's supposed to replace it with its number incremented. Lise, it doesn't know what the... Wait. But it has to. It has to know what its number is. We know it knows what its number is. Hold on. I actually need to bring it back and do one more test. Fanny forgives me. I need to check one thing real quick. We create node number 1. Open up Fanny forgives me. we see it says node underscore 1. If I create another one, does it say node underscore 2? It does. So we know it's counting correctly. It's not miscounting. Because it puts itself in there in the right spot. So it's not like it's 1 unless I'm just fetching it at the wrong place. Okay, turn this off, close the one that's open. Don't save it. Delete the data. Go back to this. So that number, it finds it right here. So it creates the key value, the node underscore 1, comma, node underscore 2 in that enum at the top that I just checked. It creates that, and it counts that number, and it assigns it using set my number. Once set my number is done, we can get the number as well. So it sets it, it updates my number. This is a separate instance. When it gets instantiated, it creates itself, it counts its own number, it saves its own number. We know that it knows what it is because it puts it in that enum line. So why would it update it to the wrong number? Is it running on all of them? There are... Wait, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Every node... That makes a lot of sense, if you think about it. It's adding 2 extra. There are 2 nodes. If it runs it on each of them... I wonder... But that doesn't really make sense, because it's when it enters the tree. It wouldn't make all of them. They don't all re-enter the tree. No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Oh, this is such a mystery. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting warmer. That's what matters. Again, that number gets set right there. Right there. And then we create these 2 variables, my number string. We stringify the number it gets, and then we get the last number. The last number, which is the one that we're replacing. You just have this mixed up wrong? Wait a minute. We go through that template, the data that we're inserting. Okay, so the new node 2 data, where it's going to have last node data, node underscore. And what the rest of that is that. Right? That's what that is. And then it'll replace that with 2. Replaces it with 2. Because that's what my number string is, because it's number 2. And we set it up there. We're then creating the delimiter. The delimiter is where it goes. We know that that works. We know that it correctly finds its own place, because it slots number 2 in just the right spot. So this actually is getting set up correctly. So that means we must know that this is getting set up correctly. Okay. Then, this is more for debug, why we have this what created. I don't really need that there. It's going to create the new thing to slot in. It uses the keyval creator. This is the same thing that adds to the enums at the top. Same thing. It's going to use that at that path. The delimiter, it's replacing the previous thing with that, I don't really see. I mean, it has to be in here somewhere. If we put that keep following the logic, keep going. Okay, so in here, we bring in the delimiter. We fetch the matching line, the old line. Remember, the delimiter has node underscore 1 in it. The delimiter is last node data node underscore. Oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized why there's, okay, I just saw something. We need that. By the way, there's not a closing. That's not. Can we just try that? I just realized I forgot to add that at the end. I've been seeing like a hanging hashtag left. Let me just try that. I don't think that's gonna fix it. I don't. But it's more correct. And if I can eliminate possible issues, all the better, right? Okay. So make sure that we don't have something we shouldn't open. Get rid of the data. Looks like it's gone. Okay. Load the plugin. Fanny really did forgive me. Add that as a convo. Create one node. Create a second node. We do get the errors, so it didn't fix it. I didn't think it would. But it's less wrong. So that's good. But I don't want to be like, I wonder what fixed it. No, I want to know what fixed it. So let me just take a look at this. So this is where it's correct. It's totally correct. Last node data, node underscore 1. In that bracket, nodes node 2. Totally right. All good, no issues. But why is that underscore 1? It's the mystery. That's the mystery. Okay. Okay, so that didn't fix it. That's okay. What? I told you I didn't expect it. Was I telling myself I didn't expect it so I wouldn't expect it? Yes. Did I still expect it? Maybe a little. Okay. All right, so back on here. That's more correct, but it doesn't really matter. Great. We're passing in as the delimiter the previous number string, last node data, the thing that we're overwriting. The previous number. Okay. That comes in. We're fetching the matching line. Match line, all lines. Yeah, we get all the lines. We iterate through all of the lines in that file. So we get the convo template in its current state. So it starts out looking like this. It puts in the conversation data. It parses every single line in this. Each line is an index in the array. And, you know, it fills out the first node, fills out the second node, and then everything goes to home. So we've got all of those lines at this point. We iterate through each one. We're setting up a Boolean for if we have found the line that we're looking for. And we're also going to say, skip a line? No. Unless we're doing a nested dictionary, which is what we're doing. So we're doing a nested dictionary. We find the line that contains the delimiter. Again, that would be last, whatever it is, last node data node underscore 1. That's what that would be. It's kind of nice just to write it out, just to like see it. It's actually kind of nice. So that's what it should. I kind of wonder if I just plunk that in, like what happens. Like if I hard code it. I mean, it won't work, but. So that's what it puts in there, or what it looks for. It finds the line that contains that. Skip a line is true. Okay. Once it finds the right line that has this, the line that we want to focus on, because we're skipping, is the next line. So that iteration plus 1. And actually returns the skipped line, which I deleted. Then it sets the line that we found to the script line, in this case the next one, and it returns that line. Okie dokie. After that, I got lost. Here. After that, we construct a new line. We pass in that as the old line. The matched line is the old one. We're updating that line. We find the line after the delimiter that has that node underscore 1 in it, which I probably should not leave that way. So it passes that in to our construct a new line, the old line. We have string to add. That's the data, the template data that it pulls. That's supposed to have node underscore 2. The last node data, node underscore 2, not 1. It should have underscore 2 in there. We pass in the delimiter, which is still node underscore 1, and the type of line. Okay, so go to construct a new line. It establishes that the string to construct is that string that we're supposed to be adding, the node data that contains last node data, node underscore 2. And we check to see if we're supposed to be looking at an enum numbered. We're not, so it's going to skip that. This was something I left. I left that in there for some code that I decided I wasn't going to. Anyway, don't worry about that. It doesn't matter. Just ignore that. So, really, all that it does is it adds a comma before string to construct. Basically, there was data that I didn't need the comma for. So, before it said, you know, if don't need comma, whatever, then it would get rid of the comma. But I didn't want to get rid of this because I wanted to remind myself that this was an option, so I left that in there. Okay. So we do this closing brace index. Actually, this is down here now. We establish a closing brace index. We establish a new line. And we check to see if we're dealing with a nested dictionary, which we will be. We remove the double if present. That's what we're looking to remove. That is that null. So if we, this might be, I feel like we're starting to get into where the issue has to be. Probably, maybe. So in template data, right here, it's gonna look for that, and we want it to say, get rid of one of those. And then it puts the data, comma, after that. So it's looking for that. If it exists, only if it exists, if the old line contains that, then we simply remove that. Hey, Disthron, welcome. It simply removes that and adds one on there. Well, it just replaces it. That's it. Okay. That's only going to happen for the first time. The next time, there won't be a double bracket end like that. So, we are then going to set the closing brace index to the last instance of that. So it's going to look all the way to the end. That's where it's going to put the comma and stuff, right? Now, this is in the case that it's a nested dictionary. It will update that new line up here to the old line. We go to the right of that old line, or to the right of the closing bracket, to the right of that on the old line. And we concatenate the node data, which contains last node data, node underscore 2. It's going to add that in after that bracket. Okay. And then it's going to return that new line. Okay. So we constructed it. Now we have our new line. Finally, we write to file. Now here's the thing about write to file, or replace text in file. Replace text in file is going to look for every instance of the old line, and it's going to replace every instance of the old line with the new line. Here's what I want to know. I want to know right here. I'm going to print the new line. So it's going to put a whole bunch of crap in there. But I want to see what that is. I want to see if node, last node data, node underscore 2 is in that print. Because if it is, I've narrowed down that whatever's going wrong is happening after this. If it says last node data, node underscore 1, it's happening before. So that would be very useful to know. Line to right. This is, we'll have a couple of these printing out. So it's going to be quite a mess. Actually, it won't be. It's only one line. Actually, it won't be a mess at all. Now wait, that won't have the node 2. Wait, what will that have? I guess I kind of want to see the whole script. No, it will. No, it's going to have all the data. No, it will have all the data. Because even though it's like a line, it's multiple lines. Okay, this will print out a whole bunch of crap. Can we get the delimiter? Can we put that in there too? I'm going to say... replacing delimiter with, and then let's actually do a new line here and then put the new line. Okay. Because to me, this looks like it should be fine. It's not. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here trying to debug this. Okay, create that. Distron says, hey, add that new conversation, create a node, everything's going to be fine. We create the extra node, that's when we get the error. So let's look at what is getting output here, because it ain't right. It ain't right. So for the first node, we're replacing, I mean, it's doing it lots of times because it gets used for a lot of things. There's the convo enum. It added distron says hi in there. It's replacing. You see, and hopefully this also illustrates why I want everything to funnel through the same functions. Like, this is why I don't want to create like a separate, way that dictionaries and enums get updated. So that way I know everything is funneling through the same place. I can debug everything a lot easier, make changes a lot easier, in theory. Okay, so we replace the enum. That makes sense. We replace the line without a bunch of convo data with the convo data. So originally there's nothing there. It adds convo null and it adds convo distron says hey. We replace enum nodes with enum nodes null node 1. So it adds node 1. We actually skipped to the line way down further that has nodes.null in those two brackets. Remember, we replaced the one bracket, so it's replacing last node data node 0 with nodes.null. I guess that's not supposed to be. No, it is supposed to be 2. Yeah, okay. I'm getting confused. It's very confusing. Nodes null, nodes 1, this is correct. All good. We already know this works. Down, down, down. We know that that's 1. This is going to be the new delimiter. So when I scroll down, I want to see this. This is the delimiter. That's what we should be replacing. Now, yes. So first it replaces nodes with node 1 and node 2. So we get 2 nodes now on here. That's good. That's correct. It skips to that bracket. It's not needing to remove anything now. So we know that we are going to be replacing that delimiter, which is this, that. That's what it's trying to read. This actually illustrates what's going on really, really well. That right there is what we're going to replace. Technically, it's the next line down. So actually, when it says skip to line, it skipped to that line. It saw this, it skipped to there, and it's going to put a comma and node 2 stuff in there. That's what's supposed to happen. Okay, so it did. It put a comma, it put node 2, everything looks good. What is it going to say at the end? For the node, the last node, it says 1! I'm actually kind of glad. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube, internet person. Appreciate it. Okay. Wow. I actually expected it to not be before there. So something is going wrong before we get to that print statement. Well, that's very interesting. And then naturally, that's where the errors happen. Okay, okay, okay. This is progress. Okay. Wow, that's not what I expected. If I was putting my money on it, it would be after that print statement. Okay, cool. We're getting warmer. Let's delete that data that got generated. So this was that line. That's right where it happened. So above here is where it's going wrong. So where above there is it going wrong? Let's check when this first gets called. Let's check right here. What does it say it is there? I mean, I kind of do. You can leave this in, but can we just make it a little chiller so it's not like a bunch of crap? Even though, again, that really illustrated how this works super well. We'll just say print replacing, that was a way to type things, I guess. Replacing delimiter. Wow! I'm not tired, you're tired. Delimiter with stuff. I'm not gonna worry about making that all make sense right now. But I just want to know when that replacing moment happens. I'm going to add some... Okay. So it stands out a bit. Now let me see up here. Well, unfortunately, I do have to print out the whole thing. That's the only way I'm going to know. It kind of sucks. But... like, I could go find that line. That would be interesting. We could just return any line that contains... I don't want to. I'd rather scroll a bunch. So here I'm going to say... updating... string to add. Because string to add is what has... what should be last node data node underscore 2. So we're updating that. We'll check it. After this, we'll say fetched it internally, updating, then it's that way. and then by there. So does it change? Is it correct here? Does it become incorrect by there? Or is it incorrect in both places? Be very interesting. Let's clear out the output. Did we get rid of the data? We did. Reload the plugin. This will be interesting. Okay, create the convo. Add a node. Add a second node. Let's see what we got. Replacing... Okay, that's other stuff. We don't care about that. That's different. That's all different. Replacing new nodes with stuff. Updating here. Okay, go down, go down. Node 1, that's correct. That's the first one, which definitely should be node 1. Here, same thing, node 1, all good. Node 2. Okay, now is where it's interesting. Replacing 0? I'm not gonna worry about that right this second. I don't think that's. I think that's something. I'm flagging it, but I don't think that's it. You know, to make this a lot easier, if I limited it to the nested dictionary type, whatever. Okay, so in here, does it have last node data too? It doesn't. So it's before it even gets to the key val. Okay. Okay. Alright. What? Huh? Seriously? Really? I believe you. I mean, you're telling the truth. You are the data. It doesn't lie. Okay, let's go back to the node. Evidently, the problem is happening right here. Okay, well, let's print this. Print last, or, yeah, replacing delimiter. I am node. Actually, tell me this. Data to add. Number data template. And then tell me what you're replacing that with. Because again, we know that this is setting up correctly. We know that it is. It's already showing up as node 2. I mean, it would be interesting to see what get my number is. So maybe we can also print these just to find out. My number string. Really, you kind of only need this. This would be enough even just to study for now. Let's just look at that. Let's not get too much here. Let's start with just this. And then I'm gonna go back to the key val evaluator or creator, and we're gonna get rid of all these, or at least comment them out so it's not making a mess. And let's try it. We're getting closer. Okay. Set the plugin. We're getting closer. Create the conversation. Line 84. What's up, Gibson? How you doing? Welcome. Print that. Node 1, node 2. Of course, we get the error. Let's see what's going on here. So my number, the first one is 1. The last number is, wait, that's supposed to be 0. I'm supposed to be subtracting 2, not 1. How does the first one work? It's incidental. Huh? How did the first one work? Oh gosh, it's that simple of an oopsie? The oopsie is that simple? Oh, Gibson, you're right. It is. You're right. You're right. It's -2. It's -2. Basic arithmetic sunk me for like 2 hours. You know what? You know what? I'm okay with it. I'm not even mad. Come on. Like, it could have been some super complicated logistical mistake. Oh, man. Wait. Gibson. Oh my god. That's not the problem. Chat. Wait. It still could be. I'm not tired. It's only been 8 hours. I'm not tired. Okay? Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. That's what I did wrong. It's not a -2. Okay. We technically didn't even test it right. Thank you, Gibson. Honestly, I would have probably noticed it, but it would have taken me a lot longer if you hadn't said that. Okay, now let's test it. We technically didn't test anything. So, I gotta do it again. Get rid of the plugin, delete the files. And then reload the plugin. Gibson saved the day. Sometimes you break the rules because you know you're saving the day. Gibson, you broke the rules to save the day. Okay. Created the script, add a node, add a second node, now analyze it. Okay, so actually, that is correct. The first node is 1, the previous one is 0, the second node is 2, and the previous one is 1. So far, it's correct. Who gets tired after only 8 continuous hours of non-stop one-person game dev in front of a live international audience? Nah, Pascal. Did I ever do that hydrate? I don't know. I'm gonna do it again. All right. So that actually checks out. We're narrowing it down, as you see, right? It was like, okay, it's before here. Now we know it's after there. So we've got here and we've got there. What do I do when needing assets from Unity? What does that mean? Welcome, Abdel. What? Are you saying you have a Godot project and you have assets in Unity that you want to get into Godot? That depends on a lot of things. But I will say, I do have a resource for you, actually. And you might not like the answer, but I do have a thing from you. Unity to Godot. I think I have a resource for you. Godot for Unity developers, Unity Godot converter. This is a little old. No, I think you might like the answer. Maybe it might not be that bad. Slady Dev, really? Someone earlier was talking about that they had that. She had it when she was a kid. That's why we had that up. That was the reason we had that up. You and Quixote, you got something to talk about. Okay, so look at this, Abdel. See if that helps you. Go there. And there's a video at the bottom too, which might be useful. Let me know if that helps. I don't know, because I never went from Unity to Godot. It's amazing, Slady. And maybe it's not so surprising. Maybe, like, the kind of people who would have that would be here right now. Okay, that's enough. Hey, who are you? Okay. Hey, wait. Actually, you know what? Okay, you can tell me. I don't care. Normally, I'm like, no backseating, but actually, you know what? Actually, go ahead. You can say it. Only if you know. Only if you're like Gabisson and you literally were definitely correct. If you're wrong, you're gonna be in trouble. Just kidding. Welcome, Slaney. It was the first time today that you typed anything here. Oh no, it was ever. You're right. That was first time. Welcome, Slaney. Welcome to the chat land. Yeah. Okay, you're right. I gotta focus. The timer is winding down fast. So. Okay, I'm gonna block out chat. I'm blocking it out. There's no chat. Chat doesn't exist. Oh, you made it 80. Oh, a byte of 80. Oh, okay. 1983. Oh, wait. No, I actually have no idea what you're talking. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Chat doesn't exist. I'm not tired! Quiet, you! You hope to Pexi. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, just show it. I'll close it. Okay, look. I closed it. I can't even see it now. Alright. So. The number is correct. Right here. I'm looking for every instance of number, and I'm replacing it. So does that not exist in there? But it has to, because it's... No! Nope. No gasp. I thought I knew. I don't. I gasped for nothing. No, because we know that that's the right number. It's going to be 2. Okay. Print right here. Print this. Give me that. Go ahead. Give me that. We didn't even check that. We want to see the data to add. Just go for it. Print it. Do it. Stop asking questions. Just go. Did we delete all the files? We did not. Delete them. New thing. I'm ignoring chat. FR. Create the conversation. Add one node. Add a second node. Let's see what we got. Okay. My number is 1. The last number is 0. So it's replacing number, this node 1, that wouldn't exist if it hadn't replaced the number correctly. And last node 1, we know that this works. That's correct. All good. All right. My number is 2. Last number is 1. So the replacing, this is actually from the previous output. It looks a little confusing, but this is on that one. It's replacing 0. Right? Last node data, node 0 was already on there. So it found that, and it replaced that node 0 with all of this. Okay. My number is 2, the last number is 1. Come down here. It's 1! How? Do you... And then naturally, it's looking for 1. Okay, all right, that's... very confusing. Do we have like a static? No, nothing is static here. I mean, the only thing I know, because it's not running twice. We know that the number is correct. How is that happening? Well, right here, it's wrong. Right there, it's wrong. I guess we gotta look at the template. That's the only thing. Well, no, the template already had it. You fetched the template. The template was dirty when you fetched it. Question. What was it when we fetched it the first time? It was already 1. Is 1 hard-coded in there? No, it's not hard-coded in there. It is. It is hard-coded in there. So, yeah. I hard-coded node 1. I hard-coded node 1! Alright, show me the money, baby! Let's go! Come on, baby! Okay, okay. I don't need... Oh. Alright. Put it in there anew. Oops. I hard-coded it, is the conversation. Add the new conversation. Add node 1. Add node 2. No error! Convo. Oops, I hard-coded it. Node 1, node 2. Come down, 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 down. We have nodes null. Node 1. Down, 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 down. Well, we have a problem. But guess what? But guess what? The problem is what I would have been debugging an hour ago if I hadn't had this bug. And it looks pretty simple, actually, because look what it is. It's missing that last something. Actually, this is quite strange. If you see, it's not creating this correctly. What it was supposed to create was last node data node underscore 1. But instead, it created last node data 1. For some reason that I don't understand. Can we see what the last one was? That one was correct. Last node data 0. It went down 1 line. Found that, added that in. Actually, the output might be useful here. It might be illustrative. So there it said node data 2 at the end, which is wrong. Node data 1. Okay, I mean, this is good. Now I'm actually now we're moving. This is forward. It's good. It's a new problem. We are moving forward. There's nothing wrong with that. It's still wrong, but it's good wrong. So why, though, if I may inquire, is it wrong? Well, if I want to figure that out, I would need to probably understand what it's like before we replace it and after. So if we could print the data template, that would be very interesting. Numbered data template. We're gonna say this is, I know I'm not gonna make it. What's, or OG template put that in there. Oh, sorry, data template, just regular data template. Then we have num template, right? And so we'll see what it's like before, see what it's like after. Replacing number with my number string, which we know is going to be the correct number. And I think it would also be interesting, yeah, oh, the delimiter is there. Oh, tell me what the delimiter is. Replacing, oh, that's very interesting. Replacing node data, node underscore 1. So it looks right. I'm frankly not entirely sure I understand what that issue is. Oh, I guess it does make sense. Node underscore number. That's it. That's the problem. Okay. Wait, I fixed it. Wait, I fixed it. It's okay. It's okay. I fixed it. No. I fixed it. Hold on. I'm not even. Come on. Come on. Okay. Delete the data. Activated it. I fixed it. Come on. New conversation. Node 1, node 2, no errors. Let's check it out. Okay, I did it. I didn't fix it. Node 0, node 1. Ah, it's just missing the end. Wait, just wait. Okay, just give me a second. I'm going overtime because it's right there. Bam. Okay, now do it. I'm just saying. Look, okay. I'm telling you, it's right there, baby. We're right there. Delete that. Get rid of the open ones. It's right there, I'm telling you. Short lap, we will. A victory lap, in fact. Okay? It's gonna be a lap of victory, baby. That's what that's gonna be. Who redeemed that? Cryptic? I gotta spell your name right. Cryptic appreciates victory. Okay, and the conversation. Node 1, node 2. Ooh, we have an error. But I wonder if it's like a good error. No. It might be a good error. Because it still might be an error in the right direction. Node 1. Node 2 right after that. This is good. Please say node 2. Please say last node 2. I'm begging you. Last node data, node 2. Now I will say, it's still putting it in there multiple times. Which is unfortunate. And I can't say I actually understand why that's happening. So that is correct. But it's still wrong. Okay. Okay. I mean, right off the bat, I'm not gonna try to fix it. I'm not trying to fix it. I'm not. What I'm trying to do real fast. It's not a victory. It was no victory. I'm trying to do real fast is see what it's supposed to look like. Because you saw there were 2 brackets there, right? 2 brackets. If I just add 1, last one, I promise. If I just add 1 in there, 1 node, when there's no error, okay? Last one, I promise. If I had 1 in there, it does. It has 2. It has 2. I kind of want to copy this right there. Let's add the second one in. So this is correct. I'm going to add the second one in there. It's going to have a problem. The end of that, is it the same? Essentially. So that's where it's weird. I feel like we're actually supposed to get rid of this. You know what I mean? Wait, just wait a second, okay? I lied! You're right, okay? I lied. I said it was the last one, and it's not. I lied. I'm a liar. Take me away! Take me away! I'm sorry! Because it made me realize something. Broken promises. Made me realize something. I think we do want the double bracket. And if not, like, for real, last one. Add 1, 2. Okay, we still have an error. It's not the fix. But. Did it duplicate it multiple times? Node 1, node 2. Nope, that did absolutely nothing. Okay, see? Now, but wait, why did it look like that? All right. Wow, all right, I don't know. Wait, I didn't update it. I forgot to save it. Hey, I didn't test it. Okay, this is not a broken promise because I didn't test the thing I thought I was testing. This doesn't count. Okay. Okay, I'll take a lap. That didn't count. Let me argue. Let me do my lap and let me tell you, this is why it doesn't count. It doesn't count because I thought I was testing a new thing really fast. And it turned out I wasn't testing that thing. So technically, I didn't do the last one. So it's not really like, it's not a situation. So it's totally fine. I forgive myself. I forgive you. And it's gonna be fine. I just have to see. You gotta let me see. Please let me see. That's what I wanted to test. For some reason, I didn't test it for real. So this is for real. I'm just being generous there because technically it wouldn't even be for real because I actually didn't do the for real one yet. If you know what I'm saying. All right. I'm not gonna make excuses anymore. Probably. I know what I didn't test. And make sure it's there. Make sure we're testing the right thing this time. Please. I want the double brackets because we have code that checks for double brackets and replaces one down to 1. And I think I need to be doing that. That's what I think. Maybe. It might not be enough. I just want the doubling to go away. That's what I want to go away. Please, no doubling. My God. All right. Add 1. Add 2. Okay, there was no error. There was no error. That doesn't mean it worked. It just means there's no error. Okay? It just means there's no error. There's 2 nodes. Node data 1. 1 gone, node data 2. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I told you. I told you. I told you. It would be just fine. I told you. It would be just fine. And now I know that it's true. And now I know that it's true. Okay. All right. Enough of that hyper-active bullcrap. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. Yes. Come on. We coding. We out here coding, baby. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Oh. Sorry about that. It works. Add a third one. Add a third one. Oh, it didn't have a bug. It didn't have a bug, baby. We got 3 nodes. We got 3 nodes. Add more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're all there. They're all there. One happy dictionary family, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm freaking talking about. Don't put Twitch in an ad. They don't deserve that. This is supposed to be party time. Snooze that. Come on now. Have some respect. Put some respect on the Victory Lap's name. That was interesting. That was a journey. Oh my gosh. Saiyan mode. Did you predict 15 minutes? 12 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. I need more broken lines. I was filibustering. Wow. Wow. Now my stated goal tonight, was to get dialogue in there. I mean, we are a couple steps away from that. I can't put dialogue in data brackets that don't exist. But now those brackets exist. Oh, this is good. All right, let's start here and then we'll see what's around. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I should commit. That's true. Keep doing the thing that makes the thing do the thing. Yeah. You don't know how to backseat. Last time I tried, the taxi driver kept insisting they weren't a taxi driver. You were in a taxi cab. And you tried to backseat. But the taxi driver was like, I'm not what are you doing? Are you saying like someone was driving you somewhere and you were treating them like they were a chauffeur? Still counts as a win. Straight to jail. Put it to overtime 15 minutes. It was a little less. It was a little less. Yeah, we should get commit. I think, yeah, okay, all right. Right, sorry. Well, I felt bad I wasn't doing break. I felt bad I wasn't taking a break. Okay, but before I commit, we're gonna get rid of the files because I don't want to commit that crap we just made. Even though it's beautiful crap. It's just the crap I want to see. I don't want it, please. There's also prints in there that I don't want. Can I just remove the prints real quick? That's a break. It is taking a break to remove your debug prints. That's part of a break, actually. A lot of people don't realize that that's part of break time. And for good reason, because I think we've all broken something by removing debug prints. With that said, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm not gonna test it. It's fine. Okay. Oh, we gotta get rid of those files. Don't want all that extra crap in there. Okay, now commit it. Oof. Node data for multiple nodes works so good. It's like, wow. All right. Thank you. That was a good call. Your bread dough is currently rising? Wait, so you made the dough and you're already baking it? How long has it been? Yeah, I am. And I specifically, Distron, want to get the not baking. Oh, so it is, you made it and then it like, you like, and then it sits there and then it goes, like, does some of this, something on its own. So you're letting it rest? Is that a term? Is it sourdough bread? Does your bread have a mother? Salt, yeast, flour, water. Pure. What kind of flour? Are there kinds of yeasts? There's kinds of salts. There's kinds of water. Plain. Okay. It's plain. Yeah, I'm working on the dialogue plugin. I specifically want, whenever you type dialogue into the dialogue box, that it gets saved. But I can't do that until I create a container for the dialogue to save in. And that's what I've been spending the last 8.5 hours on. So I've got the container. And all I have to do is fetch the text that gets typed into the box and then tell it where to go. Then I'll have accomplished my stated goal. In future, taxi is automated. You need sit, and without driver, you get into your destination. What a good future. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna get me in one of those. I don't know how I feel about that. Automated driving? Ugh. They seem bad, right? And what's the incentive? I mean, okay. Oil industry. They love not paying people to do things, but they want to keep the oil going. So having a driverless car makes sense. I feel like they don't work well, you know? I guess they could work better. Pink Himalayan coarse salt. I knew there was some secret sauce in there. Nice. I didn't know this until I worked at a cooking store. And some guy came in and he was just like, Himalayan pink sea salt? Himalayas are landlocked. How can there be an ocean there? There's no ocean there, it's landlocked. And he's like freaking out because like he couldn't believe we were scamming him with this Himalayan pink sea salt. But I believe we found out. Yeah, it's not C. Right, it's not C. Right, it doesn't say C. I think it's like there's like condensation, something, rain, it pools, it's like the ocean is over, I don't know, I don't remember, something, it's like on, I don't know, I actually forgot, this was like over 20 years ago, but I remember, it's like weather salt. It like builds up, right? There's like salt pools. That's a thing, salt pools. I don't know, just I think it might be that like the water evaporates up, and then the sky brings it down, or maybe the mountains are salty, and then the water builds up. I don't freaking remember. Something like that. Something. It is kind of interesting. I don't have, I'm, okay, I guess I gotta look it up. Where we sitting here talking about crap, we got the friggin' world at our fingertips. How is Himalayan salt made? I spelled it wrong, I don't care. Oh, it's mined. Oh, it's mined from Pakistan. The salt... Okay, I don't care about what it's used for. It's mined from the mountains. It's not even weather. It's not weather. It's a salt mine. We don't know anything. Yo, we're ignorant. Okay. I mean, I'll speak for myself. Salt Range Mountains. Yeah, over a much right, yeah, that's because it was over at some point. Yeah, it was weather. Yeah, so yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Local legend traces the discovery of the Himalayan salt deposits to the army of Alexander the Great. However, the first records of mining are actually from the Janjua clan in the 1200s. Typical colonizer. Cool. I feel like one time I had probably some pretty crappy Himalayan pink salt, and there was like a piece of sediment in it, and it like didn't chip my tooth, but it sure felt like it did. And then I've never had it again. I was like, I don't want that to be a thing that might happen. I always loved it, but that put me off. You're just slowly eroding the mountain. Oh, let's look for some pictures. Himalayan salt. I know I'm spelling it wrong. I know. Himalayan salt mine. We're gonna say before 2022. All right. I don't want none of that AI crap. I mean, I guess eventually there won't be. Oh. I mean, it really looks like they're just carving the mountain apart there. You sure I didn't get an AI image? This is AI. Y'all, this is AI. 100%. That's not real. There's no way that's a real picture. What is this face? What am I gonna do? Why can't I escape it? Hey, what's up? Sarah. Just the contents of it could be fake? Okay. Okay. It's probably real, right? What a terrible timeline. just the worst. I can't trust anything I look at. I hate this. I hate this time. I don't want this anymore. This is bumming me out. Just because seawater has salt in it doesn't mean that is where it comes from. It just happens that there is a lot of salt in the water because it eroded it from salt deposits. That's trippy. Beverly seems dangerous. Yeah. It does seem dangerous. I don't know, maybe they can get less dangerous, but so far, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Rainwater isn't salty. Precipitation is the reason the sea is salty. The salt is left in the sea. Driverless car does not have to be fuel powered. It could be electric. That's true, but it gives an excuse for oil. Not that it should be, but. Lies! Water is naturally salty and it leaves salt on the mountains. Can you look at the pics by date? I have them. What kind of game am I making? I'm making a, okay, so the game is not, I just started it. I just started the game and it's gonna take me like 6 years, 5-6 years. Like I'm locking in. I've been making a bunch of small projects over the last couple of years and I'm trying to stop. I'm trying to stop with the small projects. So it's a game about being an alien who's invading Earth on the cusp of World War III, and you are going to be the deciding factor if Earth gets saved or destroyed in that moment. So this is actually going to be the protagonist, and all of the aliens will look a bit like this. This will be you, the alien who's invading Earth. I've made the model of the character. I've done some mechanics, but it's not pretty. It's the early days still. But we can move its little ears, which are actually noses. As Morphman pointed out the other day, it has stereoscopic smelling, which is important, apparently. Okay. So these will just kind of like, different personality of aliens will like, maybe one is always sitting like that. And then they can also move them around. A lot more geometry. Yeah, well, I have to retopologize it. So, what I plan to do is go over it one plane at a time. And I'll probably do this. I might do it in a public stream. I'm probably going to do it in the paid stream on Monday. But not this Monday, because this Monday I still have to keep modeling them. But what I'll do is I'll retopologize. I'll go over each. It's actually not a lot of topology as far as sculpted models that I've seen before they get retopologized go. The alien is actually, okay, so here's the lore for these aliens, okay? These aliens, the reason why they are what they are, so you saw that other version, okay? This is the slug version. There's a couple different versions of them. There's a version of them that has arms and legs. That's why they come to Earth. Guys, the lore goes deep. I don't know how ready you are for this lore, but essentially, they start out as little slugs, okay? Just little slugs. Not even this yet. Little slugs. And they, on their home planet, they live under a rocky surface in an ocean. Under that ocean is another rocky layer, and below that is lava. That heats up the water. The water evaporates through the rocky surface, cracks and whatnot, and it rises up. That's exactly what I'm saying. They are salty. There's a lot more to the lore. But I mean, we'll be here for a while if I explain it all. But they start out as that, and they eventually grow into this. This is their adult form. Until, so they have like a warp drive built into their body. It's just like part of the lore, okay? And it'll be visible. They're gonna actually have like a metal sphere inside of their actual torso. It's gonna kind of look like that, but different. And they use that to create wormholes, and they accidentally bring a human to their planet, and then they eat the human, and they realize that eating humans makes them grow arms and legs. So they go to invade Earth, because they're like, we want arms and legs. So I need to model a version that has arms and legs as well. And then you, the player, will be the arms and legs version of this creature. They're useful. They are useful. It's a disability if you don't have them for a reason. But it gets complicated. It gets complicated. You can be like a pacifist, even though you do have to eat at least one human. But depending on your choices, it's going to be a branching dialogue RPG game. Depending on your choices, you can be force-fed the human. So that way you don't have to be the one who killed it, technically. But yeah, so it's mostly going to be branching narrative RPG, and then in between those moments will be like 3D platforming. So kind of like Undertale, except instead of bullet hell mini portions, there will be 3D platforming portions. And then there will be a story otherwise. You could be the kid of someone who ate humans. No, this is the first generation. This is the first generation. I can't emphasize just how much lore I've already written. Self-seasoned, yeah, self-seasoned. There's quite a lore. It's funny. I would not have even... Thank you for giving me that context of these aliens being delicious. I needed that. So like, I've written this document. This is just beginning to plan out stuff, okay? This is me just writing out what it's going to be about. You know what I mean? So like kind of things have been kind of like, you know, let's see. There's also the alien background, the actual like all this is my this is my game dev documentation, is all of this. There's a lot going on in there. Okay. So then there's this, which describes how the aliens exist and how they came to be. This, you see what I mean? You see? It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. They also sing. They sing. It's part of their thing. It's a very special like frequency that vibrates their metal orbs embedded in their bellies. That creates a space-time anomaly, which allows them to open wormholes and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. You see why I need a branching dialogue editor, because this is not writing the game at this point. At this point, I'm just like crafting ideas, but I want to be typing and it's generating code for the game at the same time. Really, really badly. But yeah, it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot going on. But it's the first, we're experiencing the first generation of these aliens. Now, depending on how you play the game, there could be future generations with arms and legs, but they're going to have to eat humans. They can't just reproduce and their children have arms and legs. And actually part of one of the endings in the game is you create human farms on your home planet. Now again, you're not gonna do that. It's just like after you beat the game, you'll see like a cinematic showing you what the results of your actions were. You're not gonna actually like build like a farm, but you'll see a farm where humans are literally harvested and grown, and then when a child becomes of a certain age, they're fed a human. Right? So that's a possible ending that you'll be able to get in the game. In a world that developed where no one had arms or legs, they would kind of be superpowered. Yeah, they are. Well, they have, I mean, they have a space-time anomaly embedded in their chest, right? And they actually, so what they can do is they have a warp drive. If you're familiar with Alcubierre's warp drive, I think is what it is. It's not a science fiction concept. It's actually like an actual physics concept that Einstein's theory of relativity allows for to work, and they're able to sing at a certain resonance that causes them to travel up to the speed of light. So they are very, very, very powerful. They are. But they can't just, they still don't have arms and legs, you know? That's still very useful. They still like the idea of arms and legs. You know, they still want that. You take the idea, making a dialogue file on your project, make a JSON. Thanks again for the insight. We're gonna make a dialogue editor. Love that. Love that. If you consider making the aliens more human, the shareholders don't understand the concept of anything that isn't money. Wait, why would that be more money? Why would more human be more money? What shareholders? Wait, I have shareholders? Jesus. Oh no. Hey, John. Welcome. John is here. We got John, baby, in the house. Welcome, John. Hello there. I thought you said I'm here. You said hi there, but that's okay. Oh, Gibison was trying to say that you're stealing my ideas. You have like 2.5% of the idea. And you know what? I don't have a fear of idea stealing. I don't think that that's a rational fear. Because even if someone were to take the idea, your concept, they still wouldn't execute it in the same way. You know? It's not like it's a tangible good. It's not like you took my game and redistributed it. You know? It's just an idea. Ideas are cheap. You know? That's why we make fun of idea guys. Because they go around and they're like, hey, if I tell you, welcome, John. If I tell you, oh, it's Johnny B. Cat. If I tell you about my idea, you're going to have to sign an NDA. And I'll give you 50% of, you know, if you make my game. If you're a game dev streamer or a public game dev person in any way, you have gotten these emails where idea guys are trying to get you to make their game for them, and they'll give you 50% of the profits, and you just gotta sign an NDA. Let me tell you something, ideas are worthless. Worthless, okay? It's what you do with the idea. You know what ideas are good for? They're good for conversation. They're good for, like, making people go like, wow, you know? Ideas, in my opinion, are not good. You watch a streamer without arms, any games, M and K with his feet. It's awesome. That is awesome. Mortal and Combat? No seasoning needed when we cook them. You know, I hadn't, one vector I had not considered, oh, mouse and keyboard. I had not considered, thanks for following, Slady, was if the humans would try to eat them. Wait, that's funny. I'm gonna use that. Wait, that's like a little, like, side quest or something. One of the aliens will be turned into a weapon of mass destruction by the government. So, it's not the same as eating. But it would be funny, the fact that, like, they eat humans. Like, what if I ate you? It's interesting. Is there a fandom wiki? Not yet. I did look up before 2022, but maybe I did it wrong. I don't know. I didn't miss anything like super old, right? I don't think so. No. Great. Oh wait, Disrupt got back from cleaning. Nice. Work on the plugin. Yes. There are 100% kinds of yeast, right? Gibbison now wants to eat some dough. Just the dough. Careful. Be careful. There's an anime where the alien eats humans and then grow human-like. That's too out of topic. Tell me about it. I wanna research it. I wanna look at it. Yeah, I mean, sounds cool. Gabissin over here trying to trigger me about my idea. I see you. Look, and here's the thing, my idea, like what I've told you is like, again, tiny fraction. For me, the good stuff is the arc, you know, like how the game is going to weave in the story to be a game. And even then, even if you copied it, even if someone has done something similar, at the end of the day, they didn't make the game that I'm gonna make, you know? Oh, look, a cat. Them eating the human caused them to develop internalizations. What's an internalization? Snowball Earth. I wanna see what this is like, what this is like. Ah! Snowball Earths. Oops. Oops. It all expired. Everything expired. New show where aliens drink human spinal fluid and she starts looking more human. You know what else I like about things? Like, so here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that's cool. No, I don't know what I want to use it as references. I would want to study it to admire what we're doing similarly. Because I think that's what's cool about realizing that ideas have been done before. Is like, those ideas, there's like maybe a cultural zeitgeisty reason why those ideas are being done, why people are exploring that. And you know, if you think about 100 years from now, looking back on the stories of today, you know, maybe someone could analyze why there were all of these stories being written about aliens who were turning into humans, you know? So to me, it's kind of like, wow, like being a part of this motif that is emerging. So that's really cool. I love, this is also amazing. Like, I don't know what is going on here, but I love this. This is not unlike, like, look, it even has the little, this is actually kind of wild. I love it. I love it. We got similar wavelengths we're on here. Yeah, me too. Me too, Gibson. You know, it's gonna take me years, right? Y'all are gonna be like, oh, this is the girl working on the Alien game. Okay, like, this is, buckle up. It's gonna be a long time. Get used to it. New show where the aliens drink spinal fluid. She starts looking more human. The humans also drink the alien's blood, and when wounded, they look like the alien. It's pretty cool. What is it? Wait, what is it? I want to know these things. A race that doesn't naturally have limbs would find having limbs kind of horrific, like body horror. Yeah, you're right. It could. I mean, that'd be another way to explore it, right? Like that's kind of what I mean too. Like, the idea in a different person's hands would be expressed. Different hands that are grown from eating humans. No, it's gonna be more like, yo, look what we got. This is amazing. But there is gonna be one possible ending. where basically all the rich people on Earth invade your home planet. It was a different ending. They invade your home planet and they colonize it. And your child is going to be, you're going to be an enslaved servant serving food to the rich people at a party on your home planet. And your alien child will be performing transformations, because it turns out it's not just humans that can transform into. And they'll just be like feeding your child different animals and watching it like transition into like a freak as like entertainment. So the body horror aspect is worth exploring too. Look at that cat. Nothing is wrong in life. Cat is amazing. Not in this version. In the old version, you were a giant. In this one, you're not. In this one, you're regular size. I've changed some things. In college, you had a classmate try to make his program where he gets money and you get nothing. Interesting. Sounds unfair. Even after consolidating your code into modules, it still remains spaghetti. But is it more modular spaghetti? The ability to rationalize things. Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to be implied in a lot of ways, that they have more human emotions and stuff. They're going to discover that. Absolutely. Like, they're going to understand human languages after they eat humans. Absolutely. That's part of the, like, journey of the character, is discovering that they didn't just get limbs. Your butt beating Fortnite and your 8-year-old is saving your butt. Nice. The Burrows. Okay, so I gotta look at the Burrow. Oh, that show! Oh, yeah. That's like the Duffer Brothers' new show. Alright. I think I might have caught up. So I don't know that I need another hour. I don't. All that I want to do is get the dialogue in there. Well, I don't know that I need an hour and 20. So let's drop it down to just 60 minutes for the next phase. So we're gonna go into another no chat section. If I missed something, I'm so sorry. Please say so. Please say that I missed it. But I gotta write down Snowball Earth. I already know the Burrows, but I didn't know it was about drinking alien blood. But I'm gonna add that to here. Platformer studies. So why don't we create a new folder? And this will be story studies. Create a new file. From chat. Paste it in. Got it. Done. Note taken. Thank you for that. Locking in. Bit of a spoiler. That's okay. She's not sorry, she's lying to you. Drink something and tease the cat? Am I gonna tease the cat? I'll pet her though, which she probably would be like, why are you doing that? Why are you bothering me? So that can be the closest we get to teasing. I'll go give her some love. Oh, she doesn't want it. Oh, she's not interested. We ruined it. Oh no. Well, she didn't like that. What do you have to say? Yeah. That's her message to the world. Oh! Oh! Stop! She's not a very cuddly one. Okay. Okay. Well, that was an outcome.
Yeah, she's a baby. She's a baby.
Thanks for subbing on YouTube, CB45. Okay, so let's just do an hour. I don't know that I'll need the whole hour, but this is definitely the last coding section before we depart. So let's switch it to... This is like a hard cap. Like, we're being really serious. I'm not even gonna say till a break. This is like, then we stop. This is it. This is the moment of truth. Let's do this. I didn't mean to get big, but I'm gonna act like I did. Let's do this. All right. So, we've got a lot going. I have the containers for the stuff that I want to capture already set up, which is good. And that container is these node data. So if you just dropped in, you don't know what's going on, I will try to give you a little bit. I'm making a plugin that serializes branching dialogue stuff as GDScript. So Fanny says big. We're gonna add that as a new conversation, and it opens up this editor. So if I create a new node, you can see this is where we would put dialogue. Now right now that dialogue doesn't get saved in the GDScript, but I would like it to. We can create multiple. I technically haven't tested this. Mr. Gabisson wonders about modality. Okay, so we can create a second conversation, and as you see, we can switch between these two different conversations. We can create nodes in them, and they'll have different node amounts and stuff. So what did this do? Where is this stuff stored? It is stored as GDScript. So we're gonna open up this folder, and if you look in here, we have two new GDScript files. Fanny says big, and Mr. Gabisson wonders about modality. So these would be conversations, right, between characters, in theory. So in Fanny says big, we have node 1. Well, let's add a node 2. So add a new node, pop in there. I noticed that it didn't add that node, but it did add it here. So that's a bug. It's an interesting bug. Node 1, node 2, node 3. So it's not switching between the two, which it's supposed to, but that's not the bug we're doing right now. I don't know why it didn't know which one to put it in. Well, in any case, we can create multiple nodes. That's not what we're fixing today. And you can see it keeps adding more nodes. So right now it's on 7. If we go back here, we see we are on node 7. Let's add 8. Close that. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now it's on 14. If we open up the script, you can see it's gone all the way to 14. So it literally creates GDScript bug based on what is being done in there. And then the way you would access that is by using an API, so you could hook it up to your dialog boxes and stuff. Now, what I've been working on today for the last 8.5 hours is having, every time we create the node, a data container to be created. So when the first node was created, it made this whole dictionary that has a bunch of data in it. When the second node was created, it made this other dictionary. And then so on and so forth. Now there's 14 new dictionaries in this document that would, in theory, hold all the data. Now, you as the user of this plugin, you don't have to look at this document. You would just say, you would look for conversation, Mr. Gabisson wonders about modality. Give me that dialogue. And then you could plug what it outputs directly into your dialog box, and then if the player presses a button, it would advance through each node of data. So you never even look at this. It's just there. So now what I want to do is I want to have that dialogue that we type in here to be captured, and put into that data. That's my dream. That's what I want to do today. That's my whole goal. Now I do have one little issue, which is that dialogue is written many times. That's wrong. So let me just fix that, and then we will see if we can get this in. I'm good about this. I feel very good about this. This is the easy part, right? Okay, let's delete the data it created because we don't need it. And what I'm gonna fix is in template data, all these dialogue things, that's not what it's supposed to be. So these are delimiters, and what happens is when the data needs updating, so if you change the dialogue, if you update the dialogue, what it would do is it would look for this and this, and it would say, okay, I'm going to update the dialogue in between those 2 points, which would be here. It gets rid of these comments. It comments it in at the end. Yeah, it's a code generator. It is. Exactly. You got it, Bayern. Also, welcome. Now, I accidentally wrote them all as dialogue, which means the dialogue would get inserted in every single one. So I need to fix that. This is supposed to say value. This one is type. That one is speaker. This one is dialogue. This one is note. You can take notes. Oh, okay. You can take notes. This will be sound effects. And then branches, so if the player can say something nice, something not nice, something neutral, that will be logged in here. Not exactly. It won't be the 3 different options. It would be what branches are associated with it. Anyway, that's way down the line. I got a lot more to do before we get all that. Okay, and then additives. Additives are like if you have collected something and you talk to somebody, they'll be like, oh, you're the person who collected something. Anyway, what do you want to buy in my store? If you haven't collected it, they would just say, what do you want to buy in my store? So the additive would be, oh, you're the person who collected something. So it would just be an optional thing that could be on the dialogue if a condition is met. That's what additives are. Okay. But again, that's down the line. All right, now that I've labeled those correctly, the next thing I need to do, I'm going to commit it. Yeah, I'm just going to commit it real quick. Corrected delimiter tags in node data. Because if I do something that messes everything up, I'd like to reset it and not have to redo that. Would be optimal. Okay, so how do we actually do this? Well, first of all, I need to get the text. Nothing is going to work until we do that. So these nodes should have something like that. We have nodes selected for text input focused. It finds the children. Oh, this is looking for the text editor. Oh, nice. So this is connecting the text edit box. This is just checking if it's focused. I believe this was one of the earliest things I did. I believe it just makes sure that it highlights it, basically. Oh, and it makes sure that like our focus goes there. I don't remember. It was something. It was a long time ago that I did this. But yeah, I believe it essentially just makes it the active one. Oh, the graph node. So a graph node is a built-in Godot thing. It doesn't actually become active if a child text edit is clicked on. I have to tell it, you are now active. So that way you can do stuff with it. That's what that does. Okay. So in that same for loop, we also would want to say that text input, well, there are multiple Yeah, there's multiple. So there's different ones, is the thing. There's ones for taking notes. There's ones for adding scripts, the additives, or the dialogue. So it's gonna need to know which is the one. This is just kind of saying if any of them are selected, but we actually will need to say which certain one, I just realized. Okay, so how do we know which one is which? Let's look at the actual node scene then, which is somewhere. Here we go, NPC. Yeah, right there. All right, so there's a node. In there, we have every text edit that it's gonna find, which is this one. There's also the code one. So if you expand this, there's the code one in there. There's the note-taking one, and I haven't made the additives one yet, but in theory it would be in there. So they're not like unique names or anything yet, but I did prefix it with note, script, and then dialogue text edit. That one does. That's the only one I really need right now, if I'm being honest. Dialogue. See, I don't know how I feel about this, because if it's going to be a base class, there's different types of nodes. If it's going to be a base class, they're all going to have a dialogue text edit. So that doesn't need to be on the NPC, actually, specifically. What do we do with it? Do we do anything with it? No, I don't even use it. Seems like I got ahead of myself. I was like, oh, we're gonna be logging dialogue, and I realized I have like 1,000 other things to do first. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even using it, so I'm not sure what the point of that is. Well, you could just connect it. You don't need to do the for loop. The for loop is not useful here. Here, get rid of that. For loop is useless in this scenario. Cut that out. Stay healthy. Thank you. Oh, there's a goodbye now, by the way, if you want. If you want to, because I'm ignoring chat as much as I can, kind of, during the focus mode. But you can say bye, see ya. Oop, I typed it wrong. See ya or later. And it will get my attention. So I can be like, oh, goodbye! If you want. You can use it once an hour. You don't have to do it now, but next time. Thank you, Gibson. I appreciate you. Thank you for your help. You stay healthy. Watch out for those driverless cars. They're kind of scary. All right, let's put a ready in here. Oh my gosh. Was I... I actually was overwriting it anyway. That's funny. Wait, really? Wait. No, I put super. No, I put super in there. I wasn't overwriting it. I'm tripping. Okay. Okay. I don't really know that we need to call it ready dialogue. We'll just say ready... ready text inputs, ready data input, or something. I'm sure there'll be other ones there at some point, but for now, that will be enough. Let's say text edit dialogue, we'll call it. Let's move it up here. You know, I know this might change, but for now, that's the way we're doing it. Ready is technically after enter tree, but it is kind of nice to have it up there. Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. I still got some. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I needed that. Wow. You know, it's fine. Just put it there. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Text edit dialogue. So then, when we have that, you probably want that to be. So you're enter tree connecting. Do you need to connect Entering tree? No. No. This does not need to be on tree enter at all. I mean, I don't think so. Ready connections. Put that in here. That's why I like that prefix, because it reminds me, oh, that's what that was. That was in enter tree. Maybe not. Okay, so then we'll say text edit dialog connect on, or sorry, we got to say what we're connecting first. Let me see what the signals are over here. Godot will list them for me, which is convenient if cut off by the timer. Changed. That's what we want. We want changed. It doesn't tell you what it changes to. I guess you just get the text. The, like, value or whatever. Okay, I guess it's fine. No, it makes sense. Okay, so then we'll say whenever the dialog text is changed. Okay. Emitted when clear is called or text is set. I mean, it is like a question, right? Like, do I want... I don't know that I want to be saving every single time a letter is typed, right? That's like not great disk write behavior. Obviously, we do want to autosave to some extent. What does text is set means? I don't know what that means. Oh, so if you literally use set text. What if, Yeah, because if you're typing a lot, we could like log how much changed it is. Look, this is a big design decision. Like, you know, we could say if editing is currently happening, then perhaps it could be tracked over time. Like currently that it's being edited, has it been 2 seconds or 1 minute? If it has been 1 minute while editing is occurring, save it. Something like that. I think I would like. Because we also already have, if it's, we can check if it's been selected. If it's been selected, save all the node data every interval. And there can be a save button, right? We can have, you could go up and press save if you wanted to. Control S. I mean, well, we can't do Control S because that's already Godot's thing. So we actually can't. Oh, that's kind of awful. I mean, you could still do it. You could still have it be Control S. It saves everything. It saves your scene and it saves your node. It's kind of a weird design decision. I mean, it makes sense. No, actually, that makes a lot of sense. We should set up a Control S shortcut. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. What do I want to do right this moment? Just to set it up, right? I don't need to make all these design decisions right now, okay? I don't need to make them right now. By the way, chat, I do want to say, if it seems like I'm ignoring you, I am for the next 40 minutes, just so you know. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not a full-time programmer, I'm a streamer, I just hang out here and share my indie game dev fun times. So I'm full-time in the sense that every single day, I work on my game for at least 8 hours. But I don't get paid to do it. So, if you want to call that full-time, you can. If you don't want to, that's okay too. I think for now, we do the chaos, constant disk writes. Okay, it's bad. It's bad. I'm just gonna say it, that's not good. Do not constantly save and write to the disk. But for now, nah, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. Oh, see you later, Fanny. Goodbye. Getting ready to leave the house. Take care, gamers. Take care. Appreciate you for hanging out, being amazing. Hope the rest of your day goes okay. So, here's what I think. I think I can't take it. I gotta add a save button. I can't take it. I can't take it. I have to add a save button. Is there a way to like detect if save has been pressed? I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't even know how I'd look for that. I mean, I could obviously just look for the key combination Control and S, right? But it'd be kind of nice if I could tap into if a save has occurred. Yeah, I don't know. What if you look in the documentation? What if you just look for like save? Project settings, save. Property hint, save file. File dialog mode, save file. Editor interface, save scene. But that does it. That's like doing it. That's not checking if it was done. Maybe it has info about it. Returns either... Yeah, I don't care about that. Property hint, save file. Hints that a string property is a path to a file. Useless. Okay. Not useless, but it doesn't, it's not, I don't need that. Mark scene is unsaved. Whoa. That's cool. I can force a scene to be marked as unsaved. That's wild. I could just lie. I could just say that it needs to be saved, but it doesn't. Reset on save. Animation mixer. Doesn't sound like what we need. Request save history. In a VBox? What the hell is that doing in a VBox? I don't think that's true. I feel like this is not. I feel like that's not what this is. Emitted when user contextual go to and the item is in the same script. Base editor for editing scripts in the script editor. Whoa! That's wild. Yeah, chat, if you know what it is, you can tell me the answer, actually. You can answer this for me if you know. But only if you know. No guesses. Knowledge only. Do you know how, in GDScript, to fetch like a signal or a notification or something when Control S has happened? When save, it doesn't need to be Control S, when save has been triggered. I'm not saying when the Control key and S has been pressed. I mean when Godot knows, a save happened. And if there's anything in the engine that tells you that. And if you get the answer from a chatbot, I'll know and I won't like you anymore. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. I want to see like the moment that save has happened. We do have request save history, Emitted when the user contextual go to, but that's in a script. We're not in a script. So that's not it. But that's very interesting that it's inherits from a VBox. Save input. That's in branching. Okay, that's my thing. Save layout to config, save hovered item. I mean, really, I'm looking for a signal. Get unsaved file, save hovered item, save all scripts. This is in my own thing. Get saved version. What is that? Tag saved version? What does that mean? Get unsaved status, save external data. Resource saved. Ah! Interesting. But that doesn't necessarily mean... That's the thing. We'd have to mark it as unsaved. So do it. Friggin' do it. See also scene saved. Oh! Hell yeah, baby. Alright, chat. We got there. Editor plugin emitted when a scene was saved to disk. The argument is a file path to the saved scene. Sales are resource saved. But I have to define what that is. Which is a little different, isn't it? No, it returns that, Lise. It tells you what it is. It doesn't ask for it. It tells you what it is. It's a signal. Scene or resource? Like, what's the difference? What's the difference? We could do either one, honestly. Because it doesn't matter which one it is. This is wild. Okay, let's see if I can just make it happen. So what I'm gonna do is... And we don't really want this being tracked on every node. Necessarily. You know? I mean, it's fine. It's just a signal. It's not a big deal. We would just need to make sure that we are on the currently active one, right? Let's try editor plugin. Wait, where was it? Saved. Scene saved. Oh, we have to get the actual editor plugin. Oh, wait. Whoa. Oh! Wait, that's from an editor plugin? Whoa. Oh. So I have to get the... Okay, I see what we have to do. I have to go get the instance of my editor plugin in order to call this. Pretty sure. That is actually a static variable that we can get. So if we go to branchy editor plugin... Wait, where is it though? I think you would want to now do editor get... Yeah, I thought we had it here somewhere. Maybe I be setting it. Maybe we set it somewhere. Where does that happen? Did we get through all the music? Oh my god, we got through all the music. I have 9.5 hours of music. And we just hit 9.5 hours. Set up shortcuts, initialize singletons. I thought we had a static thing for this. Could have sworn. Set up shortcuts, propagate editor objects. This. Oh. So we just create a reference for it. That's all we do, is we create a reference for it. Is that where we get it from? That's editor interface. How do I call that? How do I get this? How do I call this thing? Custom control container. I have no idea how to get this. Does anybody know how to get this? I genuinely just don't know where I even get this signal from. Let's look it up. It's taking a lot of time. It's editor plugin. It's okay. Signals. GD script. I don't know how you get this. Somebody's asked this. Connect a signal from editor plugin and emit during runtime. So this should be easy to find. Register an auto load for you. It's the auto load that needs to carry your runtime logic. The editor plugin script itself is editor only. While you're in the editor, it's a node in the editor scene tree. Right. Okay. This is kind of wild. I'm a little unsure. This is quite an answer. Holy moly. It's possible for editor plugins to automatically register autoloads when the plugin is enabled, which it does. This also includes unregistering the autoload when the plugin is disabled, which it does. This makes setting up plugins faster. We do this. We already do that. So tell me about signals. Nowhere. Pressed connect. So that happens in the editor plugin. Harder thing, because I gotta think, and I don't know. I'm learning in real time. Alright, maybe I just don't worry about this. It's very interesting. I'm gonna have to clearly do a lot more research that I don't have time for right now, just to get dialogue in a box, out of a box. Because I'm not sure how to get that signal. Like, I mean, I suppose I could... Like, this clearly is the type editor plugin, right? But I don't have scene saved signal. I mean, it's not telling me it's wrong. Connect on scene saved. Funk on scene saved. It does call with something. Okay, if I change it to that. Okay, you know what? It's real. I just made it gibberish and it didn't like it. Okay, no, it just wasn't auto-completing. Okay. Hey. Alright. Okay. Saved what? Path. String. I don't really care about it, honestly. So just print saved. Let me just see that. See if it works. I don't know. Sometimes I rely on autocomplete. I'm like, if it doesn't autocomplete, it doesn't exist. But that's not always true, I guess. We don't have any nodes, so it's not going to start doing it yet. I would have to create a new node for me. Add it. Invalid access. Oh, invalid access to property or key scene saved on a base object of type GDScript. Right. So we need to get the instant. We have to actually get the plugin. That's just a reference. So the autocomplete actually was trying to tell me something. Yeah, that's a reference to the signal, but the actual signal comes from your plugin that has been added as an autoload. Hey, what's up, Goblin Paws? Hello to the Netherlands. Thanks for stopping in. We're doing good. So that's obviously not gonna work. Okay. I'm determined. I'm kind of hyper-focused on this a little bit. How do you get an autoload? So did I not add an autoload singleton? I thought I did. Adds a script at path to the autoload list's name. I thought I did, but I can't find that I did. I don't have any proof. Oh, I did. It's right there. No, I didn't. Oh, that's my other. Oh, that's my other plugin. Okay, got it. Okay, I see. And then we name it something, and then we get it. Oh, but then the user is going to have this singleton floating around. And what if they don't need it? But you know what's cool about this, Lise? Is you could also make like an API. It's actually kind of cool. If you think about it, it's actually cool. Because you can point this at your API and you could just make it be branchy dot. Okay, this actually opens up a lot of doors I didn't think about. Whoa. Let's just not do that right now. But that's interesting. Right now you have to type branchy.api. And then that's it. I've never been to Hacker Hotel, no. But by the way, if it seems like I'm ignoring chat, I am for the next 23 minutes, just so you know. It's not personal. We're just saying that. I haven't been Hacker Hotel. No. Where do you live? Oh, Netherlands? No, I don't live in the Netherlands. Not yet. Maybe someday. If you'll have me. Okay. Yeah, let's try this. Editor plugin. I know it's like not saving dialogue and I'm running out of time, but I'm kind of fascinated by this and I don't give a crap. So as soon as it enters the tree, let's just add the autoload. Thank you for the hydrate, Rosa. I still got some. Thank you. Add the autoload. Back up. We'll just call it Branchy plugin for now. But might call it something else at some point. But for now, let's just call it that. And then we have to have a script for it. Elise, I don't know this is what you want. I don't know that this is what you want. Because this is creating a singleton of a script. How do you, I don't think you want to do this. I love you, girl, but I don't think you want to do this. Would you create like an edit? This doesn't make sense. Stop it. Enough. Not tonight. No. Have it save every time you type a letter, fix it later. All right, here we go. No, that's enough. This was very interesting. I learned a lot, but you know what? This is a future Lee's problem. I got my eye on the prize. 20 minutes, let's go. Screw it, let's just do it. Text edit dialogue. Every time it's changed, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Text changed, connect, on. dialog changed. Later. Okay, later. Here, you can even leave this here as a big reminder. Okay, to do only update script on save or save interval. And then you know how I really get my attention? Okay. Look at this giant thing in here. All right, I'm gonna see that, and then I'll remember. But we're not doing that now. Okay, we're gonna go all the way to the bottom. Func on dialog changed. Nothing actually comes with it. We want to fetch what's in there, and we want to serialize it. So how do we do that? We use the updater. First, we need to get, what did it change to? This will be a string. And for that, we want to get what's in the box. So text edit dialog. I suppose just text. We want to, do we get text? Is that a thing? Get selected text? We can just do text. Okay. And let's run the branchy GDScript updater dot update script string. What does this do versus update script? Oh yeah, that's actually all we need. So we just have to pass in what is going to be the two arrows going the different ways. So we need to know which node number it is, which it should know its node number at this point. So we do update script string. What is the data of the script? So, oh, but this wants me to find it. You know what? Let's do update script. It'll be simpler. So the file path should already be in here. Active element path, the template type, branchy template scripts dot templates dot node, content key, that's going to be e.g. find key value. Right. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, it's dialogue. Yeah, but here's the thing. It doesn't quite get created like that. Okay, so if we look at this, it's node underscore number. So we have to concatenate the number that it is. So it says node 1 dialog. We have to add that in there. So that's actually kind of a problem. Actually, this is an issue. Because it currently doesn't allow for that to be possible. The updater. But it needs to be. Very much. Currently what it does is it adds the template name here, which is node, and then it adds the content key after. It already bakes in the hash, the slash, and the arrows. So either I'm going to need to change it to add the one there, or we turn this into a string that it takes, which is not going to be good because a lot of things depend on that not being that way. Or make some other function that does allow for that. Or we add an extra parameter. Not my favorite, but that's the path of least resistance right now, and I'm kind of just trying to shove through it working. That's sort of my main thing right now. What kind of game am I making? Making a branching dialogue tool. Oh, I'm making an RPG game that has branching dialogue And then in between branching dialogue will be 3D platformer sections. So kind of like Undertale, where there's story, and then there's the bullet hell games. Instead of bullet hell, it'll be 3D platforming. And it's not like Undertale at all. But in the sense of having, you know, dialogue, RPG gameplay with like a different sort of mechanic wedged in between. Skyrim meets Banjo-Kazooie is the vision. But simpler than that. Hey, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you, Dark. Okay. All right. 15 minutes. So, I say we add a parameter. I would like to streamline that more in the future. We already have a not a variable. When true, set2 is inserted verbatim as a string. Oh yeah, we don't need this. This is totally different. We need to add a new thing in here, which is well, there's never going to be a node 0. This is kind of wacky. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a mess. You can make it null. It can be null, right? An integer. So we'll say numerator, an integer. And we'll just make it null. Nah, it doesn't like that. It'll never be -1. I'll tell you that. It's never going to be -1. So, how about that? So when it is... So it passes that into here. So I'm going to need to also pass that in here. Numerator. Go to update, script string, bring in numerator. Kind of don't need to set that default, honestly. But unless you call, actually you do if you want to call this separately. Okay. So it's going to get the template key based on the template type. But we need to say, let's do this a little different. We're going to say template key is blank. If numerator is less than 0, template key equals this plus underscore plus the numerator as a string. If it's not less than 0, template key equals what it was equaling before. Okay. Now I can go back here. You know, and someday I would love to get like a bird's eye view and be like, how can I not have these parameters, edge case stuff? But yeah, it's fine. So now we add in templates node. That's totally fine. Next is the content key, which is going to actually be dialogue. So we'll just put that in there like that. Set2 is the to what? Not a variable. We'll make that false. And then numerator is, it is a variable. That is to say, it's going to be inside of a dictionary. So what, by the way, what that does, what the var to string thing does, string to var, what this does is this lets me pass in a string and then Godot will insert it into the script as the type. So let's say I have a 0 in between two quotes, right? If I use string to variable, Now what it's going to do, or variable to string, I always get it mixed up. What it's going to do is instead of putting it in as 0 a string, it'll put it in as 0 an integer. So, but sometimes I actually do want it to be the string. So this lets me say, actually, can you not be a variable? That's what that does. Okay, so back here, we're going to say the numerator is get my number. All right. Okay, let's see what happens. I don't know. Probably something's going to go wrong. But I'm at least at a point to test it. All right, let's close. Oh, we got all kinds of stuff. Documentation opens so many tabs. My goodness. Okay, close that. Delete the generated files. Set up the plugin. What did somebody say last? Dark Cookie still got the bits. Okay, add the conversation. Add a node. And let's change some text, baby. Let's see what happens. Oh, immediate error. I changed text. Okay, what do you got for me? Invalid access to text on panel container. What? It's not a panel container. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you, Dark. Wait, it's not a panel container. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Who said it was a... Did I say it was a panel container? Wait, it is a panel container. Wait, it's right. It is a panel container. I just realized. Okay. That was anticlimactic. Wait, no, that's a text editor. No, that's not a panel container. Lies. It's a very fixable thing. It's just like kind of obnoxious that this would happen. Like, how dare you? I typed it to a text edit. They let me assign a... What? It literally is giving text things. How is that a panel container? I mean, this is not what I expected. So, I mean, I have to debug that, you know? I just have to. Hey, Merle Shrill! Hello! If it seems like I'm ignoring you, I am, but it's not personal. I'm trying to finish everything up in 7 minutes. And I don't know. I don't know! Why would you say that? Why would you let me assign a panel container? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to debug. I don't want to, but I don't know what else to say. So, print, what is this? What did you think this is? It thinks it is that. I mean, that is very bizarre. Very, very, very strange. Just run on YouTube. Hello. Okay. And then I'm kind of curious what you think it is here as well. It's quite odd. It's not an error I expected. I expected different things. I didn't expect that. Okay, delete the data. Activate the plugin. This runs on YouTube now. Create the conversation. Add a node. What do you think you is? It thinks it is a dialogue text edit. Well, yeah, because that's what it is. It would think that. This is old errors. It would think that because it's a text edit. That makes sense. Okay, so let's change some text. Change. What does it still think it is? Nothing. Did I connect the wrong function? Wait. It didn't even run that print. That's suspicious. Wait, that's suspicious. What did you connect it to? What did you connect it to? On dialog changed. I connected it to on dialog changed. I mean, we know it's getting to here. What the hell is it talking about? What's it talking about? Okay, I don't know, but I'm just going to type the reference to it. Look, I don't know what it's talking about. It's being ridiculous. It's being absolutely ridiculous. He's being unreasonable and ridiculous. Ridiculousness. I spelled it wrong, I don't care. It changed it to a panel container. Note panel container. It changed it to this. Are you reassigning it somewhere? But what? I don't understand. What? How does that? What you? But it's there. It's that. Why would it be something else? What? How can you can't do that? Is this like a bug? Like this is a bug, right? Like that's a bug. Okay. Like I'm just gonna try resetting these unique names. Is it some 4.7 crap? What the hell is this? Like that's weird. I'm not one to be super confident that I'm witnessing a bug versus my own incompetence. Is it a bug? Create, add that. Okay, now at least now it's telling me it doesn't find that. Oh, because I forgot to make it a unique name. That would, that would make sense. I made the wrong thing a unique name. So that would make a lot of sense. So we're going to not do that conversation then. And I'm going to create another one. New one for me. Add that. Oh, I pressed it twice. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I still haven't made it so the user can't create duplicates. And if they do create duplicates, everything breaks. No dupes, please. Conversation, add this, type something. What are you on about? Hydrate. I actually am out of liquid right now. Still, it thinks, okay, so it actually doesn't even get that far. Node not found, dialog text edit. Don't lie. I just made it a unique name. I just did that. I just did that. Are you sure that this is, because you're, Please, I have to think that your problem is that you moved it to the base class. I think that's gotta be my problem. I can't imagine that it's anything else. It has to be. It has to be that I put it on the base class. It simply must be. There's no other explanation. Oh, I'm adding extra time, chat. Friggin' sue me. Okay, here we go. Just 5 more minutes. It's gotta be that on the base class, it's not there, but it's on the. So, yeah, I think that's that makes the most sense. All right, that's what we're gonna go with. That's what I'm going with. So weird that it just was like panel container. You know what? Let's put the panel container. Thank you for the bits. Let's put the panel container on there. Screw it. It's quite strange. Okay, so up here, I'm just gonna paste that in there, cut that out, come over here, and then cut this out. Okay, so now it's gone. We're gonna go to the NPC node, and I guess I do have to put these in the children until I figure out something better later, which is for later, because I have one goal right now, and it's to actually have dialogue be serialized, damn it. Okay, so we got ready data inputs. I'm sure that will print perfectly fine things. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, we didn't get the, I mean, I'm not really using it, but it would be nice. It would be nice if we had the assignment. I'd prefer that. I prefer something, you know, to like be done in a way that is vaguely organized. And then let's get text edit dialogue, text. All right, show me what you're up to, show me how you're feeling, show me what's going on. Let's see what we can do. I'm not even gonna delete the data. Okay, create that. Dark says bread. And this. Create that. We do have an error. Okay, this is a different error. I'm okay with this error. I accept this error, because at least it thinks it's a damn text edit. Out of bounds, get index 6 on base dictionary integer string. Really? There's not like a node? Wait, 0, 1, 2. Oh, I think it's looking in one of these. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's looking for this. This isn't gonna have anything. I'm not sure why it needs that. So I think it might have worked though. So let's see. I don't think it needs that. Although with the error, it actually might have stopped it. Let's see, let's find out. I have no idea where that went. In between dialogue. It did not serialize a damn thing. So wait, what is it looking for when it's doing that? 45? Placeholder. We don't need the placeholder. No placeholder needed. Why are you doing that? Handle placeholder if present. How does it determine if it's present? That doesn't look like it's determining if it's present, or doing if it's present. Oh yeah, it's looking for if it's empty or not. Okay. So that should actually work. We just make it empty. Okay. It's confusing. That could be better, but... Okay. Here we go, chat. Add the conversation, type in a node, type in letters, no errors, no errors. We good, fam? Okay. Well, there are no errors, but there's also no serialization. So, no! Man! Ah! What? So it must have silently failed somewhere. With the silent failure! Damn. Damn. Oh my gosh. Alright, short break. I know it says stop. We'll see. Go hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. It was good at silently feeling, well, especially in C#. Why? I mean, I'm sure I put a guard somewhere that just dips. I should have put like a... should have put a warning. Pawn out your game, my game studio. Okay, let me go get this water before Dark Cookies has a meltdown. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be fast. Hold on. Okay. Cheers. Hydrate. Any exceptions thrown in C# are caught by Godot, and then it just keeps running the game loop. Sometimes there's no error. I like that face. Oh my gosh. Okay, I remember that. I remember this. Okay, so we were around here. You found a modal for something you've been looking for? What's a modal for something you've been looking for? What do those words mean? Model. Oh yeah, it must be model. Code generator, yeah, pretty much. But it's also going to generate an API. So you can use that API to fetch the stuff that was also generated. So there's a lot of generation happening. Model, gotcha. Save on new line? I don't know, I mean, it could, but... she still got it. You have 16 weeks until PAX Australia. Another week between PAX and SizeCon. What's SizeCon? Skips over a silent bit? A silent bit? Did you clip a bit? Did you clip yourself giving a bit while I was gone? So you could immortalize it? Maybe. Wait, what model did you find? That's, I mean, nice. Congrats. It's exciting. Oh, right, because your game is about... I gotta say, Dithron, that sounded very out of left field. But, okay. Dithron's game. Do you remember the game Rampage? Where you're like these dinosaurs or a King Kong and you're like climbing buildings and you're like punching them and stuff? It's kind of like that. Except instead of a monster, you're a giantess. And instead of trying to hurt and eat people, you're rescuing people. So, that convention is actually a very smart target. I feel like we don't get creative enough, or I don't hear about enough creative networking opportunities for game devs. Like, okay, oh, there's a game dev con. Well, yes, I should go there. Maybe I should shop my game around at an alien believers convention. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just downing jalapenos. These are vegan cookies. Actually, they're not vegan. They have egg whites. They're healthy oatmeal bites. They did have vegan ones, but I was like, give me the egg whites. A model of a floppy diskette holder. They were everywhere in the 80s and 90s. We've been looking for a model of one for years. I remember those. Are you talking about the ones that like have like the plastic like lid you can see through? I'm not vegan. And then you like lift it. I remember those. I had a few of those. I know what you're talking about. I mean, I just remember being a kid. When you're a kid, and you're just like touching things, you know? I feel like you remember very well those objects. An STL file of a floppy disk wouldn't fit on said floppy. You're right. Well, I don't know what STL is, but most things wouldn't fit on a floppy disk. Many, many, many things. But it didn't matter back then. When you say reset your PC, that's kind of scary. That's like potentially very stressful. I'm sorry that might be a thing. Remember what program they use to draw on the screen sometimes? I use Zoom It, is what it's called. It's super old. It's like, it was probably around when diskette cases were being used. Oh, a 3D printing file. Okay, that is funny. That's very funny. Zoom It. Zoom It. That's what it's called. It's Windows, though. But you use Windows. Thank you for clipping that, Dark Cookies. Please, because most of the clips that are popular on this channel are from like 5 years ago. Because I streamed on Twitch like 5 years ago. A lot. And we had a very community. And then I left Twitch for like 2 years. And I came back. I was streaming on YouTube during that time. And for whatever reason, the clips have not outpaced what happened back in those days. So if we could update the majority clip list, that would be awesome. 30-minute shorts content? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not like a big success chaser when it comes to, you know, making video stuff. I just want to make games. You know? I'm here doing this stream because it helps me make games. Making shorts does not help me make games. You know what I mean? You want me to search up Amazing Digital Circus? Charles says, if I go into game dev, I might make an Undertale style game, but without the battle mechanics, but has a choice-based dialogue system based on the first game you made in Dreams. Now it's just a regular RPG game at that point. That's just Earthbound. Well, Earthbound has a battle system. I like that idea. It's a cool idea. Actually, I feel like there aren't a lot of JRPG style games that don't have a battle mechanic of some kind. I mean, I'm sure they exist. Probably a lot of RPG Maker games are like that. You might like RPG Maker for that, Char. Yeah, it is a menu-based battle system. Right, just like, it kind of is dialogue. You're just pressing buttons and reading text. But I guess conceptually, it's not just dialogue. Maybe you're right. The IO is pretty much the same. Sounds cool though, Chai. Any more problems for yourself to solve later? Yeah. So I said it inherits from panel container? I don't think so. It does not. The original RPG Maker had built-in systems to have animated enemies and characters. It's annoying to have to implement that stuff with code. I never used RPG Maker. That does sound annoying. Why does it not have that? What's going on, RPG Maker? You don't have that? They're like, yeah, we do. You just make it yourself. I love these frog emotes. They're really fun. Dark, you're gonna take the top clipper spot. If they had a system that allowed for enemy animations, people could still choose not to have animations. Just use single frames. True. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Of course not. That's illegal? I bet it was. I bet it was. Legal funds to sue Hyper Game Dev for any time. Oh yeah, what do you call in your studio there, Dark? What's the name? Oh, Stereo Entertainment. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. You'll be in the tiny people section. Off in one corner of a model pack was one of those floppy diskette holders. Wait, that's cool. That's like the best way to find something. It's like some white whale stuff. It's a basic feature that, because it's missing, it makes you want to just use any other tool. Because if you have to program that, why not just do the whole thing? True. Okay, what do you want me to look up? This animated circus thing that everybody's watching? Amazing digital circus. Oh, you mean like go to google.com and look at it. What's the fun thing? Oh! I probably blocked it. No. That was it? Just that little... Oh, I'm gone. Sorry. This? This is cool. Google's like, look, people hate us right now. We have to do something, especially young people. They really don't like us. What's gonna be the biggest event of the century online right now? How can we get in on that? It's cool. You paid like $150 just to get that one model. What? Dang, $150? Oh my gosh! It was a super cool pack. Overall, with a ton of stuff, but that one thing is ultimately the reason I got it. It's kind of fascinating. Like if you're someone out there making digital 3D art and you're trying to like make some money, I mean, make obscure things and put them in a pack, and that's the only way you can get them. That's like a little trick right there. I feel like that's actually like a legitimate, like that's actually a thing that, at least in software development, that apps do. Is cater to like really specific problems that big companies have. So they like have to depend on your product. And it's like, well, okay, there's other products that do the same thing, but do they do this one thing that we really like need a lot? They got a trans woman character? Badass. Let's go. Based. If you had to pay someone to make it, it would cost as much. Damn. Alright. I'm not gonna do... I know I said I was gonna stop, but something came up. Alright? I got a little distracted. Now, to be fair, I normally do an hour 20, and I only did an hour. So that means, in my mind, I get 20 more minutes. So we're gonna do 20 more minutes, and that is it. There is no more time. The stream ends. Well, we're gonna raid on YouTube and Twitch. We're gonna raid out, obviously. But after that, that's when there is no compromise whatsoever. Okay. Them's the rules. Here we go. 20 minutes. So, where is it silently failing? Well, I don't know. That's a good question. It at least gets to the point where it detects that there's text, but clearly I would assume it's the updater. So let's go see what the updater is going through. When we get to... I have a feeling it might be the placeholder thing, but let's see. It shouldn't, because we have this, but I spelled template wrong. Doesn't matter. It shouldn't, but let's just see what happens. But first, let's make sure it runs. Print updating script string. Okay.
And let's get to the end of that function. There's a lot going on in that function. That function is doing the most. Updated script string. Maybe we could put some throughout. Updating data between delimiters. And I'll skip some of this stuff. Print. Getting the old stuff. Alright, let's just do that. Just a few little scattered prints. This is the thing, there's no breakpoints. As far as I know. There's no breakpoints. There's no remote. It's just in a plugin. I mean, you know, I have, what else can I do? I gotta add prints. I gotta see what happens at different times. That's all I can do. This run buys models. Okay. Add the conversation. Add a node. Start typing. And let's see what happens. You probably typed a bit much there. Can you just, like, only type one letter for me? It's a bit much. Okay, one letter. Updating script string. So it gets through all of that. Okay, interesting. I guess I don't need to do the fun conversation names right now. We're not looking at them, really. Okay, let's turn it off. So it doesn't dip out at any of those points. Does it return anything at the end? The update script? It doesn't. It would be kind of nice if it did, but... Okay. Script fully updated. With... Or two, we could even say... Script should be fully updated to... And then let's just slap all the data in there. Okay. Activate the plugin. I'm just gonna type a bunch of random letters. Create a node. Clear out the old stuff. Type one thing. And let's see what we got. Script should be fully updated to... Blah, 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 blah. So it's just not putting anything in there. That's wild. It's just literally just ignoring me. It's doing every step of the way, except putting something in between there. Do you... Tell me what the delimiters... I wonder if it's not finding the delimiters. And so it never updates it. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That makes a lot of sense. So show me what delimiters you're creating, and we'll see how wrong they are. So right here, checking between, we'll say new line tab, checking between left delimiter, new line and new line tab, right delimiter. Oh, we just typed that. Right delimiter. Okay, show me what you're doing. Restart the plugin, type in random letters, create a conversation, clear out the logs, and create a node and type one letter. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, there's your problem right there. So it needs to be looking for node underscore one. Node underscore one. It failed to concatenate the correct delimiter. Oh, this is easy. 20 minutes? Please! I'm gonna have extra time to mess around with my save signal. So this is never happening. It's never... I guess receiving the numerator? For some reason? Okay, let's see what it is. Updating script string or numerator. Just tell me the numerator. And while we're at it, can we get rid of this other crap at this point? Keep that one. That one's quite useful. Because even if the numerator is right, whatever. What if something else is wrong? But we can get rid of the rest of this. Alright. Load it. Type in letters. Create the conversation. Add a node. Clear this. And type one letter. No numerator! Did I not pass in a numerator? I swear to God, is that it? Did I just not give it something? Okay, you know, it's easy to fix, so who cares? No, I said get my number. Maybe it's not returning anything? Which would be weird. Okay, so variable my number. Oh, no, not oh. No, it's gonna be integer. I was gonna say I have to make it a string. No, I don't. No, I do not. My number equals get my number, and then we'll print updating with numerator with my number. My number as a string. We can put my number in there. All right. What's going on there? Letters. Clear. Node. Type. Come here. It knows that its number is 1. So the numerator is getting purged before it gets there. Okay. Did we pass it in as a parameter? On update script? We did. Not a variable. Numerator. But by the time it gets there, it's obliterated. Is that because of the default? Do I need to get rid of these defaults? Well, but... No, that doesn't make sense. Because it's also... Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I forgot to type in the numerator. Oh, Jesus. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. Type, add this. I did it bad. No, I did it not good. Okay, add this, clear the output, add a letter, see what it says. Okay, no, it knows it's 1. It knows it's 1. Okay. So the numerator is definitely not less than 0. Oh my god, I put them in the wrong places. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mixed them up. Look at this. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this 10.5-hour coding mistake? This is why you don't code 10.5 hours. I love it. You know what? I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Totally fine. No problem. Create, clear, silly mistakes. Okay, those are correct. So let's see if we have Rosa knows it's 1. Let's see if that shows up in there. In where to get start. I just typed random letters. Control F, Rosa. Ah! That's dialogue in a GDScript file that we typed, and it serialized it. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? I did it. Oh my gosh. It types dialogue. It is almost kind of actually a dialogue editor tool. Oof. Oh. Ah. Ah. There's a lot of other things to test, okay? Oh no, that's one, I see. Like I test a lot of different edge cases, obviously, okay? But, you know, I mean, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, get rid of this. Let's clean up a little bit here before I do some tests. We're gonna try to break it now. I already know one way it can break, and that's if I create a new conversation. So I gotta go fix that, but we're not gonna fix that right now. Okay, that's enough. Let me clear out some of this data. It's getting to be a bit of a mess in here. Okay. Run the plugin. We'll make conversation. Rosa breaks things. Add it. Add a node. She plays on words. Okay, we know that's gonna be fine. So if we come check out that in Rosa breaks things, and we look for plays on words, bam. Okay. Now, let's create a second node. Okay, we're getting a little dangerous here. Node number 2. So far, no errors. No errors. That means it works, right? Okay. Open that up. Let's see what we got. Search for works. Node 2 has dialogue. We got separate node data with separate dialogues in it. Now, in my opinion, it's saving too often. I don't think we should be writing to a disk every letter. So I'll want to like refine this. Yeah, it's a big yippee. I want to refine this. But at least I have the pathway to get there. You know, it's like sculpting with clay, which I assume is a thing people do. And then, you know, if it's kind of rough around the edges and you haven't like gone in there and like smoothed it out, okay? It's like if you're drawing a manga panel, okay? First you do the line work. Maybe you leave it at that, but this is a colorful manga. So, so then you go in and you add the color. But we haven't added the color yet, okay? It's just the line work. We'll modify it. This is the fun part. This is the fun part. Now, what seems to not be working, which I'll work on this weekend probably, seems to not be working. This doesn't work. If I create a second conversation and I add a node, somewhere along the line this broke. Maybe. Actually, that's working. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know if this actually broke. I wonder if something else happened. I mean, this is working correctly. Wait, no, wait, you haven't tested everything yet. Okay, type in here. This is another test, yeah. Okay, open up. This doesn't work. Okay, that worked. I'm just gonna say it, that worked. Is the other one still the same too? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What if I go back to the other conversation and I add a new node? This node doesn't work, right? So this would be on the Rosa script. Okay, so it's not finding it. And it doesn't see a third node. So that seems to be where there's an issue. For some reason. And it put it nowhere? Somehow? Hey, thanks for the follow. It's covered up by something on my screen. Elcam! Thank you for the follow, Elcam! So it probably just matched something that... let me see what the delimiter is. I'm not sure what happened there. So that's something I need to look into. Why I can't switch. What if I come back to this one? Can I create a third node in there? Something with the memory of which workspace. Yeah, so let me create a third one there. Third one is good. Yeah. Now this one is total. This second conversation is totally fine. But for whatever reason, I can't switch back to the first conversation. I think I know why. I think I didn't. I think I haven't done that yet. It's possible I actually just haven't hooked that up yet. Because we switched the title up here, and it's supposed to change where the nodes go. But that doesn't change necessarily how it knows what the active element is. I mean, it is weird because we're storing the active element script. Yeah, it's in each node. Each node is supposed to know which script it's attached to. So it's kind of weird that all of a sudden, it is weird that it just doesn't remember. And then, like, where did this go? Where did it get made? I'm gonna just make a whole bunch of them. So actually, look, it's adding it onto the other one. So it seems as if, for some reason, I think when we change workspaces, I think I might actually have an idea. It's just kind of like it's basically a case I didn't account for, evidently. When the tab changes, it remembers the active tab, it updates the active workspace to current tab, which sets the active element but that's a type. So no, when it changes tabs, it literally... Well, how does it get the title then? I don't remember how that works. Workspace title. Oh, the tab container sets it. Set active node. So there you go right there. The only thing it's doing is it's setting the title. It's not telling the dialogue, I guess, that here's where you're supposed to go, or the new nodes where you're supposed to go. So I need a more like comprehensive way to update what the active thing is. I'll work on that off stream. This has been good progress. I can create dialogue and save it and serialize it. I can save like multiple nodes and it just like creates giant dictionaries. It's cool. It's cool. This is a point that excites me very much because a lot of the like basic infrastructure is there. We can create scripts. We can serialize variety of data types with accuracy. And then that has an infrastructure that can be pulled from an API. So yeah, it's like fine tuning, and then I can kind of just like fill out things. Now I could fill out what happens when you type in the script box, when you put in sound effects, you know? And then all we do is just have that route directly into that data, and it's stored there. And then you can use the API to get it. So like it's not a branching dialogue tool right now, but it actually is a like data storing tool that can be accessed in a human readable way. So like that is really exciting. It basically serves a function. It does. It's not just like a theoretical tool. There is a tool there. It just isn't the whole tool it's supposed to be. So that's kind of cool. So maybe by next week, I'll like actually make an implementation. So that way I can just be like, just actually start testing what it's like to use the API and tie it to a game. No, it won't be like branching dialogue, but it'll be something. And then I'm like, could this tool be branched off right now into a general data storage tool? I don't know. It's very interesting to think about, but I don't want to think about it right now. I wanna rate out. It's interesting. Hip hip hooray! Yeah, it's exciting. Okay. All right. So let's see who's streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. You know, obviously, I would love to discover new streamers and stuff, but I don't like leaving YouTube behind at all. I feel like it's a load of crap. Oh, different browser. So we gonna find somebody on both. If you're on YouTube, by the way, hyper smash that thumbs up button. Hit that like button. Yes, very nice. Oh, I'm so excited. Hit that thumbs up button. Appreciate it, y'all. Means a lot. Let's see who's around. One day we'll find someone to raid who YouTube raids after. Now that'll be a big deal. Okay, we do have a choice. We have this person. I don't know that there's CM Griffin. That's a possibility. There's also this person who doesn't seem to have like a camera, which is just, you know, something to think about. Something to think about that they don't have a camera. Now, I don't know if either of these people will allow me to raid them. So we're gonna have to find out. Let's go over here. Here's how you set up a YouTube raid. By the way, if you're a streamer and you're like, YouTube raids, what the hell is that? Okay, so you'll come to this. Hopefully you know how to get there. If you don't, all right, I'll show you. Hit the create button, press go live, and then you'll see your live stream list here, and you'll want to click on the active live stream. So when you do that, it'll bring you to this page. Come on down here, go to stream settings, then edit, customize. It's a lot of steps. Come here, redirect, add. Gotta click on this box, and then you see your subs. Looks like Sam Griffin does, and the other person does not. So Sam Griffin is the one. And then what happens is, when you hit the save button and you go to end the stream, it's going to redirect the viewers to that stream. If you have autoplay on YouTube, it might you might have to press a button. If you don't have autoplay on, you might have to press a button. Alright, I don't think I've rated this person before. I've been like, one day it's gonna happen. One day it's gonna line up that this is the choice to make. Who knew? Today is that day. CM Griffin G. It is done! It is done. You always sleep better when you feel like you got stuff done that day? Yeah, that is a good night's sleep right there. Oh yeah. GG's. I'll be back on Monday. If you're a member or a paid patron or a Twitch sub, so we're gonna put a little that in there. If you aren't any of those things, on Monday there's also going to be a free portion at the beginning, but you have to sign up on Patreon. But you can add your project to a list and we'll check it out. It can be a nice way to get some feedback if you're working on something and you're not sure what it's like to see someone play it. It's semi-private, right? Because it's like not like a super public thing, which can also be nice. And then after that, Wednesday will be the next public stream, and I'll work probably on this again. Appreciate everyone's help. Thank you for all the bits, Dark Cookie showering the bits today, which was fun. Appreciate the raid, Hypnotic. Oh, raid message, by the way, if you want. Oh, please actually do the raid message. There's only 9 seconds left. Twitch, copy that raid message. That raid message is no joke. I ain't playing. Copy and paste it so that way we know. They know we're on both platforms. All right. Sorry for all the raid thanks I didn't give. Okay. All right, goodbye.